$525,600 minutes, 525,000 moments, oh dear. 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year? In daylight, in sunsets, in midnights, in cups of coffee, in inches, in miles, in laughter and strife. 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year in life? How about love? How about love? How about love? Measuring love. Seasons of love. Seasons of love. Love. 525,600 minutes, 525,000 journeys to play, 525,600 minutes. How do you measure the life of a woman or a man? In truths that she learned, or in times that he cried, in bridges he burned, or the way that she died. It's time now to sing out, for the story never ends. Let's celebrate, remember the year with a life of friends. Remember the love. Oh, you got to remember the love. You know that love is a gift from above. Share love, give love, spread love. Measure your life in love. Seasons of love. Measure your life in love. Seasons of love. Measure your life in love.
Hey everybody, and welcome to Indie After Dark. I am here, there we go, with Bran and JM Unleashed, and that was a beautiful a cappella version of Seasons of Love, a cover by Lady Campion. And I had picked that song when she posted it. I thought, oh, that'll be perfect for a New Year's stream, talking about the year and the memories of a year and how we measure our lives. But it's also very fitting. As I was listening to that, it got me a little choked up. I see Justine is here in the chat, and many of you know, but some of you may be completely unaware. Kurt Kasprick, who many of you also know, he's been such a huge supporter of so many people and a friend to many. He was in a horrible accident. I believe, Justine, you can correct us if it was Christmas night or the night or the morning after, but he was involved in a house fire, and Justine has asked for continued prayers for him and to share this information out. But he was burned on 40% of his body, and he has just really not been doing well, obviously, since. Right now, they have done a test, and it appears that he is likely brain dead. But they're going to be doing another test tomorrow, and miracles happen, and so we are continuing to pray for him. But we're also, we're also aware that the outlook does not look very positive right now, and so we are just really holding him and Justine up in our prayers. Justine, thank you for being here. I know you said it helps to be around people, and I completely understand that. I'm so sorry that this has happened, of course, and we're going to be praying for him and continuing to pray for him. But if you guys who do pray would join with me in prayer right now, I would really appreciate that. Father God, we pray for Kurt. We thank you for his friendship and the man that he is. We're so sorry that this happened. And God, we know that things only happen in your timing. And even when we don't understand how things are allowed to happen, we can still have faith in you and in your perfect will. We thank you for the relationships we've been able to build with Kurt and the love that we all have for him. He always called everyone beautiful souls. And, the example of being a light in the darkness that he set for so many showed him to be a beautiful soul. He has so much love for Justine, and their love for each other has also been a light in this community and in all the communities they're involved in. We pray, God, that you would ease Kurt's suffering, that you would keep him comfortable, that you would give Justine peace that passes understanding, and that you would help all of us to rally around them and around Justine as she's dealing with all of this. Not only, of course, the tragedy that's going on with Kurt and whatever the road ahead holds for him, but also, the damage to the home and just all of the turmoil that she's in right now. We pray, God, that you would give her peace in the storm. And we pray, God, that you would continue to show her the path forward out of this, give her hope, and let her feel the love and the prayers of all of us. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Frank, thank you for coming up to join us.
I'm glad to be here.
Yes, and Frank just had a stream on his channel as well to kind of help share the news and have a place for people to gather from the community to be able to support Justine and continue to pray for Kurt. Okay, this next song, I'm going to go right into it. And this is one that I picked out because of everything going on, obviously. And I just thought that this was a perfect song for what the situation is. And again, the love that Kurt and Justine have is amazing. I mean, nobody could be around Kurt without hearing him talk about how much he loves Justine. And I think this is a little bit of Justine's way of sharing that love back. So this is Justine singing "If You Could Only See," but kind of from Kurt's point of view. You'll see what I mean. All right, here we go.
If you could only see the way he loves me, maybe you would understand why I feel this way about how long and what I must do. If you could only see how blue his eyes can be when he says he loves me. Well, you got your reason, and you got your lies, and you got your manipulation. It cut me down the side. Saying you love, but you don't give love, but you won't. If you could only see the way she loves me, maybe you would understand why I feel this way about our love, what I must do. If you could only see how blue his eyes can be when he says he loves me. Seems a road less traveled shows happiness unravel. And you gotta take a little dirt to be what you love. That's what you gotta do. Saying you love, but you don't don't you give it love that you want. Stretching out your arms, something just not there. Saying you love where you stand, you give the heart when you can. If you could only see the way she loves me, maybe you would understand why I feel this way about our love, what I must do. You could only see how blue his eyes can be when he says he loves me. Don't you give love that you want. Send your love where you stand, give your heart when you can. If you could only see the way she loves me, maybe you would understand why I feel this way about our love. What I must do. If you could only see how blue his eyes can be when he says he loves me.
Beautiful song and beautifully done, Justine. And like I said, I mean, I think your guys' love is an example for everybody. What a blessing that's been, I'm sure. All right. Frank, thank you for coming up. Are you up for singing today, or?
Yeah, I can play a couple songs, or
Okay.
maybe at least one. It's 8:17. Yeah, I should be okay.
All right, great.
Want me to play now?
Yep. If
All
you're up
right.
for it, that would be great. Thank you to everybody who joined in the prayers. Yeah, thank you for everybody who joined in the prayers. It's really amazing to see everybody coming together. And thank you for everybody being here tonight. A lot of great messages for Justine. And as soon as my phone is working, I will drop that link. There is a PayPal. And so if you are able to help with any expenses, not only for the fire and for items like clothes and things like that, Justine's going to need right away, but also I'm sure medical expenses and things like that down the road. It would be really wonderful if people can rally around to help them with those expenses. So I will get that link dropped as soon as I can. Good to see you, Falco. Thanks for being here. John, much love. I see a lot of names that are unfamiliar to me. Welcome. I think a lot of you are coming in through Justine or through Frank's. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate everybody who shared this out also, and to get more people in for the music and the conversations and for the community in general. Mr. B, good to see you. Thanks for being here. A big shout out to Steve Harloa. Thank you for letting me use his StreamYard. I appreciate that every week, and for the help that you give to others as well. Thank you. Good to see you, Peanut. No subs, much love. Ducks, Anti and Snooks, thank you for being here and slinging links. Zach, much love to you. All right. Also, I know, Frank, maybe you can speak a little more about this because I did need to leave a little early. But I know that there are people that are planning to do other streams as fundraisers for the cast bricks, but also, to be able to get together and support one another, and mostly support Justine and Kurt. Did you have any more information about when those might be, Frank?
So I know tonight, am I too loud?
A little bit, maybe.
Yeah, so I lower this.
Thank you, Tate, very much. Appreciate the support.
Yeah, so I know tonight, Jade, Gary Hubbs is going to be on it too.
Okay.
And no,
I remember you guys are. Good to see you.
At 10. and
Okay.
we're going to be doing a couple things. And Justine will be jumping in and out of those chats as well. And then on Monday, we are gonna. I decided that we are gonna do the show. The community pulse will be all about Kurt and Justine. So
Okay.
we can
Wonderful.
put together, and that'll be at 7:15. Yeah. So please come join us.
All right. Thank you, Frank.
You know, I'm gonna try a song. The In that last one you did made me think of this one. So this I wrote for my wife, and I know this is exactly how Kurt looks at Justine.
Wonderful. Thank you, Frank.
All right. I've never had a woman do the things she does, those things she does for me. The smile she brings with all the things she does, that smile she brings to me. I see the way she looks to me, the flowered ribbon in her hair. She looks to me. She dances like a fairy, beauty queen. She holds my heart. She looks to me. We belong. It's what she says to me. We belong. We belong. It's what she does to me. I've never seen a woman like the skies at night. She lights the skies so gracefully. And all the things she does, the smile she brings, the skies she lights, she does for me. Her soul is pure, as clear as light, a comfort that I never felt. She leans to me. Like sun rays seeping through the clouds, she calls my name. She reaches out, she leans to me. We belong. It's what she says to me. We belong. We belong. It's what she does to me. what she does to me. We belong, we belong. It's what she says to me. We belong, we belong. It's what she says to me. We belong, we belong. It's what she does to me. It's what she does to me.
Thank you, Frank. What a perfect song choice. Really
You know,
beautiful.
I just realized I had it all set up wrong. I had
Oh,
it through.
you still sounded wonderful. Even the wrong settings can't make it not get through to us, Frank.
I'm singing into this mic, but you notice there's no power to
Yeah.
coming
Well,
out.
I thought it was funny. Snooks made a comment about finally Frank's too loud, and you weren't too loud when you were singing, but or now either. But it was. I thought the same thing when I said it because usually it's the opposite problem.
No, because I fixed the sound and everything, but
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, I did see some people coming in. I don't know if there's already been updates given, but if you need to go back a little bit in the stream, before back 2 songs before Frank and before Justine sang, right after it started, really, I did give an update on what's going on, and then if anybody wants to put information in the chat, too, to kind of throughout the night, I'm sure there's going to be people coming in at all different times. So. Just to hear about what happened with Kurt, and our prayers are going out for him and for Justine. Right? Yeah, Frank Terzo seems to always have the right words. Well put, Rainfield. Yeah, his music does that to us, right?
Great to see you, Steve.
A good one, Mystery. All right. Okay. Well, we're going to continue going with music. I'm going to put the link in during this next song. So if anybody else wants to come up to join us, to either perform live or to have a video of yours shared, you are more than welcome to join the panel. And again, thank you to everybody for being here together tonight. I'm always grateful for our community and the support that we give to one another. But it's in times like this, when things like this are happening, that I think it really goes to show how important it is that we have community. A lot of us, for different reasons, don't have strong communities in our in-person lives. And even those of us who do, it's nice that we have this community here together. And I'm thankful for each of you. And I know that Kurt and Justine have been very thankful. And, they've supported, like I said, so many different people from all different communities. I first met Kurt over at Creek Squad's channel when he was just getting started up. And I'm not sure how Kurt and Creek first connected, but through there, Kurt kind of networked in with all of the karaoke musicians and then the indie music community. And then, it got to where you couldn't go somewhere without seeing Kurt, which I loved, because that's kind of how I try to be too, kind of going throughout different communities. And he was definitely one of the unifiers. So we're thankful for him. And I think one of the great things is he was one of those people you couldn't help but appreciate, all the time. So I hope he knows, and I think he does, how much he's appreciated and loved by this community. There's no question mark there. You know what I mean? Which is good. And likewise, he let everybody who he was around know how much he cared about them and how much he appreciates them. All right. Okay. This next song we're going to pull up here. This is a beautiful, beautiful original, Where the Dragon Sleeps. And there are a lot of ways that this can be taken. But we are exiting the year of the dragon and coming into the year of the snake in the Chinese zodiac. and then you can take it for yourself, but this song has a lot of different meanings to me, and it's beautifully done by Rosanna Jacket, which is folk punk, and Viv Sparrow. And Anti, if you wouldn't mind dropping the links for Viv Sparrow and for folk punk, that would be great. All right, here we go.
One-way flight, one direction home. What a lonely night to leave alone, with all the things, babe, I just couldn't see. You look so beautiful on that day, as we sling through the darkness and aim for the stars. I pray I'll land on the one you wished on. Love, let me love you, let me be the one you fall for. In the wake of the morning, I'll surrender to the dawn. Can you hear my love calling? Where the dragon sleeps, our hearts he'll keep tonight. I used to drive fast when I was young, a country girl with tomboy blood. The sunshine through the clouds would make crosses on the hills. Shadows of religion cradled my sins, and when the bow broke, you fell from the sky like an angel. You fell into my life. We walked the concrete steps to the monuments, built to be remembered, but how time forgets. Oh, pretty babe, if my heart was a song, you're in every line, even the ones I played wrong. Love, let me love you, let me be the one you fall for. In the wake of the morning, I'll surrender to the dawn. Can you hear my love calling? Where the dragon sleeps, our hearts he'll keep tonight. Where the dragon sleeps, where the dragon sleeps home. Where the dragon sleeps, our hearts will beat tonight.
What an absolutely stunning song, right?
And from two of the nicest people in this community.
Yeah. And so talented. Viv, I mean, I think of Viv and Lady C, like those voices that you just are very rare, I feel like, to come across, and so stunning. Yep. Well said, John. Love me some Viv. Absolutely. Yeah. And folk punk too. So talented. Good to see you, Matt. Thanks for being here. Joe, much love. Queen, good to see you. And thank you for making the short for today. Appreciate that. Lola or Lala. Oh, Lala, good to see you. I was reading that differently earlier. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? So beautiful. Thank you, Anti, for dropping those links. Appreciate you. Okay, lurkers matter. Hello to all the lurkers out there. We appreciate you listening and being here. If you want to leave a comment after the stream or come say hi in the chat, you're more than welcome. But also feel free to lurk away. And then also for replayers, appreciate you coming and saying hi. Hey, Johnny, good to see you. Okay, we're going to keep the music rolling tonight. All right. This next one is a beautiful song by Doorways into Music and Patrick Clemency, and this is their song, Reflections.
Still water captures the beauty I see, reflecting it back to me. Oh, how I underneath the water, deep inside the water, ever-changing shapes that mirror what I can see. I stand here staring, but never can see the picture I saw before. Here for a moment and then it is gone, till something new takes its place. And while I stand watching here, the light fades to night, then disappears. Reflections underneath the water, deep inside the water, ever-changing shapes that mirror what I can see. Reflections quickly slip away, till another day I'll see them again.
Really beautiful. Well done,
Yeah.
Doorways into Music and Patrick. That was a great song, right? Beautiful voice. I agree. Wendy, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Alter ego, it's okay. Lurkers really do matter to me. I saw some people kind of poking fun at the lurkers in the chat, which is fine, but love it. We do appreciate everybody who's here. And sometimes we need to lurk, you know? It's nice to have a place to just listen sometimes and be still or be busy doing other things and wrangling children, as is usually my case. Yep.
Yep. And you know what? Anyone that's not signed in, and many people on their smart TVs that are watching it, aren't really active in the chat either.
Right. Yes, that's true too.
At least
Yeah,
that's
sometimes
for
I try
sure.
to read. Oh, go ahead, Frank.
No, that's me for sure. You like put me on the phone and there's nothing I can do.
Yeah. See, and
Yeah.
I'm way better on the phone because I'm usually on the phone, not on my computer. So
I know.
I'm worse when I'm on the computer because I don't know how to do things as quickly and as easily.
Blows me away. I don't know how you guys do it. Hetrian is the same. It's like, what?
Yeah. Good to see you, Terry. Thanks for speaking up in chat. I do appreciate you guys coming out of the woodwork. And I appreciate you when you're also behind the scenes. Thank you. Right. I know, Snooks. It is definitely an emotional night. And, this stream was planned to be kind of reflective already, looking back over the past year and looking ahead to the coming year. But, it all takes on new meaning through a different perspective shift, right? Wendy, thank you. She says, we love you, Kurt and Justine. Absolutely. Appreciate your membership. Good to see you, Billy. Right, Amir? Keep poking. Okay. All right. This next song we're going to pull up here. And then, Frank, if you're up for one more, I don't
I'll
want
play
to.
one more when you're ready.
Okay. Okay, great. We'll do this song and then have you play. Great.
Sure.
And sorry, guys, I'll get the link pinned. I forgot. I'll put the link out in the chat. All right. This is a song. It's kind of a Christmassy one. I have a couple Christmassy one kind of leftovers that I didn't get to play last week and a couple that came out after. This is one of those. And this is a beautiful song by Mamsie Graham. A lot of you know Mamsie. He is an incredibly talented musician, but also just one of those amazing souls that I love to pieces. And this is his song that he just put out, Egg and Nog. Here we go.
Celebrating Christmas with my memory, so uninspired, no one to decorate with me. I shed a tear as I hang my angel on the top of the tree, to say a prayer for the broken hearted and those that are lonely. It's hard for so many this time of year. Let it snow. It don't seem much like the holidays in this house. Don't feel like home. Let it snow. Let it snow. My heart has grown so cold. Spending Christmas alone. Spending Christmas alone. If I could have my Christmas wish, I'd wish for you to be my gift. I feel like a night spent in heaven, having you here with me together. It warmed my heart that's grown so cold. Spending Christmas alone. Let it snow. It don't seem much like the holidays in this house. Don't feel like home. Let it snow. Let it snow. My heart has grown so cold. Christmas alone.
That's a little guy. Hi.
Beautiful song, ma'ams.
How good is that?
Yeah,
Right?
very nice.
I know. We're a little.
Yeah.
Just had to share that out. Steve-O, thanks for coming up. Good to see
Hello, everybody.
Steve-O, Joe,
Hello.
and Bran. I didn't get to say hi to you, and Jan.
Hey guys, good to see y'all.
All right. Well, Frank, we are back to you.
All right, I'm going to play one more, if that's okay. And yeah, and then go out there, and Team Canada's playing the World Juniors today, if anybody's interested in hockey. I got some catching up to do.
You got to watch it before Anti spoils it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot he used to do that to me. All right, let me try. I'm going to do Coming Home. First mistake is when I packed my bags. Thought I seen a greener passage. Years of searching for that promised land. Smoky taverns and those one-night stands. Playing music till the sun comes up. I was trapped in my own storm. All alone in a broken world. It seems to be my home. Looking back, I wish I had a call to tell you how I feel. Now I'm lost and I've nowhere nowhere to go. Gotta get back home. Always 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Never finish what I started. I'm out of whiskey and I'm out of mind. Still I'm searching but I'm losing time. Playing music till the sun comes up. Was trapped in my own storm. All alone in a broken world. It seems to be my home. Looking back, I wish I had a call. Tell you how I feel. Now I'm lost and I've nowhere to go. Gotta get back home. You're the center of my universe, the whistling bird at sunrise. You're the reasons for the songs I write and play. Playing music till the sun comes up. Trapped in my own storm. All alone in a broken world. It seems to be my home. Looking back, I wish I had a call to tell you how I feel. Now I'm lost and I've nowhere left to go. Can I come back home?
Absolutely beautiful, Frank. Another great song.
They're really nice.
Thank you, thank you.
You're
Very nice, Frank.
on that. It's the right frequency for me, Frank. Lori, good to see you. Peanut, much love. Roaming, good to see you here. Covers by Audrey. I saw you come in earlier. Much love to you. Ozark, much love. Right, beautiful. Oh, Pendar, I love you. Yep. We're all feeling it tonight, for sure.
So I'm going to go out there in the shed and I'm going to be watching the chat and jumping in and out between periods and all that stuff.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
great
Frank, for
night.
coming up. You too.
And yeah, have a wonderful weekend and love you all. Peace.
See you around, Frank.
Yes, sir.
Later.
See you guys.
All right. Joe, are you ready for a song?
I think he had a phone call.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. I did see that. Well, he'll probably let us know when he's back. All right. Steve-O, did you have a song you wanted to sing?
Yes, I do. Let me go ahead and present. This one's going out to our brother Kurt. And just as a FYI, tomorrow on Steve Harlowa's show, 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, we will be doing the rock garden reveal of the new rocks being added to the garden.
Awesome.
And there are 40 plus rocks being added.
That will be very cool to see. I'm excited to see that, Steve-O.
Yes.
Dave, thank you
And-
so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate the support. Always.
And Kurt and Justine are in my prayers continually. And this one's going out to Kurt.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve-O.
By the Hollies. The road is long with the many a winding turn that leads us to who knows where, who knows where. But I'm strong enough to carry him. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. So on we go. His welfare is my concern. No burden is he to bear. We'll get there. For I know he would not encumber me. He ain't heavy, Kurt's my brother. If I'm laden at all, I'm laden with sadness that everyone's heart isn't filled with Kurt's gladness of love for one another. It's a long, long road from which there is no return. While we're on the way to there, why not share? And the load doesn't weigh me down at all. He ain't heavy, Kurt's my brother. He's my brother. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. He ain't heavy, Kurt's our brother.
Great tribute song there, Steve-O. It was a good choice.
Thank you.
And I know that you spent a lot of time with Kurt in panels and backstages.
Yes, I was actually on panel twice when Kurt got up and sung. And thanks to Steve Harloa, who had gotten him to sing, I happened to be on panel.
I know. It's awesome. It was always awesome to see him up on panel anytime he came up, whether to sing or just to hang out and talk. Or, he co-hosted a lot of the fests over at Camp G-Maze. And, just a big part of so many different communities. Really amazing. Yes. Hey, Grant, long time no see. Good to see you. And Sharon, much love. Thank you for coming in. DeCat, I saw you come in earlier. Much love to you.
Hey, Steve-O, I just wanted to say I think that that was very, very heartfelt the way you sang that. Really good job.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Really
you.
good job.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, I'm glad that he was, Brenda. That's great. Yep. Spike, good to see you. Okay. Joe, are you back? Let us know if you are. If not, we'll go ahead and pull up another video. All right. This is an amazing song, of course, by Zio Fender, and it is called Explosive Emotions. Here we go. Really beautiful. Zio has a gift for sure. Always transporting us to someplace else, which I love. Thank you, Spike. Okay. All right. I think Joe is still occupied. I think he'll let us know when he's back. Mr. E, thank you so much. Let me go back to that really quickly in case anybody didn't hear it too. Oh, where'd it go? Well, that's weird. For some reason, it is not showing me that comment. So let me go find it back over here. All right. There it is. Mr. E says, is there anybody in the house who can sing me Tennessee Whiskey for old time's sake? Make an old man happy. All right. We'll see if throughout the night there's somebody that wants to sing that. That would be great. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull up another song. And then if Joe's not back, I think we'll go back to you, Steve-O. All right.
Okay, I'll go looking.
This is an amazing song by Byrne. Byrne has joined us here in the chat before as well, and another incredible musician. I first heard him over on 15th Ben's channel, and this is his song, Promises, which I thought was pretty fitting for the new year. Here we go.
Get high, way down low. I will follow everywhere you flow. Take my hand, and I might say we could make it to the promised land someday. Be right, don't wanna be strong, but I gotta sing the same old song. Take my hand, and I might say we will take you to the promised land someday.
Beautiful song by Byrne. Please go sub him up and check out his other music as well. Really, really talented musician. All right, Rocksteady, much love to you. Have a great weekend. Thanks for coming by. Chrissy, good to see you, sis. How are you doing? I hope you had a Merry Christmas. And we're all getting into a great new year, hopefully. Okay. Nice, Snooks. But you all see here, she says right here, receipts. I will sing sometime. Imer's already promised to, so we'll see. Yeah, absolutely. Seeking miracles. That's right, Shelley. Okay. All right. Yes,
Indy,
thank
you.
you.
Were speaking of the lurkers earlier. The lurkers must reveal themselves once in a while if they want to make it into the rock garden.
Right? Good call. There's some incentives.
Panel members.
Oh, awesome, Joe.
Sorry
Joe,
about that.
welcome back.
Yep, no problem, Joe. Oh, thank you, Peanut. He says this one's going out to all the lurkers. Nice. Furry Winds, welcome. Good to see you here.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to eat nuts because they said, my psychiatrist said it would be cannibalism.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah, get him, Yankee. Keep trying.
Yeah. And you
You
know
know,
what a nut says.
Thank
You know
you,
what a
Andy, for
nut
being
says when he
here.
gets a cold, right?
What?
a
Oh,
cashew.
oh, of course. Of course. I have to make sure my son knows that one. I bet he already does.
The meteorologist that first documented wind chill, he passed away. He was 86, but he felt like 64.
Oh my
That's a
goodness,
good
you
one.
guys.
That's a good one.
The dad jokes never end
Yeah.
with especially with Joe here.
Uh,
He and Mr. B, I think, still need to have like a dad joke off or something. Right? All right. Okay, Joe, you ready?
yes.
Awesome. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate you being
Sure.
here. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if anybody else wants to come join us to either perform live or to have a video of yours played.
Okay, I have to share my screen
Good to see
here.
you, Bullfrog. Okay.
And here we go. I haven't warmed up, so forgive me if it's a little rough. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why, then oh why can't I? Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes, and in that land beyond the skies you'll find me. I'll be a laughing daffodil and leave the silly cares that fill my mind behind me. Oh, somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. If birds can fly over the rainbow, why, then oh why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh why can't I?
Absolutely stunning, Joe. That was
Thank you.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Appreciate
really
it.
good.
Yeah,
Yes, very nice, Joe.
powerfully sung. Love that. Thank you very much, Joe.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Peanut, thank you very much. It says for Kurt and Justine. Thank you. I do want to clarify if you have thank you, Peanut, and I will see how if there's a way I can get that to them. But if you do have a donation to contribute to Justine and Kurt, please give to their PayPal. Because otherwise, if it goes through Super Chat, like always with YouTube, I think they take like 40 to 50% or something like that of the donation. And then also it's a long process before I ever would receive it and be able to pass it along to them. So please, if you have support for them, give it directly to the PayPal, and I will put that again in the chat in just a moment. Thank you so much, though, for everybody who's here giving support in all the different ways. Appreciate you all. Oh, yeah. Right, Spike? I know. It helps to be together, too. Vladimir, welcome. Right. Really well done, Joe. Okay.
You're welcome.
Base Girl, good to see you. And I agree. She said, hope everyone had a nice time with your favorites on Christmas. This takes me back to my childhood. Nice voice. Absolutely. Tess, good to see you. I don't know if I got to say hi to you yet. And Chess, much love to you.
I don't know how you keep up with your chat. Your chat flows so quick.
I know it.
Well, I'm always a little bit behind, but I'm doing pretty well tonight. Yeah, Kurt is a good man, and you never want this to happen to even your worst enemies, but it hits even harder when it's to someone who's such a wonderful person and somebody that's so loving and supportive of so many other people. Absolutely. Yep, lots of hugs for Justine. Justine, I hope you feel the love coming your way. Thank you, Anti, for dropping that link. Yeah, this is for Justine and for Kurt to help them with any of the financial burdens that come along with things like this. So please, if you're able, we know them well, and it will go towards a good cause for sure.
The same thing.
Yeah, YouTube does
Steve
take, I think it's
Harlow
50 to 60%.
Tomorrow we're doing the rock garden reveal for all the new rocks.
Yep, that link was dropped.
Yeah, and I told Steve any proceeds from that will go towards Kurt and Justine.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that is nice. I know that's what I was saying at Frank's.
I don't even think about it because I don't do any lives or anything. I just jump on your guys' panel.
Right.
And so when Steve told me when we do this, he says, anything that's donated, I need to split with you. And I'm like, no, just send it on to Kurt and,
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's what I was saying with Frank. I know there were some musicians in the indie community who were mentioning at his stream. I think they're going to do on the Pulse on the Community Pulse on Monday. I think that will also be a fundraiser, and a lot of the indie musicians will be there to perform, and then also have donate. Kind of motivate donations for the Casperks as well. But I know there were some other musicians saying that they might do their own streams. And I can say Camp Chime also said that Indie Fest, which most of you know, Kurt was really promoting and very excited about, that Indie Fest, all of the proceeds from that will also go to the Casperks. So that was nice of Camp Chime to commit to. Yep, definitely. And we're stronger together. Absolutely, 100%. Right. Yeah. YouTube is straight gangsta. For real. Yeah. The latest thing they did, which it doesn't really matter to me because the my videos are never monetized because there's always too many copyright claims and everything because we do covers and everything. But for some reason, they took off almost 300 views. And I know it's not bots because it's now like way lower than all of my other streams. And I've never had like a big jump in subs like happened with bots. So I kind of ruled that out. But I don't know. I've seen them take views here and there before.
I think they did that with my Christmas concert too, because
that was the Christmas one that they did it too.
Yeah, I had like 300 and some odd people at one point watching. And then when I get done, it says only 200 people watched.
I like that idea, Base Girl. Yeah.
There's a lag. There's a lag there too. Sometimes it can take them a week or two to actually reconcile all of it, believe it or not.
Yeah, we'll see if they put them back. I don't think I've ever seen them put views back. I've definitely seen them put them away, but I'd never seen it in that big of a chunk. It was like, it was a little shy of 300 views that were taken right off the bat. But I thought, since I'm not monetized on the streams, I wonder what their purpose is in even doing it. I don't know if I know I'm shadow banned. I don't think I get pushed out in any algorithms, mostly because of the copyright claims and the conversations that we have, which is just fine. But I'm just glad that, we're still here. We don't censor very much. And so I'm grateful we're able to still be here and have these conversations and share this music. Mm-hmm. But still. Yeah, they do take views. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Let's see. Steve-O, I think we're back to you.
Okay. I'm going to do this one. This was a request, and this is going to be my final one. I'll be dropping down after this.
Okay.
But somebody out there had requested Tennessee River, or not Tennessee River, Tennessee Whiskey.
Oh, good.
For old time's sake. They said for old time's sake. So for old time's sake, I'm bringing up the Georgia Jones version.
All right. Thanks, Steve-O, for fulfilling a request.
Share screen, Tennessee Whiskey.
Good to see you, Darren.
There we go. All right, so this is not like...
Oh, awesome, Anti. Thank you.
It's a little bit different than the... See if I can do any justice for it. Here we go. I used to spend my nights out in a bar room. Liquor was the only love I've known. But you rescued me from reaching for the bottle. And you brought me back from being too far gone. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy, and I stay stoned on your love all the time. I look for love in all the same old places. Found the bottom of the bottle always dry. But when you poured out your heart, I didn't waste it. 'Cause there's nothing like your love to get me high. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy, and I stay stoned on stay stoned on your love all the time.
Well done. It's a great song. And I like that version of it.
Yeah. So they
Right
said
on.
old time. I'm like, okay, we'll go back to George Jones. That's old time.
American Smoker, welcome. Thanks for being here. Good to see you.
Thank you,
Hey,
Jan.
Dennis.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Good
I'm
job,
gonna cut
Steve-O.
down now. Okay.
Thank you,
Y'all have a
Steve-O,
good
for coming
night.
up. And especially
Love
thank you
ya.
for the tribute to Kurt. Appreciate
Happy
that.
New Year if I don't see you then before then.
All right, you too. Y'all take care.
See you
Take care,
tomorrow.
Steve-O. All right, Dennis, we have a song of yours coming up here, but if you want to come and join the panel, you're always welcome. I'd love to have you up here. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Okay. And actually, now that I said that, oh, I can't remember. I have your song. Let me look real quick now that I'll just pause for a second and do this. So I have your song. Yes, I have your song. Lonesome Town is the one I have saved, Dennis, for the end, the last song of the stream. So if you aren't able to stick around or you're not able to come up, come back and check the very end of the stream later because yours is the closing song tonight. All right. Thanks for being here either way. Okay, Joe, you up for another?
Yes, I got a John
then-
Denver song for you.
Oh, awesome. All right. And then JM, you'll be right after that. Thanks.
Okay.
Sounds
Glad you're
good.
singing live for us, JM, too.
Okay. Let's see. Share. There it is. Okay. Now I'm ready. Sunshine on my shoulders makes me happy. Sunshine in my eyes can make me cry. Sunshine on the water looks so lovely. Sunshine almost always makes me high. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today. If I had a song that I could sing for you, I'd sing a song to make you feel this way. Sunshine on my shoulders makes me happy. Sunshine in my eyes can make me cry. Sunshine on the water looks so lovely. Sunshine almost always makes me high. Sunshine almost all the time makes me high. sunshine almost always.
Really well done, Joe. Beautiful.
Thank you.
All right. What a great song, too, for the new year. I like it. That was one my dad always sang, so it's very nostalgic to me.
Oh, cool.
Most
Chose a
John
good
Denver
one.
is, but yeah. Yes, he did, for sure.
He did a
Thank
really
you.
great love song called For You. I don't know if you know
Yeah.
that one. I love that song.
Yeah, a lot. I love all John Denver.
He was a great songwriter.
Yeah. Hey, Palooza. What movie is that? I'm assuming maybe a John Denver movie. I've seen a couple, actually. But yeah, wonderful. Okay, JM, you ready?
Yes. Here's a Linkin Park song. Does my audio sound okay right now?
You've got a little bit of like a white noise, but I think it'll be good when you're singing.
Good call. That's my little fan heater. That should be better now.
Yep.
Better? Okay.
Perfect.
Here we go. It's One More Light. Should have stayed were the signs I ignored. Can I help you not to hurt anymore? We saw brilliance when the world was asleep. There are things that we can have but can't keep. If they say, who cares if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars? Flickers, flickers. Who cares when someone's time runs out? If a moment is all we are, we're quicker, quicker. Who cares if one more light goes out? Well, I do. The reminders pull the floor from your feet. In the kitchen, one more chair than you need. Oh, and you're angry, and you should be. It's not fair. Just 'cause you can't see it doesn't mean it isn't there. If they say, who cares if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars? Flickers, flickers. Who cares when someone's time runs out? If a moment is all we are, quicker, quicker. Who cares if one more light goes out? Well, I do. cares if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars? Flickers, flickers. Who cares when someone's time runs out? If a moment is all we are, we're quicker, quicker. Who cares if one more light goes out? Well, I do. Well, I do.
Beautiful jam. And a great song choice, too. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
wonderful.
love the lyrics.
And Joe, I just saw your note. Yes, I'd love for you to do another. And welcome up, Tess. Hold on
Thank
one
you.
second. Let me get over
Hi,
here.
Tess.
And Falco.
Hi.
Much love to
Hi,
you both.
Joe. Hi, Joe.
Thanks for coming up.
I was
Yeah, that was
moving the window
beautiful.
and I had muted. I couldn't unmute. Sorry. Hello.
Okay. CEO, good to see you. Thanks for being here. We played your latest song a little bit ago. If you missed it. Okay. I wanted to also say that JM, I put the link, if you scroll up just a little bit, I put the link for JM's upcoming song, Let Your Worries Subside. Sounds like a good one. If you can hit the notification and hit the like for that, I know that might help get it spread out to some new ears. So thank you for that.
That'd be nice. It's my first reggae song.
Oh, yes. Did I inspire you with the music I played a couple weeks ago? There was what's his name? MC Taiwan, I think is his name. And I played a reggae song on here and I've been listening to him a bunch. He's awesome.
Good call. Yeah.
But it just kind of lifts your spirits. You can't be too upset with the world when you're listening to reggae.
Oh,
At least I can't.
I love Bob Marley and anything that's got that energy too.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
Who's Bob Marley? I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Right?
Short-term memory loss, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Joe
Anti.
is funny, man.
Yes, he is. Falcro, how are you doing? How was your Christmas and your holidays?
I'm doing great. You see all that? Yeah, that's my whole life. In a few days, it's going to be in a new place. I'm getting so excited.
Got a new
I'm
apartment.
so
I'm excited for you.
Yeah. I've been living in 100 square feet
Oh, sorry, Dennis.
for, I don't
That sounds
know,
awesome where you are, though.
13-ish years. So, yeah, this is going to feel
Wow.
like I live alone in the state of Texas. Is what
How
this
long
is
did you
gonna
say?
feel like.
How long did you say, Falcro? Have
Almost
you
14
been there?
years.
Yeah.
That I've lived in a room that was about 100 square feet, and I've kept everything in basically with me. So this is going to be a whole new world. So I'm excited. So
I'm excited for you. That's awesome. Yeah, it's great to have. We've kind of, for all different reasons, we've shared our home for a really long time, or had our home shared with us. And this is the first time in a long time we've been on our own, and it's really nice. I have to say,
Yeah.
I'd forgotten. I didn't. It happened. Anyway, yeah, we'd fostered a child for 3 years, and we'd had different roommates that had sublet for different reasons, and then we had lived with my in-laws for a while, and we lived with my brother. So it was just, it's just all these different times where we had these shared homes, which is actually really nice too in a lot of ways.
It is.
But it is nice to have our own space. For this period, we're enjoying it. We'll just put it that way.
So don't
Thank you
excuse
for
these
dropping that
boxes.
really
Cheer
nice.
for them. It's wonderful to see this.
Yeah. Yeah, you did a great job, JM.
My first time I went to Costco, when I was at the checkout, the lady said, "Do you want a box for this?" And I said, "No, but I'll wrestle you."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Joe.
I should have ducked.
But ching. Yeah.
Got me right
All
there.
right. Okay. Well, Joe, I know you can't stick around too long. If you want to go ahead and go next and do another, and then we'll keep going with the rotation after that.
Okay.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
So we'll go to you next, Tess, and then Falcro, and then we'll play another video after that.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for coming up, everybody.
This is a different song. It's not something I typically do, but I like it. So Hopefully you will too. Has a good message. I cannot say that I know you well, but you can't lie to me with all these books that you sell. I'm not trying to follow you to the end of the world. I'm just trying to leave something behind. Words have come from man and mouth. Oh, but I can't help thinking that I've heard the wrong crowd. When all the water is gone, my job will be too. And I'm just trying to leave something behind. Oh, money is free, but love costs more than our bread. And the ceiling is hard to reach. Oh, the future ahead is broken and red. And I'm trying to leave something behind. This whole world is a foreign land. We swallow the moon, but we don't know our own hand. Oh, we're running with the case, but we ain't got the gold. And we're trying to leave something behind. My friends, I believe we are at the wrong fight. And I cannot read what I did not write. I've been to his house, oh, but the master is gone. But I'd like to leave something behind. Now there is a beast who has taken my blame. You can put me to bed, but you can't feel my pain. When the machine has taken the soul from the man, it's time to leave something behind. Oh, money is free, but love costs more than our bread. And the ceiling is hard to reach. All the future ahead is already dead. And it's time to leave something behind. Now I've got this feeling that I'm still at the shore, and pockets don't know what it means to be poor. I can get through the wall if you give me a door, so I can leave something behind. Oh, wisdom is lost in the trees somewhere. Oh, you're not gonna find it in some mental gray hair. It's locked up from those who hurry ahead. And it's time to leave something behind. Oh, money is free, but love costs more than our bread. And the ceiling is hard to reach. When my son is a man, he will know what I meant. I was just trying to leave something behind. I was just trying to leave something behind.
Oh, wonderful, Joe. Thank you. Beautiful.
Great
Really
song.
was.
It's a good song. It's, by
Yeah.
Sean Rowe. He's really good.
Really beautiful song. Those lyrics. Woof.
Thank you.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me up.
Yeah. Thank you. Forrest, thank you for coming up. Joe, thank you so much for being here. Always appreciate you.
I'll be listening because I want to hear Tess.
All right. Yeah. Me too.
All right.
All right. Much love, Joe. Thanks.
Much love. God bless.
God bless.
Good night, Joe.
Later,
Joe.
Right, Chrissy. Wow, I was right. All right, Tess, we are to you next. Or
Okay.
yes. Okay, sorry, I threw myself off. We are.
Okay, thank you. I just need to change my settings.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute.
Thank you for having me up. I appreciate it. Okay. If I don't have music, just let me know, please. Hopefully. Hold your hand till it goes cold. I'll hold my tears until you go. With all the life that leaves your bones, it soaks the purpose from my own. Please don't go. Please don't go. I love you more than you could know. You've got a hole inside my soul. It's like a mountain soaked in snow. It's in the earth the river flows. Please don't go. Please don't go. I've kept my own side of the bed, thinking you'd be home again. I hope myself so I can sleep. My pillow holds the screams of me. Oh, 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 oh. Please don't go. Please don't go. So lay yourself down on my chest, 'cause I know how to hold you best. I'll keep you through these last few breaths, and kiss and love you till the end. Ooh, please don't go.
Absolutely beautiful, Tess.
Wow.
Really great song. Right, Joe says, what a perfect song.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Tess, you have such a beautiful voice. I don't think that you've been up on my panel before, Tess. I was thinking about it, and I'm not sure that you've been here before. So thank you so much for coming up.
No, I haven't, Indy. And thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I have to run
Yeah.
off to work soon, but I can stay for one more.
Okay, great. All right, we'll
Thank
keep
you.
the music going. Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
yeah, thank you. And I'm glad there's some people here probably who have not heard you before.
No, that
So
was a
that's
first for
wonderful.
me. Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I think I've played a couple duets that you and Joe have done together here before, but glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for all the continued prayers for Kurt and for Justine. I put that comment in, and I'm going to keep highlighting that just because I know there's people coming in at all different times who are unsure of what the circumstances are. And, we want to make sure people have the information. So thank you. All right. And thank you for continuing to give comments for Justine, who is here with us as well. Appreciate all of you. Yeah. Right, Joe? Tess is my bestie. Well, your voices together are amazing, Joe and Tess. Love it. Thank you, Michigan. Love you, brother.
And
Okay.
you know what? I'm glad Tess didn't give up too. I remember her coming on Joe's karaoke streams, and she was having audio issues for quite a while. But it's dialed in now.
Yeah. Oh, she sounds amazing.
Yeah,
For sure.
amazing.
For sure.
Sounded great.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I did have lots of issues.
Yes, Joe.
I've learned.
Yeah, Joe reminded me it was the Grease duet. The one that you're the one that I want. That was the one that I've played here, but I think I've played maybe one more also. But yeah, wonderful. Okay, Falcro, you are up.
Uh-oh, look out. It's going to be scary.
Uh-oh.
Gonna be scary.
Nah, you're going to
Wait,
rock
that's
it.
not
I
what
can tell.
do. Cancel that. Present.
Thank you, Joe, for your continued prayers. Very punny, Tess.
Window there. Share that. Should be receiving. Sorry, I was slow on that.
Okay, here we go. Do you need the words up, or can I put you up?
No, I've got them right here on my screen.
Right,
You'll see me
perfect.
going like this.
Yep. Here we go. Love it. Thanks, Velcro.
Yes. Thank you. I've always loved this song. Take the ribbon from my hair. Whoops.
Hold on one second. Hold on 1 second, Falco. We do not have the music going. I see the video playing, but there's no sound.
I know what happened. Hold on. I'll pause. Back up. It's that lovely share audio.
Yep.
So I will
probably reshare
stop
it.
sharing,
Yeah,
reshare. Yes. Thanks, StreamTard.
Yep.
Because God knows we wouldn't want to automatically share audio when we're sharing a window.
Right. It's like how YouTube defaults to top chat. It's like they just want to gaslight us. Yeah. Good to see you too, Lisa. Much love to you.
There is this one. We should be receiving it again.
I'll let you know. That it's not playing.
All right. One more time. Take the ribbon from your head, shake it loose and let it fall. Lay it soft against your skin, like the shadows on the wall. Come and lay down by my side till the early morning light. All I'm taking is your time. Help me make it through the night. Oh, I don't care what's right or wrong. I won't try to understand. Let the devil take tomorrow. Lord, tonight I need a friend. Yesterday is dead and gone, and tomorrow's out of sight. And it's sad to be alone. Help me make it through the night. And it's sad to be alone. Help me make it through the night. I don't wanna be alone. Help me make it through the night.
Oh, well done. That was great, Richard.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Beautiful voice.
Yeah, you did really good.
That's what people keep telling me. I don't know. I keep trying to screw it up. Oh, no, just satire, sarcasm. Sorry. No, I'm not.
That's good. And you're nice and relaxed too. That is-
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Stippen, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
And thank you, everybody in chat. I'm
Right.
watching you. Don't see that stuff.
Oh, highlight the comments, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got an ego. It's not a very big one.
Yep. No, it is
Yep.
nice. I know to see that. It is. It's great to have the encouragement from the chat. I feel you.
It is. It is.
It's true. All right. Thank you for everybody continuing to send up prayers for Kurt and Justine. Much love to you all. That was great, Richard. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Forrest. Thanks for
Hey.
coming up. How are you doing?
Fine. First time here.
Yes, I was just going to say. I know it's
Redbird.
funny because I see you guys around all the time, but not up on my panel. So thank you so much for being here.
I didn't know about it until Redbird told me. Well, no. Pegs and
Oh, well,
Pandora.
good.
Pegs and Pandora told me about it. No?
All right.
Who?
I don't know. We're in a lot of the same places. So I know that whole community.
Probably. Absolute. I think
Yep.
probably. Absolute.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for being here. Glad you came up.
Well, I got some country. You know, that's what I like to sing.
Love it.
Well, country, blues, rock, you know.
All right.
And let me do the audio. Well, who's Pegs?
That's Pegs and Pen. That's how they go.
See? Okay. Well, there we go. Hey, I know.
Trying to help you.
It's all right. There's no help for me. Here we go.
All right. Here we go.
I wish girls you love never gave diamond rings. I wish every porch had a swing. Wish kids still learn to say sir and ma'am, how to shake a hand. Wish every state had a Birmingham. I wish everybody knew all the words to Mama tried. I wish Monday mornings felt just like Friday nights. And I wish even cars had truck beds, and every road was named Copperhead, and coolers never run out of cold Bud Light. I wish high school home teams never lost, and back road drinking kids never got caught. I wish the price of gas was low and cotton was high. I wish honky tonks didn't have no closing time. I wish grandpas never died. Wish Sundays on the creek bank would never end. Wish I could learn to drive again. Wish the first time 17 she was my everything. Kissing a Chevrolet could happen every day. I wish everybody overseas would make it home. I wish country music still got played on country radio. And I wish even cars had truck beds, and every road was named Copperhead, and coolers never run out of cold Bud Light. And I wish high school home teams never lost, and back road drinking kids never got caught. I wish the price of gas was low and cotton was high. I wish honky tonks didn't have no closing time. I wish grandpas never died. Ugh. And I wish good dogs never got gray and old. I wish farms never got sold. I wish even cars had truck beds, and every road was named Copperhead, and coolers never run out of cold Bud Light. And I wish high school home teams never lost, backroad kids never got caught. I wish the price of gas was low and cotton was high. I wish honky tonks didn't have no closing time. I wish grandpas never died. I wish grandpas never died. Sorry, that song hit me more than I knew.
Yeah, that hit us all, I think, there, Forrest. That was wonderful.
It's lovely.
Shit.
Yeah.
That was, punch me
Well
in the
put,
gut
Richard.
next time, why don't you?
Yeah, Forrest, that was awesomely sung, too. You sounded amazing and very heartfelt, for sure. Justine, much love to you. Thank you for being here and spending time with us, and thank you for keeping us updated. You guys, I'll just put this here, and I don't know if Justine already went, but if I get any further updates, I didn't want to put things out on YouTube too soon. I know it's it's always hard to know, but she had asked for prayer, so I had shared it around with Discord and some other people, and then I knew that it had gotten out on YouTube, and so now if there are any further updates from her, please check my community tab. That's where I'll be putting those updates, and then also in my Discord. But I know everybody's going to want to continue to know how Kurt is doing. My email is also in my video description and my channel description, if anybody needs to get a hold of me at any time for any reason. But I'll be putting updates there so we can stay tuned on what's going on with Kurt and Justine both. Yeah, Forrest, that was amazing. Thank you so much for coming up and for singing that. Hopefully you're able to stick around for another rotation or so.
Oh, I'm good to go.
Awesome.
I do apologize. That song hit me at the end there. So.
Oh, not when you feel it. I mean, then when you put yourself out there singing
that's
it.
That's the best thing about live music. Yeah.
Right?
Yep,
absolutely.
That
right,
song called I Wish Grandpa's Never Died. It's by somebody was asking in the chat. It's by Riley Green.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. There you go, Rainfield. Yeah, beautiful song. I think I have heard it before, but not like that. That was amazing for us. Good job.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Kush. I saw you come in earlier. Blessings to you. Good to see you, brother. Right? Amir says, hit me too. Yeah. I think it hit a lot of us. A lot of good feedback there in the chat too. Isn't it amazing how music can do that too? I noticed that a lot of people are picking songs that have probably come to their mind because of everything going on, and music heals, partially for that reason.
does.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a song here, and then we'll get right back into the rotation. This one is by Jason Lemansky, and it is called 7 Seconds. And I thought it was a good New Year's song. Here we go.
Die. You keep this and that one, and you let that one die right there. 7 seconds, can't relate. That CD's on and it's out of date. Well, was it yesterday? Promising everyone what we never keep, and keep on looking for a love that isn't deep. Why keep dreaming that our day will come to pass, when I'm still wishing that my life would didn't last. For 7 seconds. Don't delay. You're damn near safe. That home may lay. 7 seconds. There's no reply. 'Cause maybe there's a God up in the sky. He just looks like it. We have come upon the scene to wish to everyone, you're a ball, big or small. That leaders come and leaders go, it only goes to show you all it's just a stupid call. But never let the one undo the fact that you have lied. You'll never have to answer to one who never tried. She left me behind. Let me see if one of these things still works. Yeah. Oh,
Beautiful, beautiful song. That is by Jason Lemansky, but I know there were others who collaborated on it. If you go to the video description.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you can see all the other people involved with that. Really amazing. Yeah.
Incredible talent.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, there are a lot of very talented people in this community. That's for these different.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I'm learning.
Yep. Yes, for sure. Palooza, I saw your comment. She said Rainfield Music and she are practicing Country Road by John Denver in honor of Kurt. That will be beautiful, Palooza. If you think to send that to me, I'll keep an eye out for it also. But if you think to email it to me, we'll make sure we play that here as well. Thank you. Yeah, it is very nice. And Anti has posted the link to Justine's PayPal. We want to be showing support if you're able. Brian, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Oh, we had a favorite so far. Nice fish. And a couple people said it reminded them of New Orleans, right? Love it. Okay. All right. We're going to jump right back in. So, JM, we're to you next. Did you want to sing one live or do you want me to pull up your video?
Yeah, I'm good for doing live. I'd say pull up the video.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and sing one live if you're up for it. Go for that.
I mean I'm done for singing live.
Oh, okay. Sorry, misunderstood you on that one. Hey, John, thanks for coming up.
Hi guys.
All right, Bran, if you could pull up JM's video, it's The Courage Unleashed. And do you want to say anything about this one, JM, before we play it?
You know what? I was going through my YouTube studio and the analytics and everything, and it popped up recommended video subjects, and the one was a courage video. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do a courage music video.
Yeah, that's a smart. I'd never thought of doing anything like that. I don't really promote my channel that way, I guess, but I think it's really cool that you even thought to do that.
Yeah. It didn't do very well, but
well, it's a clever idea anyway.
Kind of bombed, but, there you go.
Well, I like the song, and I like how you're doing the songs with the AI and everything too. And you're one of the few people I'll play with the AI songs, but I like what you're doing with it, and I appreciate you, JM. All right, here we go. Courage Unleashed.
But still you'll fight. Heartbeats of thunder throbbing in the night. Echoes of doubt scream through the void. Stand up, find strength in the noise. Step outside, comfort walls they crash. Embrace the fall, feel the backlash. Confidence rising in every stumble. Fear's there, but so is the rumble. Step outside, comfort walls they crash. Embrace the fall, feel the backlash. Confidence rising in every stumble. Fear's there, but so is the rumble. Rise up, break chains that bind you tight. Fear is a shadow that fades in light. Embrace the failure, it's but a step. Set goals high, don't you ever forget. Vulnerability ain't a curse, it's gift. Open your heart, watch spirits lift. Find a mentor, someone who's been through the storm, through thick and thin. Recognize fear, but never stay down. Rise from the ashes, wear your crown. Courageous hearts beating in tune, dancing with fear under the moon. Push through the terror, break beyond. Future's a path we're walking on. Move forward, fear tried its way, but we march on, come what may. Tight. Fear is a shadow that fades in light. Embrace the failure, it's but a step. Set goals high, don't you ever forget. Rise up, break chains that bind you tight. Fear is a shadow that fades in light. Embrace the failure, it's but a step. Set goals high, don't you ever forget. Forget. Vulnerability ain't a curse, it's gift. Open your heart, watch spirits lift. Find a mentor, someone who's been through the storm, through thick and tried its way, but we march on, come what may.
Welcome to JM Unleashed. Here are some ways to develop courage. Acknowledge your fear. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to recognize it and move past it. Step outside your comfort zone. Regularly doing something new can help you get used to being uncomfortable and cope with the unexpected, which builds confidence. So review your successes to stay motivated and use positive self-talk to encourage yourself. Some people will actually keep a daily log so that they can go back and review where they were in the past and see how much progress they're actually making. Embrace failures. You can accept that failure is a part of the process. Nobody becomes successful without a plethora of failures along the way. It's all part of it. Setting goals, for sure. Setting realistic goals and setting your goals high, both. The key is to make sure you're accomplishing the easy goals and slowly and progressively increase the difficulty levels of your goals. If you find that the difficulty level is too high and you're not achieving them, you don't want to get discouraged. Just pare them back a bit. Make your goals a little bit more realistic. Goal setting and writing them down is most people in the performance industry recognize that. You want to be vulnerable. Being open and authentic with others can be a courageous social act. You don't want to be putting on a front and pretending to be someone that you're not. And it can take courage sometimes to really do that authentically. Finding a mentor is invaluable, in my opinion. Definitely find a mentor if you're struggling, someone that's been through tough times and consistently achieves their goals and overcomes these obstacles. But no one's perfect. Everyone's going to have failures along the way, no matter how courageous you are and no matter how successful you are. And then finally, surround yourself with support. YouTube, there's some great people in the community here. IndependentMany United comes to mind, top of mind. And she knows all the good people too. Make sure you're subscribed to IndependentMany United. You'll definitely be able to network with fantastic people there. So with that, I hope you enjoyed this video and hope you all have a great day. Take care.
Awesome, JM. Thank you for that shout out too. I appreciate your support.
I had not seen that before. My day is better for having seen it. Thank
Right?
you.
We put that out for a New Year's stream. Love it. Some motivation. And thank you for all the comments in the chat too. Some great words of wisdom. What really quickly, Wildlife, thank you for being here and thank you for your support. I do have, actually, Anti, if you could grab Wildlife's link and share that out. I did want to make sure that we have people sub up to you. Wildlife has an awesome channel. She helped run a private property that has is a nature reserve, and it's just like kind of raw footage, and then she takes shorts from that, and it's great. She does a lot of live streams. They're long live streams, and there's always people there to chat with, and it's just really calming place to be to go and watch nature. So go check out her channel, please, if you are not connected with Wildlife Watch with Mo. All right, thank you, Anti. Okay, right, Chrissy, don't forget to look up. Absolutely. Well done, JM. Thank you. Absolutely, Wildlife.
Thanks.
Right back at you. Okay. Tess, I think we're back to you.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to sing a duet with Joe.
Oh, I love it. Fantastic. You guys use SingSnap to do this? Is that right? Oh, I bet she's working on her settings.
Yes, I was. Sorry. Yes, we do. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
I got chills, they're multiplying, and I'm losing control, 'cause the power electrifying.
You better shape up, 'cause I need a man. And my heart is set on you. Better shape up, you better understand. To my heart I must be true.
Nothing left for me to do.
You're the one that I want.
Ooh, ooh, ooh,
Honey, the one that I want.
ooh, 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 honey.
The one that I want.
Ooh, ooh, ooh,
The one I need. Oh yes indeed. If you feel no great affection, you're too shy to convey. Meditate in my direction. Feel your way.
I better shape up, 'cause you need a man.
I need a man who can keep me satisfied.
I better shape up if I'm gonna prove.
You better prove that my faith is justified. Sure down deep inside, you're the one that I want.
Ooh, ooh, ooh,
Honey, the one that I want.
ooh, ooh, ooh,
Honey, the one that I want.
ooh, ooh, ooh,
The one I need. Oh yes indeed. You're the one that I want.
ooh, ooh, ooh,
Honey, the one that I want.
ooh, ooh, ooh,
Honey, the one that I want.
ooh, ooh, ooh,
The one I need. Oh yes indeed. You're the one that I want.
ooh, ooh, ooh,
Honey, the one that I want.
ooh, ooh, ooh,
Honey, the one that I want.
ooh, ooh, ooh,
The one I need. Oh yes indeed. You're the one that I want. Thank you, Joe.
That was awesome. So fun.
That was
Yes,
amazing.
love
That's-
it.
I love
And
that.
Joe,
Love it.
wonderful. Wonderful. That was great. Bruce, it's good to see you here, by the way. I have a song of yours coming up here in a little bit. So hopefully you can stick around. Awesome. That was fantastic, Tess. We had everybody up and dancing, I think, too.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Well, for good reason, but we've had some pretty heavy songs here tonight, and some of it just turned out that way. They were already on the list, but it's good to have some upbeat music here in the mix, too. Yes. Dennis, I will try to grab that. I will try to grab that and play that one here. Let me highlight that so I can come back to it and find it on your channel. Wonderful. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Joe. That was great. Thank you, Tess. Okay. I think that next we are going to Falcro.
Oh, me? Okay.
Yep. We have Falcro and then Forrest and then John.
Okay. Let me see
I gotta
if I can
say
do
it so I
this.
can remember it myself.
Remember to don't forget to share the audio because you know
Right.
maybe if I keep reminding them, you know, because everybody listens to
You gotta
me.
say it out loud.
Should be coming your way.
All right. There it is. Oops.
Okay.
Oops. That's not what I want
Nope,
to do.
nope,
Hold on one
wait.
second. There we go. There we go.
Go faster, but slower. Oh. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. Don't have much money, but boy, if I did, buy a big house where we both could live. If I was a sculptor, but then again, no, or a man who makes potions in a traveling show. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. You can tell everybody this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the world. Sat on the roof and kicked off the moss. You're the verses, well, they've got me quite cross. But the sun's been quite kind while I wrote this song. It's for people like you that I keep it turned on. So excuse me for getting, but these things I do. You see, I've forgotten if they're green or they're blue. Anyway, the thing is, what I really mean, yours are the sweetest eyes I've ever seen. Tell everybody this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the world. I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put that in words. How wonderful life is while you're in the I think it's done.
Yeah, that was great.
Super beautiful.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Sir Elton.
That was
Yes.
fantastic.
Thank
well
you.
done. That was awesome, Richard. Great song. Okay, let's see. All right, I think we are to you, Forrest.
All right.
Lowry, thank you for coming up. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Hello,
Bro,
everybody.
if you make me cry again, okay, we're going to have to go outside. All right?
Nah, not doing it. Not doing that.
Right?
Not doing that. I'm gonna do
Oh, this is a good one.
Little Craig Morgan and Jelly Roll. All right, here we go. He had plastic bags wrapped round his shoes. He was covered with the evening news. Had a pair of old wool socks on his hands. The bank sign was flashing fire below. It was freezing rain and spitting snow. He was curled up behind some garbage cans. And I was afraid that he was dead, and I gave him a gentle shake. When he opened up his eyes, I said, "Old man, are you okay?" What'd he say, Jelly? "I just climbed out of a cottonwood tree, and I was running from some honeybees, drip drying in a summer breeze. After jumping in the Calico Creek, well, I was walking down an old dirt road, past a field of hay that had just been mowed. Man, I wish you just left me alone, 'cause I was almost home. He said I was just coming round the barn, about the time he grabbed my arm, when I heard Mama her son hurry up. I was close enough for my old nose to smell fresh cobbler on the stove, and I saw Daddy loading up the truck. Cane poles on the tailgate, Bob was blowing in the wind. Since July of '55, that's as close as I've been. Yeah, I just climbed out of a cottonwood tree, and I was running from some honeybees, drip drying in a summer breeze. After jumping in the Calico Creek, well, I was walking down an old dirt road, past a field of hay that had just been mowed. Man, I wish you just left me alone, 'cause I was almost home. I said, old man, you're gonna freeze to death. Let me drive you to the mission. He said, boy, if you let me alone, right now I'd be fishing. I just climbed out of a cottonwood tree. I was running from some honeybees, drip drying in a summer breeze. After jumping in the Calico Creek, well, I was walking down an old dirt road, past the field of hay that had just been mowed. Man, I wish you just left me alone, 'cause I was almost home. Well, I was almost home. Man, I wish you just left me alone, 'cause I was almost home. Something like that.
That was awesome, Forrest.
Oh, that was amazing, Forrest. That
Really
was
well
great.
done. Yeah.
That was awesome.
I got to tell you, I got to see Craig Morgan early in his career at a little place in town here called the Ponderosa, and quite by luck, I was front row seat at this. There was maybe 50 seats in this whole place, little cafe type setting, and I was 6 feet away from him, sitting there playing his guitar, singing this song, and he made a mistake. And it was a silly mistake. It's off time. It wasn't like he sang out of key. And he said, nope, that's not the way that goes. I'm going to play that one again, but I'm going to do it right this time. I was like, this guy does not take himself too seriously. I've been a fan ever since. It's fantastic. You did a great job on that song. Definitely did justice.
Yeah, that was awesome. Good to see you, Axton Nacho. Thanks for being here. Yeah, very well done. Yeah, I was wondering that too. I couldn't tell from some of the comments. Lucy, if you're related to Kurt, you let us know. We're praying for him for sure, and for Justine, and for all of his family. Okay. All right. Let's see. I think We are back, or we're at you, John. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, how you doing? So, if you want to hear some singing that ain't quite right on key, I got one for you.
Perfect. Well, I love how you sing, John. So whatever you've got for us, I'm sure will be a treat.
So this is, let me get it right here. Here we go. Front and center here. So Kurt was one of my biggest cheerleaders, and I've not been doing this long, but I mean, he's my rock, man. And of course, I'm going to bring it down. Hopefully, I won't cry through this song.
It's all right if you do.
It's You've Got a Friend.
Love it.
When you're down and troubled and you need a helping hand, and nothing is going right, close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there to brighten up even your darkest nights. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, he'll come running. Ah, yes, he will, to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, hey, now all you got to do is call, and I'll be there, yeah, yeah, yeah. You've got a friend. If the skies above you should turn dark and full of clouds, and that old north wind should begin to blow, keep your head together and call my name out loud. Soon I'll be knocking upon your door. Just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running. Oh, yes, I will, to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, yeah, all you got to do is call. Lord, I'll be there, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ain't it good to know that you got a friend when people can be so cold? They'll hurt you and desert you. They'll take your soul if you let them. No, baby, don't you let them. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Oh, baby, winter, spring, summer, or fall, hey, now all you got to do is call. Oh, Lord, I'll
Great song choice. That was wonderful, John.
Yeah, wonderful song, John.
Thank you. Yep, and Kate was a friend to so many. And like you said, the great cheerleader. I know you're not the only one that he's a cheerleader for, which is pretty amazing. And we're just all heart-wrenching at what's going on. And I think a lot of people go and talk about it, really. But continuing to pray for him and, of course, for Justine and all that they're going to go through with all of this. Cool kid, good Thanks for being here, Trini Jones. All right, Lowry, you are up next.
Oh, hey. I just had a bunch of lasagna, so anything goes here right now.
Good to see you, Valerie. Voodoo crab.
Let's see.
It's like Garfield.
It's just like, I haven't eaten that heavy in a while. So how's this sound?
Sounding good. Let me check your sound stuff here, though, real quick. Yeah.
Sound, you echo.
There, now it's better. Yep.
2, hey, 1, 2. All right, this is original.
Good to see you, Jerry Lee. Much love.
This is called Arkansas.
Gas station woman says she'll stay in Arkansas forever. Rivers near with all the folks floating down, floating down. Canoe man with the rabbit ear radio making sounds. Radio man says the election's finally over. In the sky and some hope has caught your eye. Locals don't seem to mind if you saddle up for drinks at the tavern. And you talk about how everything suddenly matters. And there's a river near with the fires going in the night. Fire's going in the night, yeah. But I beg your pardon. What's that you say? What's that you say? What's that you say? Did you say nothing you do matters anyway? What are you so scared of? So you got lots of issues that are serving you a frown. You need to get a drink you think that will calm you down. Can't sleep by the fire cause the world is full of lies. So you watch the bugs spend the nights. You watch those bugs spend the nights orbiting the street lights. Simple pleasures, I'm sure, could bring you safely home. You can cast your vote to the wind, cause in the end, we're all alone. But those faces by the fire that tell you dirty jokes to keep you sane. And you laugh cause it's what you got. It's what you got. To keep you satisfied. To keep you satisfied. Yeah. Ooh. And I'm glad you said what Go and tell everyone else. Go and tell everyone else. Go and tell everyone else. 'Cause the world needs your help.
Well done. Yeah, that was great.
Nice. Very, very nice.
Wowzers, it's the first time I've heard you. You're amazing. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Thank
I
you
wanted
for
to get
being
one.
here, love.
Definitely subbed up to you.
Oh, thank you. Are you guys going to go? You're going to start talking at 11?
I think we're going to go a little bit over with music, like
probably
per
enough.
usual.
That's probably enough for me tonight, but I may stick around and lurk on your guys'
Okay.
talk things. So
Great.
thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
All right,
Always good to see you.
79, it's good to see you. Our own Hecklefish. Yeah. Or your own Hecklefish, I guess, more than anything, JM.
You know what, though? I just did a wonderful music video in honor of 79.
Oh, I love it.
Shooting the elephants.
Oh, I haven't seen that. When I was grabbing a song for tonight, I saw that was there. I don't know how I missed it, but I'll have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, check
Already
it out
saved
when
it.
you get time.
Yep.
It's a good one.
Awesome. Okay. Let's see. Where are we on our list here? I think that we're back to the start. JM, did you have a song?
I'm good. Let's let these other artists go ahead. Plus 79
All right.
will ban me from your channel.
Right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a song here, and then I think I'll sing one after this, if I can get my stuff in order here. This is an artist that was shared with me by Citizen Soldier, and his name is Bruce Levering. He was here in the chat. Hopefully he's still around. And this is his original song, The Great I Am. And I hope you guys love it. And he does not have a huge channel yet, so please go show some support. Sub him up. I'll drop his link in just a minute. Here we go.
This is my song, The Great I Am. I'm just a man, and here I am. I'm just a man, flesh and blood, and here I stand, and I worship, I praise you, hallelujah, you're the great I am, hallelujah, 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 you're the great I am. I don't understand everything about your plan. I'm just a man, flesh and blood, and here I stand, and I worship, I praise you, hallelujah, you're the great I am, hallelujah, 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 you're the great I am. You're the great I am. Hallelujah, 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 you're the great I am. Don't understand everything about your plan. I'm just a man, flesh and blood, and here I stand.
Love that. Thank you for introducing us to him, Citizen Soldier. And again, that is Bruce Levering. Make sure you go and sub him up. All right. I saw a couple people asking. I am going to go ahead and, first I want to make sure I highlight some of these. Yeah, nice find, right? And he was here in the chat earlier, so hopefully he'll come back around and check out the comments for his song. Garrett, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, absolutely, Rainfield. That's right, cool kid. Can't believe it's been so long. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up one. I thought, kind of the focus on time. This one sort of made sense for our New Year's, and it's Cyndi Lauper's Time After Time. Good to see you, Kinger. Happy lurking. All right, let me know.
Lying in my bed, I hear the clock tick and think of you. Caught up in circles, confusion is nothing new. Flashback, warm nights, almost left behind. Suitcase of memories. Time after sometimes you picture me. I'm walking too far ahead. You're calling to me. I can't hear what you've said. Then you say go slow. I fall behind. The second hand unwinds. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. After my picture fades and darkness has turned to gray, watching through windows, you're wondering if I'm okay. Secrets stolen from deep inside. The drum beats out of time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. You say go slow, I fall behind. The second hand unwinds. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I will be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. 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 Time after time.
Time after time. Time after time. All right.
Nice.
Whew, thanks, everybody.
Very well done, Andy. Very well done.
Beautifully done.
Cindy, I've never heard you sing before.
Oh, I don't very often.
That was incredible. You've
Get
got
it,
a
girl.
beautiful
Come on.
voice. Yeah.
She used to lie and say she couldn't sing, but that we all now know is a complete and total bald-faced lie.
Well, thanks
got
for
a
the
really,
support,
really
everybody.
Pants on fire.
voice. Pretty voice.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yes.
that. Thank you, everybody.
Depends on
All
what your
right.
definition of the word can't is.
It was more won't.
Thanks, everyone. Well, you know. Okay. Let's see. I think now we are at Tess.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I just changed my settings. This will be my last one, Indy, so thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming up.
I have to run off to work. Okay, I'm all good, I'm ready. Joe requested that I sing this song, so this is for you, Joe. Bit of a gender bender. Never been this blue. I never knew the meaning of a heartache. But then again, I've never lost that love before. Somewhere down the road, maybe all these years will find some meaning. I just can't think about it now or leave them out anymore. Stand tall and don't you fall. For God's sake, don't go and do some foolish. All you're feeling right now is silly human pride. Oh, stand tall and don't you fall. Don't do something you regret later. You're feeling it like everyone. It's silly human pride. Never lasted so long, no. Or through so much, or through so many. I just can't believe I could throw it all away. Sometimes late at night, when there's nothing here except my old piano, I'd almost give my hands to make you see my way. Stand tall and don't you fall. For God's sake, don't go and do some foolish. Oh, you're feeling right now is silly human pride. You got me down on my knees for you, mama. Stand
Absolutely amazing, Tess. You have such an incredible voice.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah,
Really
thank
well
you so
done.
much. Great song.
I got no
Happy
words.
birthday to Lisa. I didn't know. I missed it. It sounds like we missed it a little bit, but happy birthday to you. Right, Joe.
Okay, thank you everyone for having me, and thank you for your show, Indy. It's amazing.
Oh,
And
thank you.
and your community here is amazing too. So now I've got to run off to work, and I hope to come back again.
Yeah, Tess, you're welcome. We're here every Friday, and we
you.
usually flip the music and the conversation. So next week will be conversation first, and then music will start around 11 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
I'll see you
Nice
around,
to meet
Tess.
you. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Take care. Really beautiful. Oh, it was what a treat to have her up here. I've heard her on lots of different panels, and it's just great to have her here. Thanks, Tess. That was great. All right, Lisa, I hope you had an amazing birthday. You were a wonderful, beautiful person, and I'm just glad for you being here and celebrating with us, too. Yeah, she is fantastic. That's right, Joe. Good to see you, D-Dog, my favorite stalker. Right, Valerie? Hey, Algo, good to see you. Thanks for being here. We've been missing you. All right. Love all the support and birthday wishes going out for Lisa, too. Good to see everybody coming in still. I like how we have different people here throughout the night. Okay. Sorry, Bran. I left you hanging. Whoa. What are we doing? There we go. All right. Sorry, Bran. Okay. Falcro, you are up
Getting
next.
a little button happy over here.
Yeah, just a pushy.
I know. There's so many bells and whistles back here. It changes too all the time. Okay.
See if we can do this. Remember to share the audio. I'm just reminding StreamYard. That's
Right.
that's. I'll probably say that every time. I'm going to really wear that
like
joke
I do,
out.
Velcro.
And there is that. This is a new one for me. I got a lot to. I hope I do all right on this. You guys have to let me know if keep it in rotation or not. So here we go.
All right.
Suppose I called you up tonight and told you that I love you. Suppose I said I want to come back home. And suppose I cried and said I think I finally learned my lesson. I'm tired of spending all my time alone. If I told you that I realize you're all I ever wanted, and it's killing me to be so far away, would you tell me that you love me too? Would we cry together? Or would you simply laugh at me and say, told you so? Oh, I told you so. I told you someday you'd come crawling back and asking me to let you in. I told you so, but you had to go. Now I found somebody new, and you will never break my heart in two again. If I got down on my knees and told you I was yours forever, would you get down on yours too and take my hand? Would we get that old time feeling? Would we laugh and talk for hours, the way we did when our love first began? Would you tell me that you missed me too, and that you've been so lonely, and that you waited for the day that I returned, and we live in love forever, that I'm your one and only? Would you say the tables finally turned? Would you say I told you so? Oh, I told you so. I told you someday you'd come crawling back and asking me to take you in. I told you so, but you had to go. Now I found somebody new, and you will never break my heart in two again. Now I found somebody new, and you will never break my heart in two again.
Fantastic. Well done, Richard.
Thank you.
That's great. Yeah, that's
Really
a
well
keeper,
done.
I think, for sure.
That's a keeper? Okay.
Spike says he's
the
gonna
Lord
be
Spike, I
requesting
will
it.
be requesting this. Okay, noted. Thank
Yep.
you, Lord Spike.
Yeah, that was awesome. Well done. That's right.
Excuse me, Andy, that is going to be my last. I'm going to step down.
Okay. Thank you
And,
so much for coming up. Appreciate it.
That pile of boxes, I need to make things be in them.
Yeah. Moving is a beast. I know exactly what you mean.
All
We
right.
still have a pile of boxes in our kitchen right now that we haven't unpacked or have to go back.
Thank
to
you for the
storage or
break.
whatever.
I appreciate it. I needed
Yeah.
it. And,
Yeah.
of course, all my thoughts are with Justine and Kirk.
Absolutely. Thank you, Falcro.
All right.
If you guys
Good
aren't
night,
subbed
everybody.
to Falcro, make sure you go and sub him up, and you'll get to kind of follow along on his journey with his move and everything else. He shares a lot about his life on his live streams and also some amazing music. So, fantastic. Okay. Rescue, thank you for coming up and joining us. Thank you to Kat. Appreciate you. Rescue, we cannot hear you, just in case you're trying to talk. All right.
Good to see you, Rescue.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up. Oh, Bran, if you can grab another video there. I do have some videos I want to get through, so I'll kind of stagger them in here.
Can you hear?
Yep, now I can. Now I can. Great. Good to see you, Rescue.
And we didn't even need Verizon.
Right? Thanks, Cat Eyes. Yeah, I was glad to see you go live today, Rescue. I know I'm not the only one that's missed your live stream, so it was especially nice that it was at a time I could be there too.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, that's
Good to
pretty
hear.
fun talking with everybody.
Yeah, good to hear an update and see everybody gathered. I love it. Okay. All right, this song is another one that's a Christmassy song, but was too good to not play. This is by David Joshua, who has had several amazing Christmas originals that he put out, but also some covers. So please go check out, and just in general, David Joshua has amazing originals that he does. So this is his song, Rolling Iron. Here we go.
saw a chukama, chikon sycamore. If not then when the howling wind began. Feliz Navidad, mi amor. These fails, they don't seem calm.
All right. Absolutely love that song by David Joshua. Really different and unique, and I love it. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at? I think, Forrest, we're at you.
My turn. All right.
It
I'm gonna
is.
take y'all to church.
Love it. Love it.
And when the video plays, you ain't gonna play the video, but in the video, I got a very famous guitar player that plays this for me in there.
Nice.
Keith Eben. All right. Old man Wrigley lived in that white house down the street where I grew up. Mama used to send me over with things. We struck a friendship up. I spent a few long summers out on his old porch swing. Says he was in the war, went in the Navy, lost his wife, lost his baby. Broke down and asked him one time, how you keep from going crazy? He said, I'll see my wife and son in just a little while. I asked him what he meant. Looked at me and smiled and said, I raise my hand, bow my head. I'm finding more and more truth in the words written in red. They tell me that there's more to life than just what I can see. Oh, I believe. A few years later, I was off at college, talking to Mom on the phone one night, getting all caught up on the gossip, ins and outs of a small town life. She said, oh, by the way, son, old man Wrigley died. Later on that night, I laid there thinking back, thought about a couple long lost summers. I didn't know whether to cry or laugh. If there was ever anybody who deserved a ticket to the other side, it'd be that sweet old man who looked me in the eye and said, I raise my hand, bow my head. I'm finding more and more truth to the words written in red. They tell me that there's more to life than just what I can see. I can't quote the book, the chapter or the verse. You can't tell me it all ends in a slow ride in a hearse. You know I'm more and more convinced the longer that I live. Yeah, this can't be, no, this can't be, no, this can't be all there is. And I raise my hand, bow my head. I'm finding more and more truth in the words written in red. They tell me that there's more to life than just what I can see. I believe, oh, I believe, I believe. I believe, I believe.
Church for sure.
Nice
Thank
job,
you.
brother.
That was great, Forrest. Sounds
Right
good.
on. It really was good.
Beautiful song.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yep, yep. Thank you so much for coming up tonight, Forrest. Appreciate being here.
No problem.
Yeah, this was has been a great night of music. We've got a few more songs to go. All right. I do have a couple videos I'm going to pull up, so we're kind of staggering here. This song is by 15th Ben, and it's his latest that he's released, I'll Be There. And I thought it's a really fitting one for the new year. So I hope you guys all enjoy it. And I'll also be dropping a link to hit a notification and hit the like for his upcoming song that's coming out the end of January, Reminisce. All right, here we go.
Been
Really beautiful song from 15th Bend. Absolutely love that. Thank you to those of you who've gone over to hit the notification for his upcoming song. I'm looking forward to that. Hutch, good to see you. Thanks for being here. The link is pinned if anybody else wants to come up and join us. We're just going to do a few more songs before we move into conversation. Mike, I'm glad to hear that your mom's doing better. I know she still has a long road for recovery, and thank you for everyone for the support for Mike and for keeping his mom and Mike in your prayers as well. Absolutely, Wayne. Trying, Algo. We're always trying to get new faces in here, more people involved in the communities and, part of the conversations and here for the music and everything. Thank you to all of you who have shared out my channel, either just one-on-one or shared out my stream on your community page. I appreciate that very much. Appreciate all the support from everybody in all the different ways. All right. Right? I know. 15th is amazing. His music moves, that's for sure. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at in the rotation? I might need a reminder. I think we're at John. Yes. John and then Lowry. And it looks like Lowry.
Good call, because I was fading fast over here.
Yeah. Sorry, I know. Thank you for the wait. I appreciate you sticking around.
Hey, the waiting is the hardest part, as Tom Petty said. So I have a song dedicated to our friends here, Justine and Kurt. I've always admired how much love and respect they have for each other, and the way that Kurt just
Good night,
adores Justine.
Thank you.
I mean, it's just, I'm so jealous.
Yeah,
so
they're amazing.
Kurt would not want me to go out on a down note. We're gonna do something a little more upbeat and rock it out, because that's the way that boy rolls. He's here with us in spirit. He's not in the chat, but he's here with us. Here you go. It's for y'all. I hope.
Sight to the blind. My baby's love because the sun is shine. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm my little lover boy. Yeah, I love my baby, heart and soul. Love like ours will never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Yeah, I love my baby. She's so long and lean. You mess with her, you'll see a man get mean. She's a sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm my little lover boy. Black boy. That's nice. I love my baby like the finest wine. Stick with her until the end of time. sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Yeah, I love my baby, heart and soul. Love like ours won't never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Oh yeah. Rockin' with me, Kurt. Come on.
Right on.
That was awesome. Fantastic. Love it, John. I think you got some feet tapping and people up dancing.
Right on. All right, much
Good night,
love.
Valerie. Good
Don't
to
forget
see
the
you.
PayPal. Help them out.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. All of our support for Kurt and Justine, for sure. Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate you being here and sticking around to sing a few.
My pleasure. Thank
Yep.
you.
I'll see you around somewhere soon. Much
You
love.
sure will.
Okay, yeah, that was fantastic. All right, I hope everybody who's taken off is having a good night. Get some good sleep. And for those of you coming in, thanks for coming and being here. Appreciate you all. All right, I think we have 2 more songs we're going to pull up here. This next one was a request from Anti, and it's Mike Massey's cover of the wedding song. Beautiful song. And this is for Justine. Hold on 1 second. And he said to Justine, "This is from Anti for you and Kurt. Turn it up and know that he can hear it. If you know, you know." Here we go.
He is now to be among you at the calling of your heart. Rest assured this troubadour is acting on his part. The union of your spirits here has caused him to remain. For whenever 2 or more of you are gathered in his name, there is love. There is love. Well, a man shall leave his mother, and a woman leave her home. They shall travel on to where the 2 shall be as one. As it was in the beginning, is now until the end. Woman draws her life from man and gives it back again. And there is love. There is love. Well then, what's to be the reason for becoming man and wife? Is it love that brings you here, or love that brings you life? Well, if loving is the answer, then who's the giving for? Do you believe in something that you've never seen before? Oh, there's love. Oh, there's love. All the marriage of your spirits here has caused him to remain. For whenever two or more of you are gathered in his name, there is love. Ah, there's love.
Thank you for that, Anti. Beautiful song and beautiful cover. I don't think I'm familiar with Mike Massey, so I'm going to have to be checking out his channel too. Make sure you go sub him up and leave a comment. All right. We have one more song we're going to use to kind of switch into our conversation side of things. And this is by an artist that I've shared several times. I really, really love his original songs and his voice and sound. This is Rob Philo, and his song Love Aligned. Here we go.
When the love down deep in your chest gets eclipsed by the steel in your eyes, and the temperature's starting to rise in your mind, then the media cuts at you deep. Propaganda enters your sleep till you can't find the tears to weep. You're on fire. Put down the gun. You're not fooling no one. You're just scared. So am I. 'Cause it's not fun in a world that seems ready to die. Come alive, love line. Now identity's thrown in the way. There are restrictions on words you might say, made to tangle your thoughts more each day. Free your mind, it's okay. 'Cause the monsters that rule broke the streets, at least for now, they're all made out of meat. When the ignorant screaming has ceased, we will rise. Put down the gun. You're not fooling no one. You're just scared. So am I. 'Cause it's not fun in a world they say is ready to die. Come alive, love alive. And I know that the future is gonna be fine, given time. 'Cause all we know is the construct of our hearts and minds. So come alive, love alive.
Love that. All right. Please go sub up to Rob and check out his other music. A lot of really great originals. And I think you'll enjoy it. Yeah, and I agree. A lot of comments on that. Truther musicians are the best kind. I agree, Elgo. And we are in a fifth generation mind war, Jerry Lee. I agree with that too. Good to see you, Watt Life. I think you were here earlier, but thanks for coming back in. Yeah, right? I know a lot of great messages in that song. All right. Yeah, the best venue. I saw that. Wildlife said that too. Playing music out in a forest always has a great look to it. All right, how are you guys all doing on panel up here tonight? Thanks
Doing
for
pretty good.
joining me. Bonnie, thanks for being up here.
Thank you for having me, Andy.
Oh, well, if Bonnie's here, then I got to go. I didn't know.
Good evening, everyone.
What's up,
Hey, Bonnie? Rescue. Everyone I didn't say hi to. Good to see you.
Hey, Jam.
Yeah.
It was a good day. The sun was beautiful today.
I love that.
Yep.
We're just finally starting to get a little bit colder. I think we're going to finally use our wood stove. We haven't been using it yet, but it hasn't really been cold enough. So we're looking forward to it.
Oh, there you
Yeah,
go.
you were missed. Rescue
Oh,
called you
what?
out.
Whatever. You and those lame ass excuses. Oh, I hosted a live that you watched last night, so I was so tired from hosting it, I couldn't come to the live that you were starting the next morning.
But all of us that were there were at rescues.
Except Huckleberry.
Yep. Go back and check. I have
Following
your
out.
facts.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was great. It was great to see you streaming again, Rescue, like I said. And I know everybody was glad to see you and get an update. And but it's probably good, it's good to take a break away sometimes. I'm sure that's been nice too.
Well, it was, I don't know how to say it really. It's literally getting away from so much negative, because you hear so much negative news. Not saying that people are like deliberately being negative per se. It's just that because of the current events, there's more negative current events nationally, internationally, locally going down than there is positive. So you pretty much, if you get on social media anywhere, you're mostly all going to be negative. And so I just zoomed out. And then whenever I started to watch things, I got turned on to some chick named Jade. I think she's out of Australia. I don't know from her accent, but she does science stuff and math stuff. And the way she delivers it. So I've been listening to that, the Fat Electrician, history stories, it kind of takes you out of that everyday thing,
Mm-hmm.
Because that's why I said I was talking about today. I don't mean it in a bad way, but it's just that
good to see you, Dee.
If I sit here for 2 hours and we talk about the COVID or drones or the ballistic missiles or, anything else that might have been going on, and then you go, wow, man, yeah. And you kind of get out of here, you take them 30 minutes, an hour, and then you go somewhere else and it's more. Well, then you realize, if you kind of zoom out, you realize that, wow, you just kind of probably put about 14 to 16 hours out of a 24-hour day into that.
It's heavy. It's really heavy.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah, it's hard to find that balance too, because I know for you and a lot of content creators, a lot of people here, it's not just the content, it's that you're also, and you're trying to, stay on top of things and everything else, but it's also all the people that you're connected with that can get heavy too, because you're carrying a lot for a lot of people, and it can get overwhelming.
Hey, Andy,
Well, yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. I know we were just fine-tuning the audio. Your volume is actually now just a little too loud.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let me
somewhere between.
All right, let me know if this is better.
Yeah, that's perfect, I think.
Okay.
Exerting your dominating feature.
Sorry. I had my it doesn't matter. Yeah, I had it set differently than normal. So thank you for letting me know, Cheryl, because I hadn't realized. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm gonna take this segue and let y'all thank y'all for letting me come up.
Thanks so much for being here, Forrest. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we're switching to conversation. Next week will be conversation first and then music the second half. And you're welcome to be here for the conversation too. But I know you came up for the music, so thank you very much.
Oh yeah, I got another show I got to go do, so I'm gonna head over there.
You did
all
really
right.
well, Forrest.
Well, it was good hearing you sing, Forrest.
All right, thank you. And yeah, I'll be back. Awesome. I cruise around to all the karaoke. I cruise like Eddie. Yeah, with the top down,
Eddie and the Cruisers.
Yeah, I love when I get to catch you around.
My bald head shining in the sun,
Hey, I can go with you on that one.
There we go. Y'all have a wonderful night, and thank you so much again.
Yep, much love for us. Take care.
We'll see y'all later.
Yeah. Good night, Susapalooza. Much love to you as well. And I'm looking forward to that song for Kurt. That's one of my favorites, and I love John Denver, so that'll be really touching, I'm sure. Thank you for putting that together with you and Rainfield.
So what y'all been talking about running a a channel is I don't think that everybody realizes the work it takes to produce it, first of all, but the people,
good to see you, Gma,
the bonds that you make, and the how much you do care for all these people. And when you see so many suffering, it is hard. My prayer list just keeps getting longer and longer, and it's like it is heavy. And so that's why I try to lighten it up some, but it doesn't always stay that way.
Right.
But
well, I mean, we're a lot of us met because we have been diving into heavy topics. So, you know, I'm sure part of, for at least I'll just speak for my channel, part of the purpose is to be able to talk through all the heaviness. I mean, you know, we don't want to have to face it on our own, and we're trying to figure out and sort out the truth together. So it's good to be asking the questions. And the music to me is more the lighter side usually. And you know, like Christmas, we try to keep it kind of light with talking about like sort of more funny or fringy things like Mandela effects or things like that, you know. But you know, we're here to kind of get through the mire together as far as I'm concerned. So it goes both ways. But it is, I mean, I understand also needing a break away from that for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Good night, Sippin. Have a good one.
Well, I will say too, one thing that this, and it was kind of a learning curve because it's the digital side of things. So in your everyday life, you know, you're doing whatever your daily routines are, you know, if it's the work and then you find fishing time on weekends, or you're doing ceramics on weekends or whatever, you know, but you got your hobbies and you do your lick. But when you insert the digital, it was a new experience for me. And I kind of get caught up in some things, and I don't mean this in an ugly way, but you want to care. And I really did. You know, and I've said this before, I've spent the last half of my life making up for the first half, is the way I always view it. 'Cause I've been an ugly person, and so you really want to care, and you can get lost in the text. And like I said, I don't mean anything negative by this, but it's just, this is a reality of it. And I'm a real person. So I'm sitting here talking into a microphone, looking at a camera, reading text on a screen. Well, it's kind of like when you read those really good stories, when it's worded just right and it draws you in, and man, you just, by the end, you're going, what? No, I want to know what happened to so-and-so. And oh, well, what? So because you've drawn, well, you really can kind of get that way with the text here. And in a channel, you get in a conversation, and you're building this living textbook by chapters almost. And so you get caught up, and I, like I said, not saying negative, but it's just, we got to be real too. And they're just like, there's good people, there are some ugly ass people. So there's the balance of both. And so sometimes you just, man, and I got to tell you, it's been a little bit of a learning curve, and I kind of figured I'd seen most things, but the digital side, because it taps into a side that there's no object to really address. You know, it's just, you say people because that's the way we refer to it, but when in all honesty, you don't know who's really a person and who's not.
True.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I hear people say that, but there are plenty of people in this community here that I know pretty well. And, you know, we've known each other over years. And yes, there's always people that maybe you don't know as well. They're more a face in the chat, or a name even, and an icon in the chat. And, you know, if they're not up on panels or they're not speaking, you might not know them as well. But
even phone conversations, you can, you haven't had a day-to-day real interaction, then that's what makes the difference.
See, I can't do that. I'm an interactive AI bot, actually.
No, we want Garrett's the AI. He won't come on.
Right.
It's Garrett.
I'm sure there's a Fed or two in the mixes too, but Yeah, no, I think that there are plenty of people, and there's people, I mean, if you look at it the other way, there's plenty of people that started off as names in the chat and never were up on panels, never spoken with, and then eventually,
That's
and I felt like I knew them, and then I got to know them, more closely, and they are exactly who I thought they were. So,
yeah.
it's
That's been pretty
they're
cool. It's
real
been pretty
people.
cool watching people come out of the shell and start doing the channel, and that's been
Mhm.
pretty cool. That's why I'm
Yeah.
not trying to be the Debbie Downer thing. But it's such a reality that is part of the whole, the whole problem. It's one of the variables involved.
What's up, Debbie?
On the upside.
I love Garrett. That's
I'm playing.
that's why I know I can joke with him. But
Right.
yeah, we're all looking for the happy ending.
Hey, and we ought to be happy. It usually costs money to get a happy ending.
I know, Jerry. They're like our long lost friends, the sex bots. No, they disappeared for a while, then they came back. It was really funny, but I haven't seen them around. There must be, I don't know.
Gmo Merkel, you're not real. You are.
Right,
You were the AI bot coding that went wrong, and they thought they got rid of it, and they went hiding in the machine. That's what Gmo Merkel is.
Hey, good to see you, Mr. Bill. He says Skynet. Yeah, well, we're all caught in that.
He's a green man.
Oh no, Mr. Bill.
Yeah.
That
D
was
says
back when
if we
SNL
knew-
was good.
If we knew, we might be chilled to the bone. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too, Cola. I mean, I've gotten to know, I think in some ways, just the flip side of that is that I think people are more likely to be more open in some ways than they would be even in person because they have just a name and an icon, or even if they're on panels, a voice on the internet,
Man, I think that's where I went wrong. See, I opened up way too much. I think nothing negative, like people. I really kind of just. It was like a big group, almost. It was like going into the Astro Dome and having an event or something. Is the way it almost. And so I just shared. I shared everything. It's like there you go. And I'm not sure that was probably the best idea because there is something to just kind of keep things at a distance.
Yes. Yeah. Especially on social media. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it's when you can relate to something that someone's going through, you can kind of go into that with an understanding without revealing too much. But I think I've overdone
That's
it.
right, I'm your real recognizes real.
It's tough to know where to draw the line, and sometimes it can seem like the lines should be moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, and it was a lesson learned. It's like anything else in life. I mean, I didn't think I would. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I guess they didn't take in the digital age coming into play because yeah, you can. But because this was just an avenue of it I'd never even really experienced. I mean, I'm all into the computers and servicing them and other stuff. I never got into social media, and then all of a sudden, it was a learning curve.
Mm-hmm. We love you.
Yeah, Dee, you definitely have shared your heart out, and that's what has made so many of us love you for it, and appreciate what you're doing. Absolutely. Oops, didn't mean to highlight that. Sorry.
Go dogs.
And that's I'll never know when one of my girls are going to come busting in, and so now everybody's it's like all in the family. Just join.
Right.
Because that one, she'll come in just cussing her head off, and it's like, oh no, I'm live.
Yeah. So which of your daughters is it that's starting or is thinking about putting out content?
She goes by Texas Orchid.
Okay.
Some have called her Bonnie too. She has a little bit, like just a slight different pitch than me. She may be the one to continue when I'm gone. You never know.
Now, is she the one that sings sometimes too?
Yes, she has sang over there at Creek Squads. And
yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
Very
and
cool.
she and I sing together one song.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard you sing, Bonnie.
I
You
heard.
won't.
It was great,
Unless,
Bonnie.
unless I just get really, I don't care. But yeah, and yeah, my offspring. So Clary says.
Love it. Well, you guys, I thought we'd pull up a video here, partially because I need to take a break. So I'm going to be listening and in the chat. But also, I thought this was it's funny because it's sort of keeping it light, but in a serious way. This is really graceful, and she covers a lot of different like current events and politics and topics. I like her outlook on most things. Benjamin, much love to you. I saw you in here earlier, but I wanted to say, glad you're here. And this is her filling out her 2025 bingo card for what she thinks is going to happen this year. So I thought kind of a good overview of current events and just like her perspective. Here we go.
Hey internet friends, today I have the 2025 bingo card for you, and these are not things I hope or do not hope will happen. They're just things that, based on the data and the patterns, that I think will happen. So if you have your own 2025 bingo card, send it to me. Obviously, I want to read it. And if you agree with me, let me know down in the comments. If you disagree with me, get off my page. If you disagree with me, let me know. But let's get started. Also, I'm down here in the basement. It's freezing, and I know that I look like I'm on an episode of Yellowstone, and actually that was actually what I was going for. Okay, right off the bat, I think we are going to have a major inauguration protest on our hands to rival January 6th, but actually no one will care, and it will not be a scandal, and it will only be on the news for exactly one day. Because, let me get this on here, because it's never a scandal when the other side protests, you know what I mean? So yes, of course it will be fake and gay. Next spot, second spot. I believe the Ukraine-Russia war will wind down as soon as Trump gets into the office, while Israeli aggression will heat up. Maybe even like a 6-day war, sort of Sinai Peninsula move to achieve the greater Israel. Let me move that. And it'll largely go ignored and unpunished because, I don't know if you've noticed this, but a lot of the members of Trump's cabinet that he's installed are pro-Israel, very pro-Zionist. And yeah, so I think that the Ukraine war was just like a neocon, liberal money laundering scheme, not to downplay actual people who are suffering, but I think that's what the U.S. largely used it for. So this is the greatest show on earth, and 2025 will not be skimping on the distractions. I already told you it was a script. Most of it's fake. Most of it's a psyop. Your real lives aren't, but all this stuff you see on a screen probably is. So that's why I put, here we go, Project Bluebeam, major alien event, in the third spot. And, also totally fake and gay, of course. But I see a lot of this alien push on TikTok, especially within the last month or so. Okay, it was supposed to be the US versus the military, and that never happened, of course. I can't get myself to care about aliens or UFOs. I don't know what's wrong with me. But I don't really care about them, and you can't make me. So I think there will be Project Bluebeam happening. Forget I said happening twice in a row. I'm not editing this. This will probably somehow end up sending more dollars into Trump's Space Force program and Elon Musk's interplanetary shtick. It's like Ukraine, but UFOs, the money laundering. Moving right along. And you know what? Jimmy Carter, I gotta hit him on here. Jimmy Carter lived long enough to cast his vote for Kamala Harris. And I think I think we'll give him another year, don't you? He's like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They kept her on ice, like shrimp cocktail, and it until it was convenient for her to die. So I think Jimmy's living another year. I think he's seeing 2025 all the way through. Next, BRICS versus the US dollar will become a major theme of BRICS versus US dollar. Will become a major theme of geopolitical tension for 2025. Trump already said that he's threatening tariffs on any countries who want to de-dollarize through this BRICS program. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but BRICS represents the economically aligned nations of, what is it, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and about 45 other countries, okay? And they're all preparing to launch a global currency where the global currency obviously does not utilize the US dollar. So they're de-dollarizing and seeking to reduce dollar dominance in these countries. And Trump has already said he's going to put tariffs on those countries. I think this will be a major theme this coming year. Next line, Jay-Z and Beyonce will flee the U.S. These creatures are right up there with, P. Diddy, and they've been spirit cooking with Marina Abramovic for decades. If you don't know about Marina Abramovic, she's like a Ukrainian witch, who is ambassador to Ukraine, and she was at the center of the whole Pizzagate scandal. They're besties with her and the Obamas. Just, I think a lot of stuff is going to come out about them and P. Diddy when all of that is disclosed. They're like, think of it as Jay-Z and Beyonce are like the country music stars during the Clinton era, pushing coke at all of their concerts. But I'm sure it's a little, I'm sure it's a little different. Okay, I think we've had a little taste of these cyber attacks over the last few years, and I can see one happening that takes down a good portion of the internet in the U.S. I don't know about worldwide, but in the U.S. Like AT&T or Comcast or Verizon or whatever for 24 hours. And it freaks everyone out because no one is able to get into their bank information or their Ring doorbell footage or their Nest, their HVAC control, since their house is like 80 degrees in the summer. I don't know what will happen. Those are very low on the totem pole of seriousness. Okay, it's quite a bit later that I'm recording this. I recorded this in segments, apparently. Very great possibility that P. Diddy will be Epsteined while imprisoned. And again, he's just the fall guy. I think this whole Epstein thing is fake and just a way for the collective frustration and scandal to be put on one fall guy who even knows if he's real or fake or dead or not while the real perpetrators walk. It really seemed like a foreign country, Israel, was blackmailing politicians and cultural influencers on an island in the middle of nowhere, and we just bypassed all of that and were satisfied when one guy took the fall for all of it. A big theme I have for 2025 is a cultural shift from wokeness. So this Harry Potter remake where they've cast the black guy as Snape, this is like a DEI Snape hire, and I think it's getting canceled. You remember how Amazon took Lord of the Rings and put $1 billion of it and production flopped because they made it woke? Why are the elves not good looking? Why are they not good looking? The bank goblins are my favorite, and Adam Driver is an obvious choice for Snape. I'm just stating the obvious. I'm doing the Lord's work here. And why does anything need to be remade anyway, actually? There are so many subplots for Harry Potter and the storylines to choose, but I swear these writers are so lazy. And this is the stalled century, so everything just repeats over and over and it just gets worse. So with his dad pardoning him, I think the Oprah Book Club is going to be pushing Hunter Biden's new memoir, which he most certainly will have about his struggle with addiction and if it were all a lie, right? Another big theme for 2025 is cryptocurrency emphasis, a bull run with Bitcoin having already reached over $100,000 just this past week. I think there will be a crash soon to follow, but not necessarily in a negative sense. It's just part of the cycle, but it will hurt a lot of crypto investors, but also on the flip side will allow many to enter the market as Trump. He says he's going to turn towards, like, he says his presidency will be very cryptocurrency friendly, and they're looking at US cryptocurrency adoption, which will be digital and probably horrible, but I digress. Okay, that's not what this is about. What this is about is how some things just go together like peanut butter and jelly, and that's a Trump presidency and Black Lives Matter protests. So I think we'll see a resurgence of BLM. BLM curiously went away during the Biden era, but those Soros dollars are getting pumped back into it, baby. Let's go. Also, there's our free space. My next one is Iran replaces Russia as the U.S. boogeyman, because I'm telling you, this Ukraine war, Tucker's in Russia right now, but where is he not? He's not in Iran. He's not there. And I think this whole Ukraine situation is going to go by the wayside. And it's Iran, Israel, Palestine, Gaza, Egypt, Lebanon. That's the new entanglement. That's not new. It's a tale as old as time. Okay. So you know how Kate Middleton went missing and she had that whole AI scandal and it turned out to be cancer, so they say. And I hope she's doing better and her health is on the up and up. And I think that they will have more royal family AI revealed, because if you go back, and I don't recommend this, it's like a rabbit hole that means nothing, but pictures of the queen and her grandchildren, they're all photoshopped. They're all photoshopped. Those kids got like 7 fingers on one hand. I think there will be more of that. Next line, New Madrid fault line, major activity. This is around Missouri sort of area, and they've been saying this because of climate change and whatnot, that there will be activity in that area and earthquakes. I think something like that will happen, or there will be a scare around it. They've really been amping it up. My next one, because Starbucks now, you go into the Piggly Wiggly and there's Starbucks. Why do I need a Starbucks in my Piggly Wiggly? This is getting so Subwayified. And Bill Gates is all over Starbucks. So, I actively, I'm not shedding a tear at any of his endeavors or demise, downfall happening. I'm not shedding a tear, but I think they're going to be closing some stores. I think they got too big for their britches. Like, I'm not trying to spend $10 on a coffee. Even though the Purple Hairs make a great coffee, let's just give them that, okay? But just like Mark Zuckerberg, I believe Bill Gates, which is my next square, will go on a reputation tour. That's very Taylor Swift. He will go on his own reputation tour, trying to redeem what has been lost. He will not be successful. Speaking of redemption arcs, Alex Jones, I'm struggling with this one because I want to say Alex Jones is going to interview Trump, but I don't know yet. Maybe 2026. I think because Alex Jones has been really heavy into the ex Elon Musk, I believe he will do a little redemption arc and get a better platform where he has a star interview, and that's Elon Musk. Final square in the next to last line, major bank collapse. Let me move that. I believe they'll use a billionaire to bring down the dollar. It is so script. I like Trump. I'm not saying I don't like Trump, but I believe they'll use a billionaire to bring down the dollar and issue their digital currency, and a major bank collapse will be part of that. Final line. McDonald's collab with RFK Jr. Self-explanatory. Since Trump's last presidency, last term, was so derailed by coronavirus, I believe they'll use Disease X or, something like that to attempt to do the same thing, but it will fail. 2024 trend, if I could just say, E. coli outbreaks, food recalls, and what is propelling this? What is behind all this? Can you even remember a time where we had all these food recalls? I believe it's still gonna go on, and it's been lettuce, it's been what else? Carrots. I just think that something's up with that and it'll continue. I hope not, because that stuff really freaks me out, actually. Okay, next to last one, housing market crash, price correction. I think something is going to happen with the housing market, and I'm already seeing it because we're trying to buy some land. And I've been watching them slash prices, these parcels of land and even these homes with a lot of land. They used to only stay on the market for a week for the last 3 years. And now they're just staying up forever and ever and ever. And the prices are too high. So maybe this is like a little bit hopeful of me. Maybe it doesn't benefit anyone who has purchased their house since 2020, but it will benefit new home buyers. And one of the leading factors that's driving up the housing cost is the lack of housing. And when there's millions and millions and millions of undocumented illegal aliens coming in your country, of course, there's a lack of housing because the government is giving them these prepaid bank cards and housing, and California is trying to give them mortgages over there. So I think Trump will crack down on the border, and that will be a positive legacy for his presidency. And I believe there will be a mass deportation program. What do you think, internet friends? I always look forward to reading your comments. What's on your bingo card? Do you agree with me? Do you think I'm really off base here? I don't think so. I don't think I am, but I want to know what you think, and I will talk to you soon. I feel like I'm getting off the phone with you. We've been on an hour-long phone call. The Deep State Encyclopedia is, of course, for sale down in the description. It's A to Z for the conspiracy-minded or for the normies. It's a good introduction to all this information and how to navigate your reality based on this data that we've been given. Okay, bye.
Dude, I gotta say, she was so far off on the Iran thing. I can't believe she went. It's like, so do you just not know history? But you're not fixing to replace two superpowers with Iran. Iran's always been their own little problem child sandlot. That's not replacing Russia or China. That's so far off. I was like, wow, are you kidding me? No. China is actually moving up. They'll become the number one. I think we'll end up kind of working out a little you do you boo kind of thing with Russia, but China. And I will say this about Space Force. People can make fun about Space Force because I get it. If you get convinced that none of that up there is real, then you don't see, wow, whatever. But just so you understand that is going to be the next battlefield. And other countries, regardless of popular belief in that it's not real, they're literally launching stuff and they're practicing trying to get stuff up. So whoever takes over that landscape first sets the terms of the battlefield. So, and it's just a reality of where human nature's at right now.
Right. Yeah. I don't think that she predicted that. I don't know. That's kind of like the ongoing prediction. It should be on like every year, right? D, with the major earthquakes that send the West Coast into the water.
That's one of those, just like the end is nigh poster board thing. It's always been, there's going to the fault line going down California. It's going to fall off into the ocean.
I think her bingo card is probably at least 75% accurate.
I think so too. I think there's a lot of accuracy there.
Yep.
Jam, if you're able to pull that up so we can just keep it up on the screen. I thought we could kind of look at it then, talk, just for talking points.
Well, I think the UFO thing is true. I think she's right on that but I think that's been UFO things from the beginning. I think that's been a way to cover all our all our development stuff. That's, it's
And
the
try to put
B-52 is
you.
that way.
Yeah.
The final card, they say.
Well, you don't ever want the other side to know what your baddest weapon is until you have to use it, because the moment you use it, then everybody knows about it. So you immediately need to be developing something that nobody knows of. Otherwise, you don't hold the edge anymore.
Right. So, okay, do you think though that there are aliens, or do you think the technology is ours, or like either our governments or private contracted technology?
Yes.
All of
I
the
think
above?
kind of sort of. I mean, I don't think in the aliens. I mean, as far as if I really went something that way, then I would have to go with a spiritual thing if I thought there was any kind of beings like that, But I think as far as what it's been, to me, it's always been a psyop to cover our developments. And I think that's other countries do the same thing. And then the way I just saw the media totally ignore truth and go with the narrative story, I thought, oh yeah, I totally get it now. I mean, you do the sighting over there in Venezuela and it gets pumped out on channels, and it's like that News Nation. That's such a damn leftist psyop channel. That's called the CNN
I'm not sure if
Recovery
that's
Channel.
the same one I'm thinking of, but there are a few of those channels out there. But have you watched any of the actual congressional hearings where they're talking about the aliens and disclosure? All
Well,
of
yeah.
those seem to like B rate videos of of reality. Like they just seem so fake to me, like unbelievably fake. And I have a really hard time watching them and taking them at all seriously. Not because of what they're saying, just because it feels like watching a soap opera, like that level of acting.
Oh yeah. Well, that's because there's so many. I forgot if it was Sean Ryan that was interviewing the guy, and he kind of sat there and he debunked so many of these popular
I like Sean
names
Ryan.
that you hear, amongst this, like Greer, I think was one dude. And he talked and he goes, and the guy even flat out goes, and what he said, I go, see, that makes total sense to me. He goes, just look at the simplicity of this. If they were literally telling you classified secrets, they were divulging these secrets, do you think that they would just be able to just walk about like they are? And it's like, yeah. And he goes, they're told what they're allowed to tell because they're promoting the story. Right. And I was like, to me, that's, yeah.
I think that the information part is probably gonna switch to independent, on the spot journalists, people, YouTubers. It just seems like that's where we get the real what's going on. From most.
Well, and I think that's part of why during this time it's been important that we find those voices that we do trust. And, not to say that people that we trust can't be wrong, but you can at least, I have a lot more respect for someone who's wrong but believes in what they're saying than someone who knows they're just spreading bullshit. You know what I mean? But it's what people want to hear. And I'd rather, find those voices, and hopefully we have over these past few years, because I think with AI developing and, all the things that can be manipulated to look one way and not be reality, it's going to get harder and harder to distinguish the truth.
Yeah, when it comes to the AI stuff, you're going to have to sit there and watch movements of, body areas and stuff, and you're going to dissect. It's it's going to be crazy. But see, that's because I think we've been taught to just jump on stuff instead of what we used to be taught. We used to be taught to discern everything. So you doubt everything. So you tell me that if the sun is outside, before I go, yeah, the sun's up outside, I actually get up and go walk outside and look up and go, oh yeah, the sun is up. We stopped doing that, and we just stopped going, no, so-and-so that said the sun's up. And it's like, you ain't been out all day. Yeah, but they said the sun was up. And
then during COVID, they said, don't trust the research. We were all trained in school to do your own research, to, like you were saying, to question everything, to look for the evidence, to find the sites that we could trust, which of course was probably, we were being propagandized because it was always like the government sites we were supposed to be able to trust.
Big brother.
Yeah, exactly. But nonetheless, we were taught to think more critically. Now, during all of COVID, it was like you were being laughed at if well, I'm sure you did your own research. Well, yeah, I did do my own research, and I found some interesting information that's backed by actual doctors and scientists instead of the machine.
Well, they're telling you that while they're silencing those 300 doctors and those scientists that are coming out going, hey, this is bad shit. And they're like, shut up. Man, these people are crazy. You think you can do your own research just because you were listening to this guy. It's like, they flip script on us hard. And that's what I think people are waking up from right now. That was too turn on and off of a light switch. It was like that caught everybody's attention. And it was like, wait, what? Because it's like you were literally told, to no, don't look into anything yourself. Just trust what we're saying. And it's like, I'm sorry, isn't that like the classic sign not to do that?
Yep.
Right.
It's the weird science.
And we all know.
I like how Watt put this. Hold on one second, Bonnie. Watt says, it's like from Men in Black, where they flash people with the bright light and make them forget. People get hit with so many news flashes daily that it's easy to forget what's happening.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
What were you saying, Bonnie?
I can't remember.
Sorry.
See it flash too many times.
Yeah. Watt was the flash for that one.
Got me.
Leroy, welcome here. I don't think I've seen you in chat before. Welcome. And yeah, I think a lot of people really struggled during lockdowns. I hope that you're, fighting your alcoholism. But yeah, I think it was a time that people were really, by design, were isolated from their friends and their family, from their churches, from their social gatherings. And it really messed with a lot of people. We're not intended to be separated and divided like that, especially living in a state of fear that they perpetuated with the death counts that were totally wrong and falsified and amped up in lots of different ways, including real deaths that occurred through the hospital protocols, and then all of the fake deaths that were allotted to COVID that had nothing to do with COVID. We were just being messed with mentally as a globe. So you're not alone in that, Leroy, but I really do hope that you've come away from that, and we're glad you're here.
We don't take too well to people telling us what to do. I've noticed in the majority of this group.
Yeah.
And that's what they were. I think that was the big test.
Glad
How
you're back,
many
Fish.
can fly?
I think so too. I think it was a test, but I think there were so many different facets to what happened and what they wanted to accomplish and what they did accomplish, and then some things that hopefully they didn't,
Yeah.
I think, we've talked about this, but I think part of all of us connecting and people seeking out the truth online and the ways that we've been able to communicate and stay connected and support one another in lots of different ways. I think that was like a silver lining they didn't really anticipate, maybe at least the extent of,
Right. And even teaching each other. I mean,
right.
I've learned so much from everyone in this past 5 years that it's crazy, really.
Mm-hmm. Wildlife, thank you for being here, and thank you for your support and for sharing out the channel. Appreciate you, and I hope you have a great new year. Much love. I'll see you in one of your chats soon. Yeah, I agree.
One of the great things that came out of this is people realized that watching CNN is not really good research.
Right.
And 15 years ago, a lot of people thought that was a pretty good data point.
Right. Yeah. Who was it that made a comment? Somebody from CNN, I don't know her name because I don't watch CNN, was being interviewed. And they said, the person interviewing her, I want to say maybe it was Stephen Colbert. He said something like, CNN is objective and checks their facts before sharing information or something like that. And the entire audience laughed. And she said, was that supposed to be a laugh line? And he's like, well, no, but, and it was really positive to see that everybody thought that was hilarious and satirical,
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a shift for sure.
Yeah,
Well,
the only one I know from CNN was Maria Bartiromo.
Maybe because that name seems to fit her. I don't know, but I don't know. I really am not sure.
Like a long time ago.
Yeah.
She was like
isn't that the Fox? That's the Fox lady, isn't it? That does
She's switched over since. Yep, you're right.
She does like the business stuff or something.
Yep, that's right.
I definitely think that there's different perspectives that we have, Watt, for one reason or another, whether it's a spiritual veil or just our point of view.
Access Humboldt just asked in the chat, what are JM's thoughts on Trump and Canada as a 51st state? Like I think there's a lot of synergy between Canada and the United States. And I think the people,
Thanks, Kristen.
not
Good
the
to see you.
politics, but the people are actually a lot more alike than different. So I do already, like I've said in the past, I identify as North American. Now Trudeau would never let that happen, but I hope he goes back to Cuba and move on. And I think Pierre Poilievre, who should be the next Canadian Prime Minister, will work very well with Trump. And I think that being the case, Trump will drop the whole Canada becoming the 51st state.
That dude did a speech and he rocked. I gotta say, I was sitting there and I started listening, and then I came around and I sat down at the desk and I was like, "Oh wow, who is this dude?" And he's just talking. And I was like glued, and I'm like, "I'm not even in Canada, but that dude rocks. Y'all need to get him in."
Yeah, he does. He's the closest thing that Canada has to Trump, other than maybe Kevin O'Leary. But Kevin O'Leary's not running in politics. So.
Dude, that dude cracked me up. He apparently he was interviewed, and he told him that like almost 50% of Canada would be totally okay with being a state of the U.S.
Yep.
Do you think that he's at all serious though, or do you think he was just trolling?
I think he was just trolling.
Yeah, I think it was maybe like 70% troll and 30%. Like in every joke, there can be a little bit of reality in there.
I almost wondered if he started off totally joking, and then people's reactions made him be like, "Well, maybe."
He's testing the water.
Right.
Oh yeah, the more they go off, the more he loves it.
Yeah, what do they call that in boxing? It's a feint, right? Kind of like deking out your opponent.
It's kind of interesting that 25 is the year of the snake. I saw somebody say that earlier.
Yeah, we're going from the year of the dragon into the year of the snake, which is really, there are no coincidences.
That'll be the Chinese cyber attacks.
But he keeps saying the snake story also.
Well, we have a snake story, but you got to remember that's how Chinese stuff is the year of. That's all from. So that's their thing. I could see this being their cyber attack year.
I actually give more weight to the Chinese zodiac than I do the Western horoscopes.
I don't give really weight at all, to be honest, but I do think that there's something to the programming of it, if that makes sense. I think there's reason behind it, but I think it's almost like a tool of manipulation more than truth.
Could be.
But I also don't know a ton about it, really. So that's just based off of my own, what I've seen and read and what my own intuition is.
One of my buddies studies Chinese zodiac, and he'll go around, in social networks and find out what everyone's sign is and tell them whether their relationship will last or not.
Right. Yeah. See, I don't believe in that part so much, but I think that there's other truths that are probably involved in it that are like occult, like hidden wisdom. So I think like a lot of things, I think there's truth and there's falsehood. It's the balance of both and figuring out which is which.
Don't we use a lot of their teachings though? Isn't that the yin and yang? Isn't that from them, or is that?
Well, I was just talking about the Chinese zodiac, the years. Yeah. And I had a question for us about how Trump is talking about getting the Panama Canal. I've heard a little bit about that. I haven't dove into it much. What have you guys heard, or what do you know about that plan?
No, we totally need to, and we should have. because I mean it's a management thing. So we let them take it over and manage it. But the treaty that we established, they were supposed to like keep things in check, but like everything else, they've been allowed to just run amok. So he's going to come in and we're going to take it back, which is actually part of the treaty, that if you don't adhere to the contract, the treaty, then we're going to come in and take it back over. And so that's what we're probably fixing to do. I'm down with it.
Doesn't China own that also?
Nope. No, they, Panama has allowed the Chinese to come in, and then that's a breach of the treaty.
Okay.
Sidebar for a second. Darren, I saw your comment. Canada already has a movement called Cascadia, where Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC join the USA. But that's interesting because here in the States, when people talk about Cascadia, they're talking about the Pacific Northwest, like Washington, Oregon, and California. So that'd be the entire West Coast then there of both.
That's neat. I had not heard about that, but it does not surprise me at all.
And then Watt had put that South Korea had impeached their leader. I have not heard a lot from them since there was that whole martial law that they kind of revolted against, and it was, canceled like the next day. I haven't heard a lot from there, so I don't know.
Yeah, see, I know Cola, but I think that, I don't know. I think that he's going to go with the approach that they've already violated the treaty, because we do need to get control of that. We shouldn't, where we've come from back in the Carter days when he did that, and the way that things were, that might have been one thing, although I still don't see the rationale in giving up something that is basically our transportation funnel. I mean, that's how we get our goods. That's how we do the international trade. And so I don't think we should have ever gave it over for their control to begin with. I mean, my God, we go over and build 300 bases all across the world and other places for no reason whatsoever other than to go, well, since we got a base here, we can get involved in your shit.
Yeah.
Why didn't we just stay there at Panama where we were supposed to be maintaining our transportation, and then you wouldn't have Houthis blowing ships up out there and shit.
It's the octopi, Dennis, the octopi.
And somebody asked, are you afraid of China or just the Chinese? And
the CCP.
It's yes. And it's not so much fear of them for me is they are having a lot of issues in China. They realized that their one child thing, their population's dwindling. And I've heard them say that they've had financial issues too. So are they really as powerful as they boast, or is it just
their government is? Their government is. See, that's the thing over there. They are the worst side of us, kinda. The people over there, they just want to do their life and they just want to enjoy life. It's their administration and their government and the people that have tyrannical rule over them is what's causing misery.
Well, I was going to say, I think a lot of what's happening there is just further along in what they're trying to now do here. I think that a lot of what we're seeing here is kind of following the blueprints that they did in China in the past to gain the control that they have. And I don't think that it's the people, just like here, it's not the people for the most part that are the problem.
Right.
It's the government. It's the ones, I've been saying this for 5 years. I think it's all free people of the world, versus all of the governments who want to control us.
Yeah.
And
well,
some
I
of those
think that's an
governments are
example.
aligned.
That's your socialist kind of government. This is what, this is ironic because this is what they tell you, that the history that, a lot of people grew up with didn't really happen because it was really this, but this is what we fought against. This is where the world was at before we came into being. The world was ran worse than it is right now over there. And we actually, here's the fun fact I actually heard the other day. The slavery population is higher today than it's ever been in history.
Yes.
And it's like, well, go figure on that one.
The trafficking, and that's what I'm kind of with Carl on that. I hope that that's what gets taken care of first, or at least attempted to, is the trafficking the drugs coming in, but mostly the women and children that are being sold. And
Jerry.
well, everybody knows.
No, go ahead. Finish what you were saying, buddy.
I mean, it's that they just keep allowing all of this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I question any of them in the government. Sorry, rescue. Because I just keep seeing, you know, I saw the senators go to the jail. Okay, they went there. They supposedly had a voice. They supposedly have the power. And nothing happened. I
They
saw
didn't have
them
no power.
come to the, okay. And then I saw them come to the border and expose all of that. And nothing happened. And it just seems that it's like,
of course, fish.
Just for show. Everything that they are doing. When I see Chip Roy up there giving a speech that is so amazing and so bold and just throwing it out there, and then what happens? Nothing.
Right.
That's because we don't have control over the Senate or the presidency or the DOJ, and we barely even had the House. And so now in 2025, there's an opportunity because now it will be under Republican control, the House, the Senate, and the presidency. So I get what you're saying. But
go finish your thought, rescue. Then I want to say something real quick. Go ahead.
Well, and once again, politicians are just the smooth polish on the slab. Every American citizen is all the granules that make up the slab. So when we start wondering why the slab is getting weak and has so many cracks, not only do we need to look at the little glossy finish on the top, but we need to look at the sand amongst the foundation, because it's people. Once again, the politician, that's a job title. It can be anybody. It can be your neighbor. It can be the dude down the road. It can be somebody in another state. So that's just a job title, like electrician. It's people. And what you're seeing, and that's why I'd talked about this before, because you saw a shift in the last couple of years. The questions and things that they would ask is almost like they were documenting. Because see, they know that there's nothing that they can do. It's just like they're passing the bills so that they can show that, look, we're trying to do this. It's there. And, you know, yeah, there's still a bunch of rhinos that were in there. So there still was pushback. It's not like this just solved everything. This wasn't one big eraser. This is just one little marble that started the ball rolling in the right direction. And so now what we do is you see the politicians. So now you go find your area's Brandon Herrera, and your area's Tom Massey, and your area's Chip Roy, kind of, and you start trying to get them into the next spot. That's the wake-up call. That's the alarm bells going off for people. It should be. And no, Fish, I wasn't picking on other nations. We were talking about the topic on the thing of being Iran taking over Russia and China as the big bad boogeyman. So that's where that's got started. I personally know that America has millions of issues. We're the land of freedom. So we're going to have a cluster of things. Yes. We're going to do things wrong because we're doing things that have never been done before. We have freedoms and rights that other countries don't have.
And it is worldwide. I'm in a global group and I see them discussing these same exact things we are talking about. Everyone is going through this. The governments are all functioning the same way, acting the same way. Is this to bring in the new, what they want, or is it just coincidence? I don't think it's coincidence.
No,
I don't think it's coincidence either. It's by design.
Yes.
The
long-term plans. Go ahead, Jam.
It's the global central banking system, right? Ever since every single country in the world went off the gold standard, none of their coins have any silver or gold in them anymore. No country in the world. Whereas if you go back 300, 400, 500 years ago, you know, that was money. But now the entire world has gone off of that, and it's all controlled by the central banks. It's all one big family, extended.
Tremor Bear, I don't think people are saying that it's foreigners are the problem. It's when they're here illegally and opening our border to so many that we don't know who they are, what their purposes are for being here. They're not here to assimilate into the culture of the United States. A lot of them aren't. Some of them are, but also them coming in illegally is a huge burden on a lot of places that can't maintain the standard of living here.
Would you rather
Because
have
the
guests in?
schools, the hospitals, all the public services are being redirected towards supporting people who are here illegally and not contributing.
And
Would you rather have people in your house that you invited or people that just kicked open your door and came in?
Thank you, Rusty. That's what I was
I don't know anyone who's opposed to legal immigration. We're opposed to illegal immigration, and there's a huge difference.
Yes.
Right.
And everyone has looked to the United States kind of as a beacon because we do have more freedoms than most other countries. It's just a fact. As much as we don't see that, as we think that we're not free, they are taking them one by one.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we are more free than most other countries. And we don't have people just walking down the streets chopping off people's heads. Typically, it's
not in most cities yet.
It seems to be happening now. And so that's the problem with the border, not only with them coming in illegally, but they were not vetted. We don't know, because we heard all these other countries were emptying their prisons or mental institutions or whatever it was. And so those people are also coming in. So how do we differentiate between the two? We don't know. I'm all for the hard workers. My neighbors are those people. And I have nothing against that. The deportation, I'm kind of concerned about it because there's good people that I think be deported. And so I don't want to see that. But
they were conquered, and now they're opening the border walls to let us be conquered, and we're supposed to just roll over and take it. I don't understand how people think that argument is somehow in favor of allowing illegal immigration for the people of our country.
It's just it's a way to bash America is what it is. Because it's like the whole slavery to America thing. Well, yeah, right. That's just it. When you do slavery and then all you do is America, 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 and it's like, well, wait a minute, then you're intentional because it goes back thousands upon thousands of years.
Noted what?
So, I mean, to just even begin to focus on the creation of this country, not to mention, I would like to knock on the thing that within the 250 years of our existence, we tried to bring an end to it. So I'm just saying, until we showed up, nobody was trying to stop it. So, you can bash on the little errors that we've made along the way. I guess, wait, you don't want to bring up the latest Supreme Court ruling that's giving Oklahoma land back to the Indians, do you? Because
here's another part of that too, though, is that when he says, come on with the immigration, look what your ancestors did. My ancestors were in Norway, Ireland, France. They weren't even here during a lot of the times you're talking about. So, and they came to our country legally. My ancestors came here legally and went through the process of becoming a U.S. citizen and supporting the United States of America. So it's completely different than what is happening now.
Yes.
The most Americans that started this country were slaves called indebted servitude because they literally wanted to get out of the shithole place they were at. And they said, hey, if I can get on your boat, when I get over there, I'll work to you until it's paid off. And they showed up and they worked for the people. And, the first slave owner actually in America, it's logged as a black man.
Good to see you, Wild Dragon.
With consent, right? That was with consent.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
And so what I'm seeing happen in, Israel, as Christians, we're supposed to stand beside Israel. And what they're doing in Gaza right now is horrific. what I'm seeing in these other countries is massacre that he's talking about. And I think that America is more of a compassionate people. We have battled and battled to keep our country somewhat the way it is now.
And rightfully so.
Yeah.
Right. There may be some countries out there that have more freedoms at this time, but there's no major economic powerhouse where you have anything close to the American dream and as much freedoms granted under the Constitution as you do in the USA, bar none.
That's just one example. Africa is having problems. Every country is having problems with massacres, and who's it being done by? Is
But that's
it
been going on.
of Nazi organization, or is
me
it
saying it earlier.
Is it just the people?
It's been going on, Bonnie. This is
I
nothing
know.
new. In the 80s in
Since the
Somalia, they were
beginning.
stringing people's intestines across roads so that that's how they dictated their territory.
Absolutely. We've seen it right here at the Mexican border. The people hanging on bridges or just their heads. It's horrible.
Underdeveloped, undercivilized countries, third world countries. People
Yes.
have just forgotten that there are people that actually live like that. That's what the big shock with the people with Ohio and the Haitians and stuff. And all. It's the shock and all. You literally have upseated these people and put them in a different culture, different way of life, different surroundings, everything. And it's oil and water. And I will say that the Israel that we talk about in politics, I personally don't feel that that's Israel in the Bible. That's not the tribe of Israel.
No, it's the people. The people are Israel, not the state, not the
geographic location.
Yes, thank you.
Well, that would just be Christians as part of the house of Israel.
Yeah, Jima makes a good point. If you're so against slavery, why are you not stopping what's happening today? Because there's so much that's going on. I mean, just in the level of control, and for anyone living in like a socialist country, I would think that you would be opposed to slavery. And then, you're speaking about China in a positive light. Look at the Uyghurs and what they're doing there with the child labor, and we're all complicit in that because our tax dollars are going to fund it.
Might have even typed it on an iPhone. Wouldn't that have been ironic?
Right?
And isn't it like 800,000 missing people we have every year? Where are they going? They're being sold. They're being taken.
Yeah, and I agree, Wayne. It's all the government.
Yeah, they used to put them on pictures on the milk cartons and everything. I think people aren't drinking enough milk to cover everyone in.
No, they went to plastic, because it's so much better for you.
Right. Now that everybody's positive with microplastics. Yeah. Fish, can you name a country that wasn't won through bloodshed, where there weren't takeovers and, wars? Because I can't think of one. That's the way of the world.
Well,
That's how it happens.
and if you talk about, the Europeans coming over or the Spaniards coming over fighting the Indians, but nobody ever brings up the tribes fighting the other tribes.
Right.
Like the slaughtering that was done from tribe to tribe. Like as in when other people showed up, they said, "Hey man, you know what? We've been getting our ass kicked by them people over there. You want to help us out?" And we said, "Sure, man." And so there was actually bonds, but I know that's not the kind of history that doesn't feed the narrative, but that's
right.
Gma says assholes live in every space and time, but so do the good guys.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. She doesn't hold anything back.
And it might be also the input of like the tribe in the area, because I think certain areas in the states, certain states, they treat tribes different than others, and they probably are getting shit on different, because I know down here, the Alabama Coushatta, those people roll in the money. So I can go out there and take a phone and interview people, and all you're going to hear is, what? No, there ain't no problem.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that comment that Decat just put in the chat. Clones, drones, and iPhones. Need I say more? Reminds me of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Right?
Yeah.
Would be a great movie title.
Yeah.
Well, Cheryl, I think the idea behind that, as you know, if you think like a eugenist or a globalist, or which are one and the same, really. She said, I don't understand how they say we're overpopulated and then open the borders. What was the real reason? Well, that's distribution of wealth, which is a Marxist idea. I mean,
it changed their voting. It changed the districting portions in areas. So then they were able to gain control in some, like it changed dynamics in California a lot, and they tried here. But
hey, Algo, thanks for coming up.
When you flood the system, then that's what they're doing. They're redistricting, because that's why there was actually been a big push, because in the census, and this is one of these things. It's like, yeah, I guess we just overlook good old common sense. But apparently in the census, we don't actually ask anybody if they're an American citizen.
Right.
We just ask them how many people are in the house. And we're like, oh, you got 10 in there? Cool. And so we write this number down. Well, all of a sudden that shifts your districting, and it redistricts areas, because now all of a sudden, oh, well, you have this many people in this district. Well, you're open for another seat.
Right. And then that skews all of our numbers, because our electorate, our electoral college is based on our census. So we're getting more votes in places like Seattle that are sanctuary cities, because they have higher levels of populace, but that's all been beefed up by the number of illegal immigrants that are there.
Right. Yep.
And that's why when they were coming over, they had a little piece of paper saying exactly what city and state they were going.
Yes, because they need to know where they needed the numbers.
Yes.
And for the people that get pissed off about Abbott or DeSantis sending buses to other states, just need to understand that what we needed to do down here in Texas was we need to deliver this problem up on the doorsteps of where they are, so then they can't hide from it anymore. So sorry for the people caught in the crossfire, but it's just casualties of war.
Well, and they were going there anyway. That's what
they
I'm
want
saying.
there.
Whenever, I can't remember his name, was down there, and he was asking each one of them, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Each one of them knew exactly where they were going. Even if they came into Texas, their destination was not Texas. They already knew they were going to another state with a city. A whole lot of them went to California from Texas when they could have gone up across the border in California.
Yep. A lot of Chinese went up to that northern border.
And they were coming in on the northern border from Canada also.
That's something that's come out here lately that it just got so overlooked and nobody ever addressed it. But really, we had such a big problem coming across the northern side too.
Yes.
That would hardly get addressed. You wouldn't hardly hear about it, but yeah, big numbers. I was like, holy shit.
Bear, if you're talking about MAGA being the highest level in like the satanic church or something like that, I've heard about that also, but I don't think that alone is going to convince anyone to not stand for making America great again.
That's it, man. It's make America great again.
So hi, Andy.
Hey, how's it going? Long time no see.
It's been a long time. Is the audio fine? Do you hear anything weird?
Nope, you sound good.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Coming through clear.
And hi,
Batman.
Hi, Alden.
Somebody must have sent out that bat signal. It finally worked.
Well, I'm sitting there and I was listening and I'm intrigued and I love the conversation and I love the chat. And there's so much energy, diametrically opposed sometimes, but then I'm like, well, Indy hasn't dropped the link. And I'm like, oh, duh, you have a link.
Yeah.
So you should go say hello.
Well,
And
thank you. It is dropped though. It should be pinned at the top of the chat. Let me know if it's not pinned
see,
there
I wasn't
still.
paying attention. Is that JM? That's not JM.
Let me show everybody here for a second.
Rescue.
Yep, that's me.
Okay. Hi, JM.
Yeah,
Hi,
we have
Rescue.
JM and Bonnie and Rescue and Algo up here.
Good to see you, Algo.
You too, JM. I was
Good luck with that. I'm here. Noted.
with the music, and I heard you just said something kind, and it made me so hopeful for Canada. Honest to goodness,
Nice.
because you're
Right, Tina? Well put.
you're tenor and timbre, and you're just a good dude. So, anyway, thanks
I
for
agree.
allowing me to be here with the fire going on in the background. It's
Yeah. Thanks for being
Greg,
here.
it's been a while.
Yeah.
It has been a while. I've been on an adventure, and I've been away from YouTube and the computer, and it is healing in a way, and it's not healing in a way because we miss the people we care about.
Right.
And the connection's important, and the mind food we get by doing this is important because we don't get that in the real world. The analog,
China is one fish. We were just talking about the Uyghurs.
yeah.
And we're all benefiting from that slavery. So
If you order from
not just in the
Amazon,
US.
if you buy stuff on Amazon, you're benefiting from the labor of enslaved people.
That's it. And
My
let me, if I,
Nikes, go ahead.
well, I just want to echo is asking about if Abbott was an accomplice in the crime, and I don't believe so. Simply because once they've crossed the federal border, then they were in the state of Texas, and so what he did is then he rounded them up, and he sent them off to the Democratic cities that were promoting this whole "there's no border problem," and he started giving them the border problem. So I don't think he's an accomplice in the crime because once they've crossed the federal border, then we made a decision, and that's when he's been closing things, and we've been closing the state lines down, and so that's where.
How many months did it take him to do that?
Oh, several, man. It's been an uphill channel
Years.
locally.
So
here
how many
in
months
Texas.
did it take before? How many months did it take before he started to do it? Yeah, I guess that's the question.
Oh gosh.
I'm not sure. I can't fish if there
About
was something
18?
that if there was something that YouTube censored, I can't see it either.
And that's what I was going to say. So to answer her question, I kind of think he might be, but only because it did take him so long to actually respond in a useful manner. And also with that city that's been built in Texas for the immigrants, all the housing that's being built in the border towns for the immigrants.
Yeah, that developer donated to Abbott Fund.
Well,
I figured that was going to come out, but yeah.
It's a hard reality for us.
Well, it's also, you got to remember during the Abbott thing, and I just want to point out because it's easy to overlook things because we're going with he should be, but let's not forget that right at that time, our Texas legislative attacked our Attorney General, Ken Paxton.
Right,
and the way Texas works is when they filed impeachment, he then had to sit to the side. It wasn't like when they were impeaching Trump and he just kept doing this shit day to day, hitting his lick. When the way our setup is down here in Texas is once they filed the impeachment, then he had to sit on the sidelines. He was in the process of attacking a lot of stuff, the election stuff, COVID stuff, and the developer of Colonial Ridge, along with 4 other properties that fall under that. And so that was some of the thing. We've had for us, and so our Texas politics, we've had a rhino as a Speaker of the House, and his Dade Phelan. And it got all exposed after the impeachment came out, just like on the federal side. And we all talk about all the politicians in Washington and all. That's kind of what went down right here in Texas. And so Texas residents saw that same thing on a local level. And that's what we're fighting right now is a new Speaker of the House that doesn't put Democrats over committee chairs, that doesn't start dictating the way bills get introduced and which ones do. Makes a big difference. So he was fighting an uphill battle. I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not, but he also handles our state different than you'll see other governors handle because we're different. We're the 8th largest economy in the world. So if we want to succeed, we could still survive. So, I mean,
yes.
And I think we do a lot of international trade. So there's a little different governing.
So there's a hell of a lot more money to be made there.
Yeah.
And the resources we have here are needed.
Oh, what a big
by
topic
all.
to unravel.
Mhm.
Well,
So, do you think that they've been preserving our resources here and running them out of other countries so that we would have that power eventually? We, meaning whoever owns this land?
You always
Eventually?
want to keep your stockpile.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we do as prepping? Don't we have pantries full of food, but we still go and buy some more food because we don't use that just yet because it's not time.
Yep.
Actually, I
Hey,
have.
Billy. Just the governments, not the people.
I think I have. Someone had mentioned an alloidal title.
Alluvial title, yeah.
Yep, that's it. And I looked it up. And now, of course, I can't find it in my
Well
tabs.
put, Dennis.
But in
We're not in that club.
in that it states that the government owns all the land of the United States, period. And that it is still under the crown.
No. Well, now, where's this document?
Well, it's not a document. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to step on your money.
No, go ahead, Algo, please.
If you could gain a alluvial title, you would actually be the owner of your land, but you don't get to do that. It's not an option. So you have a fee simple title to your land, but that's why you pay property tax. You pay off your house, pay off your land, still pay property tax. And that is owned by whatever entity, whether it's the U.S. government or the crown. And there's rabbit holes people go down, but pay off your house and don't pay the property tax, and I'll see you in the food line.
Your county
I
tax
guess
assessor is going to come after you.
you're going to lose your house.
Yeah,
Because
well, unless you pay
they-
your taxes to the county tax assessor.
Exactly, and that is, they actually in their system, you don't own that. Same thing with your car. Same thing with everything, and it's a huge topic.
Well, you do own it. It's all in a perception, I guess, because it's all in. I guess I'm the old school way, to where I think that they misappropriate and they abuse the taxes that they collect and that we're overtaxed. But I also see the need and the purpose for a tax. Was where I live is a prime example. Like, we don't have high taxes. The taxes for my house this year was $76. So it's not like, oh man, they're just bending me over the barrel. But
No, fair. But what happens if you don't pay them?
well, but see, that's like, you can connect those two and say, oh, you don't really own it, but I do. It's just that I would, if I'm going to build and own this property, to me, growing up, the biggest property ownership battle was between mineral rights or no mineral rights. See, growing up, that's what I grew up under, man. You wanted to buy property and get the mineral rights. That way you can put your well, you can do what you want. You can dig it up. If you just go buy a lot.
In Colorado, it's water rights.
But
Okay,
then
we'll
they,
see.
I mean, same kind of deal, but the
all they
system
have to do is claim eminent domain and
That was rescue or
pick whatever.
Yeah, rescue. I mean, and so, I mean, it's not that, and I don't want to be like, I'm not fear-based in my thinking about this stuff. It doesn't matter if I own my land after I pay it off and I have to pay property tax. That doesn't make me less of a man or less of a, Jesus lover or anything.
Thanks, Dee.
The thing for me is that unless we all know the definitions of all the things we're talking about, we're not going to make sense of it.
Well, see, to me, I own the property
and
because I have a way of keeping the tax assessor in a check and now this might be different where you're at. I know when me and D-Dog talked, it was different in Michigan. See, down here in my county, we vote our tax assessor in. So like, if you're getting bent over the barrel and there's outrageous tax things and there is no road work getting done and your tax dollars aren't going to anything beneficial to the county, you can actually, and I have a benefit of having one Walmart and 2 grocery stores. So when you elect that tax assessor, you're going to run into them in the Walmart at some point. So I guess maybe that's what keeps them from being dickheads. You know, I mean, it's because they're right here. We're under 50,000 people, you know, and so, but I know that there's, like, it keeps a check and balance knowing that you can. And I will say that that's one thing that the past few years has woke me up to, was paying attention to that more, going, yeah, you know, need to really start paying attention to who gets on the county judge seat and the county DA.
Yes.
And
And
sure. Can I ask you something?
You're an emergency management person.
Do you believe the election when they put in Biden was rigged or stolen?
Do I think like 2020 was stolen?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, big time.
Okay. Do you think they can do that at the local level?
Oh yeah, big time, dude. They've been doing it down in Harris County. That's one thing Paxton was going after, was that crooked ass shithead down in Harris County in Houston.
I know they're doing it here. That's for sure. I think the whole West Coast is fully owned and operated. Our elections have been rigged for a long time.
Thank you, Vinny.
So much love to you.
So then, if we continue to look to our so-called elected representatives for anything, we're fools.
No, we just need to put the right people in that position. And probably the best example I give would be Thomas Massey, because when you actually go listen to his story,
he's pretty good.
He sold a business that he had when him and his wife met up and were MIT. They developed a business. They decided to have a family, didn't want to have it there. So they actually came back to where she was from, bought property. And because he went down and was griping about his local taxes going up and wanted to know why, his neighbors all liked the way he addressed it. And so that he became, I think the first thing was some kind of judge. And he goes, I don't even have a law degree. But I was like the judge. He fixed the own water heater there in the county. So he is the prime example. That's the best video. If you want to see how the system should work, that's it. That was a dude from that area that those people went, hey, you get it. Yeah, okay, we're going to put you up there. And to this day, that's who he dresses. That's who he looks out for, his constituents.
Kentucky's lucky to have him. Absolutely.
Yeah, big time. Big.
But I would ask that, and give me one moment. Do you think
it won't be quick.
Do you think it's possible that can exist within the system that we have?
Yes.
For like in mass, do you think we could get 532 Thomas Masseys?
I think it's possible.
Okay.
I mean, do I think it's possible? Do I think it's possible like in the next, 5-10 years? No. I think that can be something in the next 20 years.
I hope so. I hope you're right, because everybody's children and grandchildren need Congress to be full of people like him if we're going to continue the system. And from watching the system, it seems the money and the control, or he's an anomaly. He's like Neo from the Matrix. I mean, he's an anomaly.
Yes.
And I pray, God, when I pray about this stuff, I pray that your hope and your acknowledgement of him brings more of them to us. And then I also pray we'd just walk away from it and say, screw it, government's done, we don't need it.
See, but you're not going to be able to walk away. It's like, can you just walk away from the drug dealer that's taken over the whole neighborhood? Do you just walk away? How do you just walk away and go, you know what? We're just not going to even think about the drug dealer gangbangers right there, drive by shooting every night. That's it. They're criminals. We can't fix them. We're just going to, that's it. And then you just sit down and the next bullet still goes by.
Well, by walk away, I mean, everybody who uses those drugs stops using those drugs. That's what I mean by walking away.
But then doesn't that go against what you said earlier, was then they just come take your shit?
Maybe. But maybe if nobody voted, they would be like, oh shit, they understand that this is fake. So what
then
do we
they
do
just
now?
steal it from you and tell you that it was all done legit. You didn't show up. This is how many
exactly
got in.
Exactly what history is told. Amen. You nailed it, because that's exactly the history of humanity.
That's why this election changed everything, and it's the momentum that people have to keep going. This wasn't a one-all be-all. This was just to shove the ball back in the other direction. So the pendulum finally reached its max. It hit this wall and started to get a nudge back the other way. That's what the response was, because you had enough people that realized that, oh, hell no, ain't fixing to get this. We can't. and pick Trump even though they didn't like him. And so there's a momentum, and now it's locally, because that's what I've preached this from the beginning, because Soros even said that after they stole 2020, that his next round was going after local DAs, and that people needed to be paying attention to their local elections. During this election, I said that leading up to it, you need to pay attention to who's on your local ticket.
Yes.
The federal was a one and done deal. Just go Republican, give them their shot. There you go. Now focus on your local, because that's the shit that affects your day-to-day life.
It does, but you're right. Federal politics does not affect your day-to-day life. The local does. I'm disturbed because when the first Trump administration, they did have both houses, and all of the things that were supposed to be done were not done. So I'm hopeful and optimistic, and I love the fact that you are so engaged and positive on this, and I'm going to grab onto that, and I'm going to go with that, and I'm going to say yay to no, seriously, I'm not bullshitting. I'm go Team America.
Yes.
We got a chance. We got a chance.
Well, it is. And I mean, when you think about it, was back, I mean, this is nothing, man, when you really look back at our history and how, it was kind of like we were getting punished for things. We were paying these taxes. They were sending them across the pond. And then we finally go, hey, man, have you had enough? Yeah. But look at where they went through. So this isn't really nothing. So we just need to become participants again.
I know. We're like the babies of history. We're like we're like the Gen Zers of history. Even if we're not Gen Z, we're so blessed, so lucky. You can get food delivered. You can do all these things. And I think why we have these conversations is because we understand that it's still not supposed to be this way, and we could do better.
Dude, we got 400-pound homeless people. What other country has overweight homeless people?
Yes.
Probably North Korea, if it exists in the way that we're told.
They're not overweight.
A lot do, because they're only given access to foods that are really unhealthy, which is happening throughout our country. But yeah,
they're starved
in some places, but in others they're given only things that are really horrible for them, like sugars and grains. Well, here that's true.
Not sponsored by McDonald's.
Yeah, it's where a lot of traditional foods come from. Is poverty foods.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the only solution I see is starting locally and knowing your state. I mean, how many people really know the government of their state? All areas. Who's in the legislative branch? Who is your attorney general? Who's your, everyone knows the governor, of course, but who are the people that are making the decisions for each state, and also in your counties? And so I just talked to my sheriff again Christmas Eve, and I am putting together
YouTube
a meeting for the community, not through the government, through it's just the citizens meeting, because after we saw what happened in North Carolina, it's okay. We need to set up a plan. When my house had hail through the roof, I didn't know where to go. And I know there were a lot of people that had hail coming through their roofs. And so we need a place for emergencies like that. And if you go through the city government, the judge and the emergency management, they are waiting to be approved by FEMA. Anything that they create as a plan for any type of disaster or emergency in your county has to be approved by FEMA.
And it doesn't, but they believe it does. It really doesn't in real life.
It doesn't.
Yeah, they suck the money up.
It's
Give it to the
funding.
illegals.
Exactly. They do it for the funding.
Well, it's important to pay attention to your local, because you want to know why the cities caught fire during the BLM Antifa riots, because those elected officials that were running that city let that happen. So the people that let that happen, you can change that. You just have to, the problem is going to be getting out and getting people to just talk about the issue. You can't You can't holler at neighbors. You can't just, you got to just drop little things going, hey, they're trying to pass this. And you got to just slowly get more people back invested, because this whole digital media and the entertainment industry has actually led nobody pays attention to it's that simple though. You can vote somebody else in. You can change the seat.
Impact's right, not just government.
Right,
too.
I hope you're right. I don't, it hasn't been my experience that that's the case, but I hope you're right.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think we've ever been. I mean, we've never been here before.
Night, Dennis.
This was a wake up call. We plateaued
onto
so much technology and comfort that we now went through a generation and a half of complacency. So yeah, this has never been here.
Probably more than that though.
I can honestly tell you, I can sit some days and I think back when my kids were little running around here, and I'm thinking, matter of fact, me and the missus have talked about it with the trans thing.
Good to see you, Angel.
And we talked about going, can you imagine when they were little, if like it even got like it, you never even contemplated the idea how, oh, well, no, he's really confused. And so he really is a girl. No, you didn't jack with kids. That was rule number one. Kids were off limits. You didn't talk about the sex stuff. You didn't, none of that. And then look at where we've gone. Yeah. That's why I think it was a different world 20, 25 years ago.
Well, it's something.
Now, depending on where you live, maybe in the bigger city areas, it's kind of been going on for a while. I know down here, which even down here, we didn't have any of the rioting or any of that stuff.
Agreed, G-Ma.
Yeah, we didn't either.
Well, this is something too, kind of going back to what you were saying about knowing how things are rigged, do our local elections matter? That's one of the things I think I've come to the conclusion of, is that it matters depending on where you are. If you haven't been completely overtaken, then yes. But here in Washington, in Oregon, in California, probably New York, probably Chicago, they've been infiltrated for so long, and our voting systems have been so warped for so long. Like what Jima's saying here, the problem is the mail-in voting. We were red until we voted by mail, and that's true in Washington, and that's true in Oregon. In Oregon and parts of California. So
and Colorado.
It's almost all of the sanctuary city states are now blue. And it's partially because of the Electoral College and packing the census like we talked about earlier, but it's also partially because we have mail-in ballots and we've had them longer than anywhere else. So it wasn't just with COVID, it started way before that. And so things have been owned and operated for a very long time.
So you need to get actual warm bodies to show up in numbers so that you actually outweigh the machine.
But how do you get them?
Do you think
it's easy? What
people are fleeing our state. People are moving away.
It just happened with this election, and it was when they went and they jacked with the Amish and Amos, and they closed his shit down. Then they raised and pissed off 180,000 Amish that did decide to go down and say, you know what, we're going to go vote, and it totally flipped Pennsylvania.
Yes,
because that's what happens when.
But they don't have
people.
But they don't have only in Pennsylvania. Do they only have mail-in ballots?
No, I don't
believe
know
they
if they did. I know
in
that
person in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I know in the 2020 one, they were the one that went against.
Is California even done counting their ballots yet? I mean,
no, not according to the last thing I heard.
That's what I'm saying. It's total bullshit.
Well, yeah, no, and it is.
So it doesn't matter how many people show up and how many vote because they're not being counted accurately, and there's not enough awareness over the time that this has happened. It's not like it happened just in 2020 like it did in some other places where they're like, whoa, what the heck? It didn't. It happened much more slowly and gradually.
Because it's the more people you convince not to show up, the easier it becomes to do that.
And not only that, but people have also left. There are a lot of people that have left these states, especially over the last few years. So the numbers aren't, it's skewed on even who is available to even stand up. Most of the people who are most aware have already left.
Good point. Yeah. And if they keep immigrating people that would vote left, then that really messes it up.
Yeah. So save it while you can.
That's it. I mean, I like to not think that none of the states are just gone. But, I mean, if that's what happens, it happens eventually, and it will correct itself because they'll become the lone wolf. Like you can only You can't just be the only Riri state and then still getting federal dollars, federal help, because you can't maintain your democratic persona
okay.
unless you're doing it off of federal dollars. So
Yeah.
the minute you're taking out
so look at
federal
this.
gain,
Darren says no voting without ID, get serious people. I don't know if you're saying
That's
that
it.
sarcastically, Darren, or if you're saying that's what we need, but I think you're saying that's what we need, and I agree. And that's something that if that were put in place, could that even be a national, could that be done at the federal level, or would that
Oh,
have
yeah.
to be done at the state level?
well, yeah,
Okay.
but it can be
So
done
if
at the
that's done,
federal.
that
It will
if
only
it's
partake
done,
on
okay.
federal elections, though. It won't happen on state elections. So your city managers and all that shit would still be corrupt as can be.
Including our state governors and everything
Right.
else.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's
So we'd still
that's
get screwed
something.
in Washington, Oregon, California.
That's where
and the
you got to
like.
get all the citizens. Like you need to get with somebody that writes a bill that's solely just for
Right,
that,
count.
and
I'm
then you
not for
start
that
getting
either.
people in that state to start backing that bill, and it takes a while for it to finally work its way up, especially if it's got to go against the grain.
And you need to make sure there's identification counterfeit measures in place. Right? Make sure people aren't showing up with fake IDs.
Right. Yeah. And Count Trumpula brings up biometric scanning is coming soon. And I agree. I mean, we've heard Trump even talking about that. But I don't agree with that at all. I think that's a huge step in the opposite direction of freedom. So I do agree with having mandated identification. I don't agree with it being biometric.
They're going to use it at the border, and I can see the
know.
use for it at the border.
I heard about something that happened a long time ago, but if it's something new, then no, I didn't hear about it. Did you guys all hear about this? Someone being set on fire?
I heard
Yeah.
a news clip about that.
An illegal immigrant set her on fire.
Yes.
Yeah, I
It's
haven't
horrible.
heard about that. Did that just happen in the last few days, or did it happen?
Last week, I think, within the last week or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian, I don't think it'd be any problem for them to count all of the legal votes. I don't think that, that they've always done that before. And it takes less time in countries that do that than it does like in California, where they're still counting with these machines that are supposed to make it happen faster and more efficiently. They're safe and effective voting machines. But yeah, we should be counting by hand.
And that's what surprised me here. That's the way we've always done it. Paper ballot, no mail-in ballots. That just kind of blew me away whenever I was asking someone from another state, you mean they're just like, they just mail the ballots, like no name?
Everyone gets mailed ballots, everyone. And you only can mail them back or put them in drop boxes. There's no place to vote in person in Washington state. And I believe that's also true in Oregon and California.
Wow.
Exactly, G-Mom Merkel.
And so, but this year when I went in to vote, there was a machine, a little computer looking machine. And I had no clue how to use it. So the man had to come over there and help me. I'm trying to stick the paper all over the place. I had no clue how to use it. And I was concerned about that. And people were asking, can I have a copy? And they told them no. It was just completely different this time. And that's something that I'm going to bring up also, because I just don't agree with it. It's not. A machine can go wrong. I don't care what kind of machine it is, how high the technology is. There can always be a glitch.
Glad you did, Miss Finder Sue. Well, right. And there could be a glitch, or they can be hacked, which has been proven that the voting machines can be hacked. Originally, back after 2020, they lied and said that they couldn't be connected to the internet. And they lied under oath. I mean, that was part of, the big argument against thinking that it had been stolen being wrong, but they proved that it absolutely can. And they were built that way intentionally.
Yeah, that's part of those 60-something cases that they tell you went to court and there was nothing there. And really what it was no standing, because they didn't want to tell you that there were people standing in a courtroom going, no, my team just hacked into the Nest thermostat right there just to show you how easy it was. And they've accessed the machine downstairs. Let's see, who was that guy again? That was the bald dude with glasses. I forget his name.
So Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
Well, fair point. So if we all know this about voting, why would we put any stock in voting being a real thing?
Because then if we focus on our votes to start changing these things to where you aren't using the machines, that then they're calling for ID, kind of like what we've done in Texas. There's so many places where are not using machines, and in Texas we did ID required. So states have made changes since 2020.
But does
to
that
address
make
a lot of things?
Does that make voting any more legitimate?
Well, we just won this one, so it made a change to the progress.
Is that in all states? What says you will need
That's nationwide, Landy.
That's nationwide. Okay.
Nationwide.
You will need a real ID compliant driver's license or state issued ID to enter federal buildings and board commercial aircraft starting May 7th, 2025.
Yep. I was in Kentucky and I changed my Colorado license, which was a real ID. And I went to the Kentucky place to do that. And they said, "Do you want a real ID or do you want a Kentucky license?" I said, "I do not want a real ID." And she said, "Well, you're not going to be able to fly or go into a federal building after, you know." And I said, "Okay, well, that's fine. I don't care."
What in the world?
Just feels
real ID. Real ID. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Real ID has biometric connection to your piece of paper that says you can drive a car. It's got a fingerprint and it has a photograph that has an iris scan. Because Colorado's had it for 5 years. Probably more than that.
Well, there you go.
About 5 years. You put your finger on the thing, it gets your fingerprint.
Prison Planet incoming.
We just got rid of our inspection stickers things here, so we don't even have that.
Thank you, JM.
Yeah.
Which is great, but if you want to get on an airplane and you don't have a real ID after the middle of next year, you're not going to be able to.
It's probably a safe thing.
That's crazy.
It's not.
Yeah, because it's not just here. You're not dealing with just here. We just have millions of people. Hell, there's over 100,000 on the known terrorist list that they know of, and that just goes to show that how many did they not know of, because they weren't coming here by themselves. They were coming to meet people. So there's people here. So the threat levels are going to go up. And, you know, it's easy to kind of live in a comfortable kind of area, but to know that there are countries out there that want to do us harm, and that COVID just shows how easy they can germinate shit. So there's all ways to do it. So yeah, I think security is going to start. It's because it's just the world we live in.
So we have a lot of different reference
Bear asked, was the vote stolen in the vote stolen in 2024? And I know I don't agree with everyone on the panel, but I do think that it's possible it was rigged. I think that we're being played across the board, in my opinion.
Of course we are.
I think people showed up.
We've been played. Why would it be different? Why would it be different? Because Trump's a great guy and we're going to save America because it's time. I mean, I'm sorry, forgive me. I got a little passionate. Indy, your point to me is accurate because of history.
Yes.
We've been played since 1863. Lincoln was the first socialist president. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913 gave the banks our money system. The Administrative Procedures Act of 1946 took away Congress's ability to do anything and put it to all the agencies. And everything in history tells me that what we're living through now is a psychological operation, kind of like Really Graceful said. Mm-hmm. Trump winning and Trump's ear and the bullet and all the stuff, literally all the stuff is designed for a person to be engaged with the system in a way that benefits the system and doesn't benefit the individual.
Right. Yeah, like Amir says, that felt way too easy. And think about even just in the way that the news, the mainstream media, we all say we don't trust them. And then think about how easily they accepted all of that and how none of it played out the way any of us thought that it would. Really, it didn't. It didn't feel off.
Well, it's the corporate. Well, it's the corporate. That's what I see. See, I don't see being played since the 1800s. But I grew up in a different era. I was on a different planet during my youth, and it wasn't that way. We grew up doing the Boy Scouts, Eagle Scouts. You opened the doors. You were polite. People went to work. Yes.
Okay, but even look at that rescue. So think about think about how
Okay.
that, even like scouting, though, think about how that's been warped and changed over the years.
Yeah,
to
but it
those
has.
people.
Well, but that's like when we did the computer and they said, look, you can email grandma pictures of the grandkids in another state. People did that and said, wow, this is very cool. Nobody said, oh yeah, and you can do porn too. No, so there's always the other, when we
Evil.
the gun, we use the gun to
Right.
defend the
But
home, and it's
maybe
an
if
awesome
somebody
weapon.
had
But whenever
said
it's
that
shot to
then,
kill your family member, now it's a bad thing. So it's not,
right.
once
But
again,
maybe
it's,
if we had identified those things then and done something about it, it
but
wouldn't have turned out the way it is now. I mean, I think the only way to stop the
but it's
plans for moving
people.
forward is to address them.
I guess to me, the wording always makes it sound like there's the big boogeyman is what did this. It's not people. There's no responsibility to be taken by the people in everyday life. Like, it's not our fault. We didn't miss a thing. We
No,
didn't do
that's why I said I
anything.
think we've been played.
I think
That's,
we
that's,
see. I
I
don't.
don't
I
think
think
it's
we
us
became
either.
so complacent because this generation doesn't build anything. This whole
But you don't
generation
think
of
that that
kids right
happened
now
by
don't
design?
build anything. No, I don't. I think we
Oh, see,
built
I
our
You don't
way
do.
up
think they
into
want
a
to build stuff?
plateau. I think we've built our way into a plateau, and instead of like looking how to invent the next phone, people now just wait in
Maybe
line
there.
to buy the next model. Instead of thinking
Yeah.
of, wow, how to build the next badass computer, they just go buy the next item on the list and put it in the computer.
I
People
hope that
don't
most of us
learn
are.
computers, they learn to plug components in.
I hear what you're saying.
And so I don't think that we have a generation that looks of in doing things to make it better. Like when they don't buy a house, like you don't hear that. The house with the white picket fence, I'm going to own
Because
hand.
most people
No,
can't
because you're
afford
being
it.
told you don't even own the land. See, I think that's your psyop. Your psyop is your country is shit. Your country has played you. Your country is again. I think that's the psyop because then you don't vote. And that
Well,
is the biggest, strongest power that American citizen has. And it's just so simplistic, it gets lost in history. But that's what makes us different. Every legitimate American citizen here has the right to vote.
Thanks, Dave.
But didn't the election get stolen in 2016 or 2020? Sorry, 2020.
Yeah, and the bank's been
Well,
robbed too.
okay.
And here we are a couple hundred years later, and people still use the damn things. Go figure.
Well, my point. I mean,
Agreed, Wyatt.
I get your passion. I love your passion, and I tell you, I'm on your side. I am. But if it could be stolen on a national level in 2020, then that one most precious thing that makes us an American's a fraud.
No, it got abused. And then there were people that saw that, and then there have been hundreds of changes. Nobody ever talks about it. Nobody ever promotes it. Nobody wants to talk about, oh yeah, that state passed that. It's like me and Bonnie have talked about it, the township up north that went in there and said, hold up, you people have been doing all this shit. Hell no, all y'all are fired. They fired their whole damn township.
And a small
But
township works. Yeah.
Well, but okay, power in numbers. But see, guess where the psyop is? Shh, it don't matter. So guess what you do? You decrease the numbers. So now your fake votes and your tallies that they want to insert, they get to work.
You could
see, that's what happened in 2020. COVID, they said, ooh, if you show up in public, you're going to catch the cooties. So
Yeah.
people stayed home, and that opened the door, and we all watched the ballots coming in the ice chest and shit. And we watched people putting the same stack in the machine over and over. And so that's how that happened. Well, guess what didn't happen in 24? There was nobody standing at machines just dumping ballot stacks in, because all of a sudden people had changed things. All of a sudden, you know what, you state that went around your state constitution and legislative process, you're not doing that no more. Guess what, in Texas, you know what, you're not doing that anymore. You're not taking those counts. There was a big change.
See, I don't think that there were enough changes to have made it be as
not where you live.
Well, and most places like where I live, that's what I'm saying. That's what I opened up by saying about all of this, is that I think that's my takeaway, is that it's very different for people in different places, depending on how their voting systems are set in place. In sanctuary cities and cities like mine, and in Washington, Oregon, California, New York, Chicago, and other places as well, I think they're already owned and operated. And so while you, in a place like where you are, it matters more to vote probably in person than or to vote in general, than in a place like mine where the votes aren't counted accurately. So, and I don't believe that there were things in place in most states or most counties to prevent the kind of fraud that we saw in 2020. The machines are still in place in most places, not all. The people can still go, have workers that have their, trucks or barrels of whatever of votes. I mean, what was put in place to prevent that?
Well, see, nothing. But then again, weren't you the one telling me that it's been basically corrupt in your area even before COVID? So see, that's kind of like going into the hornet's nest, going all the way down into the queen, and then going, see, now how are we going to fix this whole nest? And it's like, okay, well, first off, we might want to start outside and work our way in. And so, and I don't mean this, and you know that I love you, so I don't mean it the way this might come out, but there's areas that are just shitholes. And I'm not saying I get it. Your neighborhood's awesome, but there's just the governments, the governors, the administration of that state is shit. And,
right.
And it's not going to get fixed overnight. And it's not going to get fixed
shit.
in 4 years. It's not going to probably even be fixed in 8. That's going to be the 20 years. So like when me and Al go, he asked me, I think those are your states that are the 20-year runs. It's going to take massive numbers to show up. And then all of a sudden you can't insert these fake ballots. You can't insert the fake numbers because, well, you had the 150,000 people actually showed up and they said, no, this person. So you don't have, because see, to me, it's a simple math thing. I get how they play the game. I get it. And that's why I think it's a total psyop that when they can tell people not to vote, that it doesn't matter, that it doesn't. I think that's your psyop because it's all in the numbers. When you look at our documents and everything, the biggest power you have is your vote. So if you can go down and you, like where I live, it's right at 50,000 people. If I could go out and commence a little campaign and target a county judge, I could change the county judge. We've done it with a sheriff down here, but it's in the power of the numbers. You've got to show up physically. And when you step up there to do that, you remove your option off the table because they only get to play with so many numbers.
But also, I saw where people were going to vote and they were being told they couldn't vote because the machine was down for whatever reason. They wanted to vote in person and they were not allowing them to. And what I want to ask Indy and Algo is, do y'all receive a voter registration card in the mail in your states?
Not here in Billy, not here in Washington. We don't have poll workers like that.
No, you just get a ballot.
No, you just get a ballot. You don't get anything else. You just get the ballot, and everyone gets a ballot mailed to them.
And even if you've moved 3 times in the year, your ballot goes to all 3 addresses.
Yes.
Yeah.
We moved.
Anybody can do. Yeah.
That is crazy. So here, when you go to vote, you have to have your driver's license and that voter's registration card, and they have to match. The addresses have to match on it. The name.
Right. And that's what I was saying. In places like Texas, where you guys are, it's different than it is in other cities where we don't have any of that anymore. We've already lost all of that. And it happened gradually over a very long period of time. So now we don't have enough people even aware of what they've lost who are going to stand up. And on top of that, even if what we vote for, how do we stand up? When we stand up by voting, it doesn't matter because what we vote for doesn't go through. Even things that, okay, here's an example too of how ridiculous it is here. Even something that did pass here, even something that did just recently pass here, they are now trying to fight and say that it was unconstitutional. It was the one thing that went the more conservative way. And it was basically whether people should be able to use natural gas for stoves and things still. And the people voted against it, even with our skewed, I'm not saying that it's not possible that there might be numbers, but also this could be a psyop too, because it doesn't matter what the people vote for. They're going to say that it's unconstitutional and probably get it turned around and ban it anyway, which they've done before in Washington state with other things we voted on. We have the highest taxes in a lot of areas, but we also have a tax on our car tabs. They were being skyrocketed up, and the people voted for it to be capped at a $30 car tab tax. It passed hugely by the people, and they overturned it. They overturned it and did it anyway. So that's what they do here. And there's not enough people that are aware, and there's not enough people that even understand it. And there's so many people that are so indoctrinated in the vote blue, no matter who, that it feels pretty overwhelmingly hopeless in these areas.
I can see that point, Indy.
It takes 35 people to build an assembly.
And then what does that assembly do? I know I need to look into this more, Bonnie, but I don't understand what those 35 people are supposed to do that's going to make a difference to overthrow the overthrowing of our governments here.
So in doing that, when you assemble as the Constitution is written, when you go to the site, it'll give you a list of everything that the assembly has accomplished. And the biggest one to me was, and it's not the biggest one, but one of the major ones was when Obama was in and wanted to put boots on the ground in Syria. The assembly sent in their objection to that, and he had to follow it. And so if it's that powerful, to me, that's the solution.
I mean, I think it's possible, and I do think it's something I need to spend more time. So get on my case about it, Bonnie, because I do think I need to look into it more. To me, it seems like a pipe dream, to be honest, but because I haven't heard about a lot of the wins, but maybe that's just, where would I have heard about it really, So
Sovereign
it is
citizen
something I need to look
comes to
into.
mind?
No, it's not sovereign citizens.
No. I mean, it comes to mind, and sovereign citizen will get you out of all the stuff that they are doing, and it does.
Yeah, but I think that's different because I've heard a lot of people that are for the National Assembly are against the sovereign citizen movement.
Oh, it's totally different. It's just a correlation. I wasn't trying to connect the two. I'm sorry. And I can tell you, in Colorado, there is a constitutional amendment called the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that says if you don't spend the money we give you, we get it back.
Right.
And they passed that in 1999. Douglas Bruce put that in place. And all the people said, yeah. So this last year, they tried to put an amendment out that said, no, we're not going to use that. And all the people voted against it. And you know what the administration of the Colorado governorship did? They said, oh, that's fine. We'll just sue you. And then we'll call them fees instead of taxes.
Right.
And so to the point you were making, where you live does depend very much about how the politics affect you. But nationally, I guess might be Indy's point and mine as well. Nationally, we all live under the nation. And if they can hijack an election and they can run roughshod over the Constitution in so many ways that I could sit here for 20 minutes and tell you, I don't think we have a fucking chance.
Well, likely.
By playing in their system.
Yeah, I think so too. I do. I mean, I think right now, hypothetically, we won, with Trump coming in, maybe, and we'll see. Yeah, we'll see where that goes. And I really, like I've said, and I'll say it again, I think, like you were talking about the pendulum swinging, I think a lot of times what happens is we're made to believe, okay, well, now the conservative side is appeased because our votes did count because we got Trump in. And so now Trump's going to do all these things that are going to set precedent. And then when it swings back the other way, whenever that happens, then all these things that he set up supposedly for good reason or with the support of the people are going to be used for the opposite purposes. And we've seen that all throughout history.
Well,
and
to me,
I do think they're working
said
together.
This is just a breather for 3.5 years. This is going to, people still need to pay attention. You need to see if you have somebody coming up next year, the next year.
Right,
It's not, you don't take your foot off the gas.
Yes.
What about today? What about today?
What about today? Today, you just get your house tend to right outside your front door.
Yep.
Well, tend your own garden is a great policy in life. But I mean, what about today where all the people out here who are struggling with this economy and struggling with the things this system is doing to them, do we just say, well, we'll just hope that we can do better in the future?
Well, kind of, sort of, in a way. I mean, you also become self-preservation. So self-survival would start cutting down look at your foods. There's so much stuff on your credit. Do you have debt? If you have debt, maybe try to look at moving. If things are so under your thumb and you don't get no breathing room, then move. Are you willing to live underneath a bridge and take a sponge bath in a gas station bathroom and then go get a damn Burger King job until you can afford a motel room? And I only speak of these things because I've walked that very path.
Yeah,
so things can be done. And so it's not over. It's only over when people keep. That's why I guess I just don't do the big bad wolf thing, because I didn't really.
He's
I
not at
saw
your
what they
door.
just did.
Right.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we had COVID. I mean, we don't live like in some magic land.
Yeah, but
we
for like a
didn't-
week,
Well,
we
then,
had lockdowns.
why is that? Why
we
is
had
that?
there
Why
were
is
buildings
the
that I
people here different?
because
Then
the
it's
because
human
it's
beings
not
with
owned and
hearts and lungs
operated
and
there.
legs.
That's exactly the point I'm making, because it's not
See?
fully owned and operated. We've been infiltrated and overthrown in the West Coast and in
And
other
you don't think it's
sanctuary
been
cities.
mind jacked? It's easier to mind jack that up here than it is over a spread out Texas country that has a history that you just can't talk people out of believing, because we believe in it. We live it.
you
We
do.
breathe it. And
You're
so
making the
you
argument for
can't
me.
just
So that's what
rewrite our
you're
history
saying the
up
same thing
there.
I am.
Texans
know
think they're
what?
special.
No, that's not
No,
it.
and they should.
But
They should.
you know
No,
what?
Texans do. Texans think they're special and separate, and they should,
Okay,
and they
we
do.
do.
And you guys are literally the Republic of Texas, and you should be that way. And I admire that.
I make no apologies.
I
No,
I don't think it has to be. I don't think he means that in a negative way. I'm just
No,
saying
I mean
think
that in a positive
it's
way.
different. Yeah, it's different there than it is here or in other places like here.
Then,
So
if anything,
there-
that should be a light that says, okay, then
Yes,
it
it should
can
be,
be
and it
different,
is.
instead of just being, well, I don't know. I just get told how it can never be better. And
No,
yet
no,
my
but
life
I
gets
didn't say
better.
that. Neither did Algo.
Legally,
May I?
legally, Texas is a republic, and unto itself.
Yes.
By
Well,
law.
that's our constitution. We're the Republic
That's
of
why
Texas.
we
Well,
can.
no. Time out. Texas is a republic by law, and it should operate as an independent nation aside of the U.S. government, and it kind of does. And I know Texans are very proud of that, and they should be. But what people who are in Texas don't understand is that the rest of all of us in this nation with you, we don't have that luxury.
Not
And
all.
that's-
Missouri
that's
doesn't.
what I'm
Oklahoma
trying
doesn't.
to say.
There's
Can I?
Hold on. Give
Bonnie,
give Bonnie a chance to talk. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go Bonnie.
Indy, you're talking about you're wanting to move, and Rescue's telling you, then I would move. Okay. So that is one thing that I have noticed with other cultures. Like, if you're wanting to move, if you want to move to Texas, you know enough people there, and I think that you have built the relationships of people to trust. So would I open my house to your family to get you in here, to get you started doing what you need to do to get your own place if you wanted to, or whatever? Then yes, that is where I'm seeing people moving in together. And sometimes it's big numbers moving into one house to share the bills. And
Well, thank you,
make
first
it
of all, Bonnie.
affordable.
But that's already happening here all over the place, because the cost of living in a lot of these same places by
Exactly.
design are skyrocketed. They're way higher here than in the areas you guys are in. So it's easy to say to move, but it's a lot harder to do it. And as far as like you were saying, Rescue, I didn't get to say this earlier, but when you were talking about, even like people not being able, the younger generations not being being interested in buying homes, it's not that they're not interested. It's not that they don't want the white picket fence. Some of them might be more discouraged about the future of having children or getting married because of all the different social constructs that have been, by design shoved down their faces, or the ways that they've been altered because of COVID and lockdowns and social engineering, but they can't afford it. It's not the same as when a lot of you who are even just in probably the 10 years above me. I'm 43. I was born in 81. So if you were born in the 70s, it was a lot easier for you to buy a home and get established than it is for anyone from the next generations after you. I'm kind of right on that cusp level. So, there's a lot of things that
Indy, you're a Gen Xer in heart, so
I'm definitely Gen X at heart.
You're
We
not a
just had this
millennial.
debate earlier. I know. I'm right on that year. It's like 1981, I think, is the beginning year of the millennials.
and they fucking
I'm
lied
like,
about that because every generation was 20
The
years
psyop.
before, and they made yours
Right, Gmo.
15.
yeah, no,
No,
I'm definitely,
seriously.
my heart is Gen X. That's 100%.
Every generation was 20 years.
Cola and I
then
have
they
had
made
this
yours
conversation
15.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a Gen
But
Xer.
also, more importantly, I think it's that right at that line where I grew up without cell phones. I grew up without the internet for the most part. That all came around mostly in my high school years. I had, my first cell phone was, I think, in college or after college. So no, I must
it
have
a
been in
Razor?
college. I don't remember.
The
Probably a
Razor with the
Nokia
flip?
something.
The
But remember the
Razor with
Sidekick with like the little keyboard?
Sidekick was awesome.
Yeah. But anyway, so I'm just saying, I think like I'm right at the end of that kind of generation and the beginning of the next, and it's a lot harder, and it's only gotten worse, especially in areas like mine.
And I do think that, I mean, and God love Texas, because John Stadtmiller was a man in Austin, Texas, who had a thing called Republic Broadcasting Network. And it's rbn.org. You can find it. He spent 20 years trying to help people understand the money system, help them understand the government system. I think they kind of took him out, but it's a
right, Mike.
I can't knock anybody's belief about voting or Trump or any of the stuff. The things that I've seen in my lifetime with history and where we're at, if Team Humanity doesn't dummy up pretty soon, we're going to roll into the next phase of the next thing that we've been through before since we started. And I think what kind of just grabs me about all this is that people on every side of the argument are still God's creation. We're still trying to do the best we can. Everybody wants the same things. They want to be left alone. They want their children to prosper. They want a decent meal, and they want a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
And
right. Well, and that's like part of my name, the Independent Many United. I think when it really comes down to it, there's a huge mass of us somewhere in this wide middle and I think there are way more of us than them who have the same core values and beliefs and, needs and wants. It's the extremes on the far left and the far right who probably do meet in the middle, really. And, they're the ones that are right, that are the biggest problems. And then also I wanted to point out because part of me, I'm torn. Part of me does want to move. I've been trying to actively move for years. And part of that, for a long time, my husband wasn't on board. So I was here, have a commitment. He thankfully is more on board for moving, but it hasn't worked out. His job is also very hyper local to here. So there's a lot of complications in us moving. It's not like we can afford to or pick up and move and have a job, he'll be starting over, so that there's a lot that's not impossible, but it takes a lot to get to that point. And he's not there, he's more there than he has been. But it's a tricky situation. And that's as much as I can really share at this point on here. But we have a lot of ideas. Like Bonnie was saying, Texas is one of the places we've considered, partially because I have a lot of friends from YouTube and also from my life that live in Texas. So that's an idea. We've looked in Idaho and Montana. We've looked at Alaska. So, we're looking at a few different places, but mostly it's going to be based on where my husband can find a good job where he can go in at an entry level and have something that's sustainable.
Right.
So we'll see. Thankfully, I can teach pretty much anywhere. So that's a benefit. But yeah, it's complicated.
The money system. It's
right.
And my former girlfriend and I got in this knockdown drag out fight verbally.
Hold on 2 seconds. Sorry, I'll go 2 seconds because I want to go past this comment so I can keep moving and catch up. But Mike said we need to stay and fix the place we already are in. And that's the other side of it, is that it's really hard. I mean, all of you are, I know Rescue, for example, you talk about you're not going to leave. You're going to die on your hill. It's hard for me to want to even to have considered it. And that's part of my husband's thing too. We were born and raised here. We love a lot of things about this state. It is home to us. So it's a lot harder to just pick up and go and say, well, screw the whole West Coast. We'll let it drop off into the ocean and be overthrown. It's also 1/4 of our borders. So if everybody does that, we're all fucked.
Sure, just take our dreams away. I see how it is.
Right? I'm just saying. Yeah, moving is for quitters. I mean, I get both perspectives, but I know a lot of people, including many of my close friends and family who are at all on the same page as me, have moved. They've already made that move, and a lot of them did it over the last few years.
See, and I get it too. My only thing is, so that's, and because that's a call only somebody can make that they're going through, because it's all in the meaning of yourself. So that's your own call. But it's, how do I say this? And I'm okay. It's like when people say things out loud, nobody ever addresses it as in from their local perspective. When every time the conversations are said, they're always done in a everywhere type addressing. And that's where I think I always end up countering stuff, is because it's just not that way here. And now I realize there's light at the end of the tunnel. Anybody that wants to look down this way, you just, whether it's whether it's taking control over your situation. But I'm a believer in votes. And it's so funny because I say votes, and just so you know, I'll go too. Here's a little tidbit information, because I'm 60 years old, and I didn't need my first time to ever vote in my life was actually in 2020 when they stole the damn thing.
No kidding. Are you kidding?
Because I went in the Army at 17, and when I got out, I got in trouble, and I was a convicted felon, so I didn't even think I could vote. I didn't realize it until it got so crazy. And then finally having a conversation, somebody goes, you can vote, Brian. And I was like, not me, man. They go, oh yeah, you could have been voting. And I was like, what? And I looked into it, and sure enough, I could have been voting for decades. So that's why I own up to my own failure.
And from what I understand, you can use other states' constitutions if D-Dog's here, he can correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe D can. But I've seen court cases where they use other states' constitutions to present their case. And there was something else to go along with that. I hate these brain farts.
They hit us at the best times, right?
I know.
Funny.
Well, yeah, if it applies to one state, it applies to all states.
Yes. And also, did y'all know that Pennsylvania is a common law state? I don't know why they're not changing things there, but because
check that out.
I think it's because that's where the documents were signed. But and so
I dropped it.
Why Trump kept asking for the Pennsylvania court. I don't know what's going on there, but I do know that they are still a common law state. And when I was traveling around, that's the one thing that I saw that was the most made the biggest impression on me is humanity is not lost. We didn't see.
No, for sure, Bonnie. But humanity is not lost.
No, we didn't see any. Everywhere we went, we were treated good. There was one store where two women must have had a really bad day. Maybe their boss came in and gave them what for. I don't know what happened, but they were not in a good mood. But otherwise, the courtesy, everything was still there. And that is, to me, what we need to hang on to is
men and women are good. Men and women are good.
Mm-hmm.
God made us good.
Yes.
There are psychopaths running this place who are not good, but men and women are good all the time, everywhere we go.
I think the majority are.
Everybody is, except for the psychopaths who are running the system. And to me, the psychopaths are the ones that are telling you to vote, and they're telling you to get a credit card, and they're telling you to do these things.
I didn't tell you to get a credit card, but I'll tell you to vote.
Well, obviously,
that's
you're not a psychopath either.
I don't know. I'll preach that voting because I believe in
I
that.
know.
That's
I
your.
know.
I mean, because
It was-
think about it. Look at what these people did when they were doing their rioting. Why? It was the numbers,
Right.
and yeah, it was the shift that said, "Sure, we'll let them," but they got it. There was the numbers, and so. But if you did that on a calm thing to address local politics, you could change your local environment. And I really,
Not in my experience.
well, no, because we people have never we've realized.
We tried in Colorado.
So
And-
you've got
and
your
we
town
tried it.
together, and you tried to replace your city council, and you couldn't do it.
I helped my brother. I tried to help my brother-in-law become a state legislator.
Right, but
And-
so okay, how close did he get?
He was.
Good night, the cat. Much love to you.
42%.
Okay, because see, down here we had something similar. Was a guy named Brandon Herrera, known as the AK guy on YouTube, has a channel for AK stuff and gun stuff. He makes guns. He saw during the border stuff and how the Republican that's over our largest district down there amongst the border, but he checked into his voting record. His voting was Democratic, so he literally decided to
I get that,
go
Billy.
and run against him. He lost by 400 votes. They spent $10 million. He spent $1 million. And
Good to
that
see you,
just goes
Unknown.
to show you it was that close. So like it can be done. And now that the RNC party is changing hands and they're not going to be able to play around with that money and where it goes, then hopefully as long as people stay on target, that can actually go to then candidates that are actually looking out for constituents.
Maybe. I hope so. Have
I
you
mean,
ever
'cause-
gone to the Republican National Committee's website?
No.
It's a .com. It's
Yeah, I
not.
have.
It's not a .org.
I would not have been a fan of them to begin with, and I don't think
Well,
we need
fair
them.
enough, but I mean, even in Texas and even in Washington and Colorado, all of these political parties are a .com. They're a commercial entity. They're not organization.
Should be a gov.
It probably should be a .org because it probably should be a not-for-profit, but it's a .com.
Well, it's a political though party. I would think that ought to be a .gov because then that's if you're,
Well,
you're one of the federal
maybe it could
parties.
be. Yeah, maybe it could be, but it's not. They're .coms.
Restore America is a .org.
Do I know?
Restore America is a .org.
Okay.
So okay, but here's the thing. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Are you more trusting of a .gov than a .org or vice versa?
Depends on what I'm looking for.
Right. I kind of feel like it matters too, because I remember, growing up, it was like if it was a government site, that was a site that you could use that to cite information and do research because it was trusted. Well, I don't trust it.
No.
Well, and it's actually funny because the .gov sites they still technically are being truthful. You just have to actually dig for the data. They make it very hard to find the data, but that's to me, I always look at it as that's criminals playing the legal game. It's like, well, technically we do. It's right there. Wait, I got to click on this link and then go down to this and click on this one and then go down to click on this and then search for it. Oh, but technically it's available.
Even the White House website has a lot that you're like, whoa.
Okay, so now that we all know that, I mean, can't we like as rational men and women look at that and say, okay, then it's all bullshit? Can't we do that?
Well, no, because it's not all bullshit. I mean, there are like legitimate.com sites. There's legitimate.org sites.
No, I mean within the government, when they hide the stuff that you need to know when you go there, they hide it. You have to dig for it. Can't you kind of say, well, they're pulling a trick on me, and I don't.
Oh, I'll straight up.
I should ignore that.
Oh, I'll straight up tell you the last 6 years, even through Trump. That's why people can say, well, Trump didn't do that. Man, that was such a corrupt. There were rhinos in there. We were saying that it's like people go, well, we had the House and Congress. Not really, because those were the fake ass people that were just wearing a Republican tag just to get into office. They didn't want him upsetting their train. So I think that we've been under this right here has been batshit crazy, unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. The last 5 years, 6 years.
Well, are you familiar with Agenda 2030? The United Nations Agenda 2030. Are you familiar with
Okay,
that?
the United. Yeah, I've heard about that.
Well, that
It's like it's kind of like there was Event 201. This is sort of the same kind of idea. This is just the 2030 agenda instead of the 2021 agenda.
And a lot of people
Well,
think
yeah,
that they're making it 25 instead of 30.
Right.
Well, of course now, because they realized how well the COVID operation worked, and they said, "Screw it, we don't have to wait 5 years. We'll just implement this." But if you haven't really researched Agenda 2030 and you don't like understand what they're trying to do, it's going to be hard to see how America fits into that. But if you have looked into Agenda 2030 and you have understood what their goals are, it's really easy to see how America fits into that.
I reckon.
And
See,
well, it has to do even with
it's-
like the Green New Deal and the agenda. All
Yeah,
of
see,
the
and I
agenda.
think you can.
I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
See, I think you can see things like, and I think that there's so much that because they went all in, and I believe that. I don't believe they were expecting 24 for them to lose. They've been all in. That's why things were up front. They were out in front of people's face. They were doing things. I think that's so. I think all of the whole and the global thing. See, I just see it. My thing is a corporation. It's a business perspective. That's just in my history. You have people, stores. I can remember growing up, you had little stores, and the minute they became successful, then if the guy doing the competition across the street, then they would buy them up. Well, you end up at this level, and now in 2025 level, this is global stuff. So you have corporations, you have the Vanguards, the BlackRocks, the State Streets, you have shareholders in stuff, and they want to control this. And I think that right now, this is our only breather. And that's why I'm so adamant about the voting, because I think that is a total psyop to pollute generations deep of the American power, because it's your vote. And that's how you literally can change this. But if you convince people that they're powerless, then you just make everybody an addict.
See, but I don't think that acknowledging. See, this is where I think we differ sometimes. I don't think that acknowledging what I see as reality is saying that I'm powerless. I think we're powerless if we buy into the agenda that's being pushed. So,
but if you live in a country that says that your power, your number one power is to go down and cast a vote, and then you're saying no, it doesn't.
That's not what our
matter.
founding fathers said.
No,
our founding fathers said that at a time when the tree of liberty is going to be blood, needed to be watered with the blood of patriots.
Yeah,
they didn't
and
say
tyrants.
Yeah, I get that.
Right, and
that's
tyrants. Thank you.
And that was 3% then.
And if the government doesn't serve the people, it needs to be shut down and moved a little further west.
But that means the people need to participate.
Right. But I think there's other ways of participating, and maybe the National Assembly is the way. I just don't know enough about it, or I've seen enough, to believe that it's going to be the magic solution, but maybe it is.
But it's the one simplest thing that anybody can do. It like takes zero money.
But I'm not saying not to vote, Rescue. I did vote, and I do vote, and I will continue to do that. I just don't think that it matters in places like where I am. If anything, part of the reason I do continue to vote, even though I don't think it matters, is because I think it's possible it will be used as evidence later of what the numbers were actually like. Like people say, we have to fix 2020. To me, it doesn't seem like that's likely to happen. I watched it very closely. I saw it go through the courts in the few cases where they actually allowed it to go through and not say it didn't have standing. And there was plenty of evidence for things to say that there were corruption in 2020. And there's still, it still fell on Merrick Garland to move it forward. And he didn't because he's corrupt. So,
But if we're still a corporation under the crown, what
it is? America is a corporation.
Okay, but what did the Revolutionary War accomplish?
What's that?
What did the Revolutionary War accomplish?
The Revolutionary War.
That was just
actually. Well, no, it was a legitimate thing that happened, and Team Humanity said, "Okay, we're going to self-govern." And the people that own them said, "No, you're not." And they said, "Okay, we'll fight it out." And the French said, "We're going to help you." And I hope people know that without the French, the Americans could never have won that. And then in 1812, the crown came back and said, no, we're going to take this back. And they burned down the Capitol. And the American patriots said, no, we're going to keep fighting. And at that time, they wrote a thing called the Constitution for America. And now we have the Constitution of the United States of America. Sorry, Constitution for the United States of America. And now we subscribe to this thing called the Constitution for the United States of America. And there's a huge difference semantically.
Yes, there is.
And so when we want to look at this, if we're being genuinely honest, our birthright that we were told we have is a fiction that is driven by the people in charge, and it doesn't really reflect the Constitution of the United States of America. Well, it does reflect that. It doesn't reflect the Constitution for the United States. And we can get into all the stuff about names and dates and all these things, but for me, the bottom line is I was born into bondage, and I do my best to navigate the system. And for me, I do not participate. I'm not giving my soul tokens to this satanic system.
Right.
Except when I really have to. I don't buy from Amazon. I don't eat McDonald's. I don't do these things because my soul tokens mean so much to me. And I pray that I'm right, that God wants me to be a defiant little shit and be an asshole about this stuff. But God also doesn't want me to be mean to people who are still in that system. And so when I say, does someone understand what Agenda 2030 is? And they may or may not. It's like, you should look into that, because what we're living through is another consolidation of human energy into a political thing that is against humans. And that pisses me off. It pisses me off that we have to sit here and talk about this. We should be sitting here talking about all the joys we had today, and what victory did your child do, and how cute did your child made this thing, and it's so beautiful, and even it's in crayon and you can't read it, but it's so beautiful because that little human did that. And we don't get to do that because there is this system on top of us that is oppressing and sucking the life out of us. And I hope we stop at some point, stop letting it. And
Right.
I am apologetic to everybody listening and you in the panel. I'm sorry that I get this vehement about my stance on all of these things, but my heart is broken living in this country. And I see the destruction that has been brought through the name of America. And it's like a double-edged sword, because if you look at America and the origins and all that shit, it's totally not what we were told.
We're the best country on the planet.
Yeah, right. And
we really are.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's scary is that it's probably true. But look at what's how we're still, like Fish was saying, it's not like we're poking at other countries and think ours is flawless. We obviously are talking about the flaws in our own as well. And like I was saying, I think a lot of things have been blueprinted in other places, and they're being rolled out now here.
I guess I just never realized that people's lives were just so bad that's where we've gone.
But why do you have to say that things are so bad that that's where we've gone, that we think that things need to be corrected? You think there's things that need to be corrected.
But I think this is.
Does that mean you think your life is horrible?
I don't
understand that connection.
I don't think I've been miserable my whole life. I haven't felt like I've been enslaved my whole life. I don't think I've been in bondage my whole life. I don't think that I've been oppressed my whole life. I don't feel like I've felt any of those things.
But I think you can agree that there's things in the system that are designed to bring you down when they should be bringing you up.
Yeah, I lived in a city when I was young, and then I realized that's not where I wanted to be. That's just you have no connection to real things in a city.
Right.
Because it's just one block after another. And so you walk down to a store.
I understand what you're saying.
Well, you don't travel 15, 20 minutes to the store. You walk down the block, so things have a different outlook on things. All of a sudden, you're used to walking out, and there's 15, 20 people, and you're just walking amongst people. Out in the country, it's different. You kind of go by and see 20 people. You stop, hey, are you having a barbecue? So it's
Right. We do live in different worlds, and I'm so thankful you're in your place.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, if you can stay in that place, stay there as long as you can, because that's a great place to be in. It's not my reality. And
well, I know, and I guess sometimes I feel like I'm bombarded because your reality is not my reality. And it's like, and I'll just point out a plain example. Algo just sat there and went interrupted with everything he just said. Why? Because it fit the total narrative of most. If I can't talk that long.
Rescue, you've been talking the whole time, and you've talked over me several times. So that's seems unfair.
Well, I'm a bully that way,
No, but a lot of people up here, we get passionate and we want to say what we have to say. But you have interrupted me several times, and that's why I continued talking when you did interrupt me, because I wanted to get out my ideas and my thoughts.
Rescue, I know. I guess when you feel outnumbered, and that's it.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry I did that, Rescue. That was not my intention.
No, you don't have to do that. I'm not trying to change nobody. My thing is, I can say this, and hell, maybe I ought to turn the screen on so then it's actually you can see legitimately by my face. My brain can't get around how people go, yeah, this country, man, look at that, we massacre people. We're just oppressed. We don't really, I don't even, and I don't mean this insultive. This is like legit. My brain doesn't go that way. It never has my whole life. Like I doubted things and I questioned things and I learned and I grew, but I never had these type of feelings. So then whenever I got introduced a few years back to enter YouTube, and then I started hearing more and more, it's like the flat earth shit. It's like, I don't know, man, I was in a C-130 and the shit looked pretty round out that window from me, but hey, what do I know? It's just like, I believe in the moon landing. My mom worked during the space thing. So I believe in that, but it's not that people go, well, that's cool, Rescue. I don't. No. It's never that simple. You're not, well, you just don't know. You just haven't researched enough. You just haven't opened your eyes enough. You just don't see reality. You're still behind and it's like, really? So this is like the polite insultiveness? Why don't you just go, you're a dumbass?
But how is it any different? But Rescue, that's the same thing as you saying what you see is the truth, is the truth.
If I tell you that I watched my mother go to this and I watched them do testing on that lunar landing module, I saw that with my eyeballs. That's not different than you saying, well, this dude on YouTube.
Can I say what I was trying to say and finish, Brian, for a second? If what you're saying is that you feel like anybody who thinks that they're seeing a different reality is different than yours, obviously we all see things differently. That's what we have, different perspectives. We're not all going to be on the same page. So how is me stating my opinion or someone else stating their opinion and yours being different an attack on you? How is that any different than you stating your opinion and saying that you think we just don't see things the right way? We don't see the reality the right way.
What I say is that I think that people need to realize that not every area is like their area, because that's not like life down here. That's not the life that I saw when I grew up. And that's why I think that every exchange I've never had an exchange that somebody's chastised me about the moon that has a family member that participated in it and then said it was all fake. The only thing I've ever been addressed. So how do I counter some YouTube channel is supposed to be the equal to my mother that I visually saw with my own eyes, and I'm supposed to doubt that? So there is a difference, but I don't insult people into going, oh, you just didn't research enough about physics, and so you don't understand, the stratospheres, and I don't.
But I haven't heard anybody say that here.
And if I did, I'm
not
sorry.
Tonight, no.
Yeah, no, I'm
and
sorry.
I didn't realize we were just talking about the last, couple of hours.
If you felt that way, I'm sorry I did that.
I thought we were talking overall in general.
Well, both, but yeah.
Because I have had that happen right here on the panel, and you know that. Right,
I know, and I've run into the same issue several times, and so have many on this panel. I mean, but that's what I mean, though. I think it doesn't make sense to me to say, well, I understand certain circumstances you're talking about, and I don't want to name names, so I'm not trying to pigeonhole it into that. There are people that say, well, you just haven't done enough research, or you just haven't looked into this enough. And I don't always agree with that. You can look into things and disagree. You can have the same information given to both of you and still come up with different perspectives and different results on what you think about it. But I just don't think it's right to say that I guess what I was thinking from what you were saying, Rescue, is that if people don't agree with you, you're almost saying that you don't think that they have the right information. And I was saying that that's how everyone feels because you believe your own truth. And obviously I believe that there's also an actual truth. I think there's what's the word? An absolute truth for every situation. So somebody's wrong and somebody's right, but we all have different places that we are in what we understand the truth to be. Some of us are wrong and some of us are right. And obviously we each believe that we're right. So we can have an open mind and continue to have the conversation and ask the questions and learn. But wherever you are at the moment, you believe you're right and you believe others are wrong. I believe I'm right and I believe others are wrong. That's true of each one of us. I don't take it as a personal attack to disagree.
See, I guess I'm not there because you generalize that so much that it's like I'm just because it's like, no, there are some things that are just a right and wrong. It's like if it's 1 o'clock in the morning and I tell you that it's noon, it's not just, well, your truth is that it's noon, Rescue, but my truth is it's really 1:18. It's just called Rescue. You're wrong. It's 1:18 in the morning. So I don't have that gray area. So there are some things that are just a right and wrong.
That's what I said. I think there are absolute truths, and some people are right and some people are wrong. But everyone, of course, thinks that they're right. Nobody's going to think that their own beliefs are wrong and then go and well, I mean, I don't think
I'm
most
wrong
people
all
would.
the time.
Yeah, but you're not going to go. I agree, but we're not going to go and if you have a belief that's wrong, then you're going to change that belief because it's shifted.
Okay, I guess what I'm like, we'll just say voting. We'll take that. I guess this is where maybe it arises. See, if we go to talk about voting, yes, I'm going to come from the positive approach. So I'm going to want to bring up how the changes that have been made since the township that got rid of their council. I'm going to go from the positive, and it seems like the majority, though, come from the negative that doesn't count. And instead of just going, well, I can tell you in my area, the voting, I'm going to show up, but I don't think it matters because it's so corrupt. That way, through the conversation and anybody else listening, maybe they don't get downtrodden and they don't get little kind of shunned off from wanting to participate in voting because maybe they live in an area like mine where their voice would really have a major impact, that they could make a change. And I guess that's what maybe sparked some of my rebuttal atmosphere.
Yeah, you don't want to be discouraging to others. But what I was saying is I don't think that it's where you're saying it's a negative. I don't think it's negative to face the reality of a situation. So in my area and in my reality, voting, I don't believe that voting is counted correctly. Like I said, I still will vote. I don't think I'm being negative or projecting and that I'm living in fear or having some negative outlook because I'm facing a reality. The reality of the situation here that I see is that it doesn't count. And others in Washington, Oregon, and California are verifying the same. So I agree that we should be voting because, like I said, I think it's a record to show evidence of the fraud 100%. And the way that it's rigged. But I don't agree that it matters as much here as it does where you are. So
100%.
Right. Exactly.
See, but that was worded different.
Okay, well, I'm glad I worded it in the way for it to make sense to you.
Well, and I'm not, I get it. I know I've been an asshole for 60 years. So it's not the first time I've been looked at as the asshole because I'm that guy.
I didn't say you were an asshole.
I mean, I appreciate it because it does.
I mean, I might, but I haven't gotten it.
Not out loud.
I don't know. I love you. You know it. Even if I did think you were an asshole, I'd still love you to pieces. So, that's what I mean. I think we can butt heads and it's not an insult.
And I like that you have such a positive approach, Rescue. I can see that you believe everything you believe and you stick to your beliefs. And that is admirable.
Right.
Yeah. I wish I was that confident.
Yeah, Yeah, I've been on panels where I have felt outnumbered, and I have felt like people aren't really hearing me and understanding what I'm trying to say. And, get good on us for keep doing it. You know what I mean? It ain't easy.
Yeah.
It's hard to have these discussions, but I'm proud of all of us when we get through them because it's hard. We're a difficult species.
Well, and a lot of us that come up on panel, we're the ones that are willing to speak out and we want to. And so it gets, we're all passionate about.
And we live in a country that's we live in a country that's full of freedoms and all these liberties that we get to get up here.
Yeah.
She kicked her own self out.
You're muted.
I'm muted.
No, Indy's
No,
muted.
Indy.
Oh.
I don't even think she's back.
No,
Yeah,
I'm here. I just
there
couldn't.
it
I
is.
couldn't hear you. When my mic disconnects, my mic is loose, so when it disconnects, I have to reset all my sound so I can
Well, it
hear you
did.
through my headphones and all that.
That's
crap.
what happened there.
Yep.
Because you just up and went out, and then
Yeah,
all of
I
a
know.
sudden
I
you went
stopped.
out and back
I
in.
stopped.
And Scott,
All
it's
right,
not
but I
that you're
missed what
being
you said.
told to vote. It's that it's like but see this, it's hard to talk about because everybody, looks at the old documents and that is different. But that's your duty. That's why there are different towns and different cities from other places, because those people's interest and participation is different than the other areas. So it doesn't matter. It's not that you're being told to. I mean, you can say, I guess, well, okay, I'm telling you to vote, but not telling you to vote. I'm telling you it's your civic duty.
I think that's why the different states were even created, because there's so many different people. We're not all exactly the same.
Duty.
Best life.
He hasn't said moral compass yet.
I think we all have hope here. I think that just because we
Right. That's what I was going to say next. Thank you, Dee. Take it.
Yeah, and just because we see things and we point things out that we see that aren't right, it is what we all focus on. And I'm glad people focus on positive things, because there's enough, bad conspiracy theories every day that we're learning about, and things that it's too much. It's like, how much more can I take out?
But I think that we can face those things, and obviously some of them are false too, but I think we can face those realities and still have hope. It just means I'm not going to put my hope in those things I find I can't put my hope in, but at least then I know the reality of the situation. And most of my hope comes from trying to figure out what the reality is and helping other people to find it too, so that we can be united and on the same page, but also, and learn from each other. But also my hope is in God. So ultimately I think he's in control. So I don't fear. I don't live in fear all the time. I get that a lot from people, or that I'm, black pilled or in some dark spot or whatever, because I accept what I see as reality. To me, that doesn't make me not having hope. I have plenty of hope. And like we were talking about earlier in the stream, that's part of why it is important to also not be just in these issues all the time. We do, like you were saying, Rescue, we need to be engaged with our families. We need to be out in nature. We need to be living enjoying the life that we have, and balancing that with getting in. I think at least those of us who feel called to it, getting into the nitty gritty and figuring out what the fuck is going on so we can try to fix it.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of that, can I say something?
Yep.
Just wanted to say, when we're talking about the assembly, you're like, oh, I don't know if it's the group. I mean, there are a lot of groups out there that do teach constitutional stuff. The one thing I can tell you about the assembly is this one that Bonnie and Jen and I get on these calls, they are infiltrated all the time, and they have all these shit bags that come in there and just stir the pot and do their bullshit. And that's one way, right? Like when we see the news, how the news does these people, and they do have a record and receipts that go back a long ways. The calls are great. They're really fun on Thursday. I love listening to them. I love the beginning roll call when you hear all the states. And there are other groups out there that do the same thing. They all steal it. So our assembly claims from them. Now, just to wrap it up, when it comes to like with D-Dog, he's common law too. He knows a lot of this stuff. Whenever I was learning from the assembly, it's a lot of stuff that Devil Dog already taught us, and has his own group of people that he is able to legislate with. The point of when you have 13 people and you file in the courts your assembly and you're operating, then you can operate in common law. You have a grand jury right there. You can start telling your township what they need to do. Basically, you're going to tell them they're violating their oath to whatever constitution, right? They took an oath to a constitution. So that's what's hard, is like we have to actually figure out what their job is and where they're overstepping it. That's the hard work that none of us really want to do or know how to do, and that's why, it's good to listen and learn, but you got to watch out. There's a lot of other groups out there. They'll try to get you to do your birth certificate bullshit and sovereign citizen. This is not that. There's no money involved. Everybody puts in grit. It's grassroots totally. There's not even any branding or marketing, which drives people crazy. It drives me crazy, but you get it. It's like true grassroots, and that's it. I yield. And we learn how to talk.
I did see a picture of a billboard with it written across it.
That new website. Yeah. They made that Restore-America website. They had to make that because the original one, the national-assembly.net website, that's the one that goes back to 2011 and shows the requisitions to Obama with Syria that Bonnie was talking about. And there are some other things. A small example of what an assembly has done in Alaska is they had their city council people telling them, you can't drive your ATVs around here anymore. Well, guess what? They got all together and said, the fuck we can't. And now they do drive their ATVs around. That's a small example. When you're operating in that way, you can go to your legislators and say, no, this is what we want. And this is what you're going to do. And then if they don't do it, you hold a grand jury. We stopped holding grand juries in the 50s. Yes. This is the problem. I assure you, this is the problem. And if Doge can come out and teach America, hey, guess what, America? Looky over here. Look at how much money these motherfucking assholes have been stealing from you and giving to other countries. And, that's what my hope is, that we will learn how to be engaged and care about the money that is getting taken in our towns. I think it's all hidden away so much. If we could just open up the paper and say, oh my God, they spent this on that. They say they're giving it to the homeless all the time. I took a video of a street in Eureka today. It looks like Portland or Philadelphia. It's horrible. The whole street was lined with tents.
There's like $250 billion of COVID money that they can't even find, they said.
Yeah.
I was watching.
How much was that?
That's all.
250 billion.
Yeah.
That's
How about
a lot.
the 3 trillion that disappeared the day before 9/11 happened?
Yes.
You guys all on cheesecake, you fuckers talking about
And
cheesecake.
Pie is better than cake. Agreed, Davy Vet.
Pie is better than cake, Davy Vet.
Pecan is just wrong. You guys take cherry over pecan.
No, I think that's great, Dee. And I think another legal avenue that people have taken is to file a lien on the bonds of the people who are in those positions of power. And there's a lot of legal ways to do this stuff.
Yeah, but just to caution that, and I'm really thankful that Devil Dog stopped me from doing that, because there was a time I would have did anything anybody told me to like I was stupid. And there's this Colorado 9 that's in prison today that they did that. And the reason why we don't do that in the assemblies, we don't go after their bonds, is because when you do that, you're operating in their de facto, you're operating in their system. And what happened to the Colorado 9 is, after they went after the judge, at first they got a judgment for them and it looked like they won and they got money and everything. And the next thing you know, the de facto went and changed the rules. And now those poor people are sitting in prison. Some of them are going to be there for life. So this is why it's so important to really know what you're doing and not go in and just start filing paperwork. For me, especially by myself, I did a lot of things that were really dumb in the beginning, because I almost gave my citizenship away with the sovereign movement and stuff. because they talk the language. It's just like with the Bible, right? You see people talking the Bible and they put the flag up behind them. It's like, oh, there's a patriot there. You got to be careful.
Yes.
You got to be careful.
Discernment. Discernment is key right now.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
All
And
the
Church Dog uses all the stuff Assembly uses, but he knows it himself. He doesn't necessarily need the Assembly. He has his own assembly of people. And if he goes to court for something, they're all going to show up. We should all want that for ourselves. I mean, look at
Yeah.
how people get accused of crimes all the time. That I mean, that's one of my biggest fears.
that are
Is I'm
innocent.
up in a courtroom and I'm not going to know what to say or do. But the one thing Devil Dog taught me to say is, is there an indictment from a grand jury with evidence that I committed a crime here? Because without that, they shouldn't be holding you, and those kind of things. I just want to learn more about that because
The
we're
basic things we need to know.
Causing harm to another. Have I done any harm to another in doing this?
Yeah,
Right,
no
because there can't be a victimless crime.
Right. No victim, no crime. And that's where the
Agreed
church
there,
is
Billy.
guilty too, because the church has a lot of law enforcement and the church likes to prop themselves up because they're good. They can fit in that cookie cutter thing. And
Yes, please, Pat.
with I've talked to people that have told me, well, I just wish that plant wasn't
I knew
even
we'd get there, Navy vet.
no food.
We can't talk about pie without it taking a turn sometime along the way.
Now. Pot and pie go together.
A lot of them probably have the same names.
Yeah. Like,
So real quick,
Peanut butter cookies.
quick question.
Pretty. That's a pretty one. I see the terpenes.
Nice jam.
Good job, JM.
Yes, indeed.
Can Indy,
Was a smoker, JM.
Yep.
do you trust me to play a short video?
I actually was just about to say I do, but I actually was just about to say I've got to wrap this up. My family's going to be walking through the door any minute. So thank you. And if you would actually, is it from the video you sent? From
No,
the full video?
it's something different.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind sending it to me, I would really appreciate that because I would like to see it.
Okay.
Maybe we can add it on for next time too.
Got it.
But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for being here throughout the night. Thank you for everyone who's donated to the Cast Bricks. We will be continuing to pray for Kurt and for Justine. And thank you to everyone who was here to share music and as part of the conversation and then here in the chat throughout the night. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I really do believe that there are more of us than them, so to speak. And I do believe that we're stronger together. So I'm glad, we can't be here on our own. We got to be sticking together and united as much as possible.
Holy cow, this is a 6.5 hour stream.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
My goodness.
Thank you for your faithfulness, Indy.
I'm sorry I didn't even asked about playing something.
Oh, no. Normally I would be fine for it.
You killed it. No.
Yeah,
you
I
rock,
just
sister.
can't. But
Rest you.
Yeah, any final
Yes, sir.
thoughts from anybody up on panel and in chat?
I just wanted to thank everybody. Thank everybody in chat, everyone on panel, everyone that participated. Thanks for supporting Indy, and definitely still appreciating the prayers for the Cast Bricks.
Right.
Yes.
Well said,
Yeah, and if
Gina.
you missed the information about the Cast Bricks, after the first introduction song, I did a kind of a summary of what was going on. So if you missed it, you can go back and just watch the very beginning of the stream for that information.
Okay. I was just going to say, yeah, I was listening to some of the music towards the end. It was really cool. Good. I heard some really good music, and I
Thank you, Pat.
I just appreciate your faithfulness to the Friday night stream and your open panel and just everything. You're a really good host. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And all I want to say is just look around you, live your life to the best of your ability. I know that people are struggling. So many are. And enjoy those special moments, whatever they are. Even if you're alone, you can make special moments for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
My final thought is
you.
we're all in this together.
Definitely.
And if we forget that, we're toast.
I just remind everybody that, you make your day a good day. You're the one that gets to control that, how you take information in, what you let dwell in your head. So you get to decide how to process that. So stay positive, stay alert, stay attentive to what's going on around you, and worry about what's right out your front door.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Good word. Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Thanks, Indy. Thanks, everybody, for chat.
Thank you, Indy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I am going to end it here with the final song. This is the song by Dennis Lowry. He was here earlier throughout the night. And I know he'd requested a different one, but I really love the message of this one. And I didn't get a chance to listen to the other one. So I will add that to a list, Dennis, for another week. But this is Lonesome Town. And much love to all of you. Have a great New Year celebration. And, even though that kind of the bingo thing was sort of tongue in cheek, be thinking about what our goals are. And if you want to call them a resolution for the coming year. But I agree. We need to make sure we're enjoying and appreciating the good things, the positive, and continuing, I think, to ask the big questions. And I'm thankful for all of you who are here asking them with me. All right. God bless everybody. And prayers continued for Kurt and Justine. Much love.
Oh, hey there, stranger. Have you got the time? I've lost track so long ago. So would you be so kind? This weight on my shoulders is so much like never before. I try to keep my head up, but I can't anymore. We traveled countless miles, heading towards the sun. Time can change any man, but it can't change what I've done. I can't take it back, Lord knows how hard I've tried. What you see don't make the man what he is inside. But the hour hand keeps moving, and I can't slow it down. Every day is like the day before in this lonesome town. When it rains, it pours. I'm trying to weather the storm. I'm running out of time. Could you spare some of yours? 'Cause every second counts. I can't buy a minute more. But I learned from my past to let time settle the score. And the hour hand keeps moving, but I keep slowing down. Every day is like the day before in this lonesome town.